star and its GP has nothing to do with calculation at that
Right,
point.
right.
And the thing is, if you have a GP that's curved away from you, you don't have 90 degrees.
Right. Yeah, sextants just measure angles, and that's it. You get a number. It's 50 degrees or something.
The elevation
Yeah,
angles.
So then why'd you bring it up then?
Elevation angles off the area of equal elevation that you're going to be measuring. It's an elevation.
Here we go
angle.
again.
Elevation.
So justify being correct then.
So because I think you have to put calculations in there somewhere. At some point, you have to do a calculation.
Yeah, and the
So,
calculations.
justify
Okay, but those are done with respect to a flat baseline you established when you made the first measurement, and all of the measurements thereafter utilize that flat baseline that you measured when you measured an elevation angle.
So
Yeah,
once you just start describing a certain calculation, calculations require some kind of assumption about
Again,
the shape of the Earth.
elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, it doesn't require the shape of the Earth. Can you justify that? Because flat's not a shape.
So if you're just going to get 50 degrees, you take out your sextant, you look at the star and say 50 degrees. Okay, good. As long as you do that,
50 degrees
that's
off
just
what?
a measurement.
No, that's two lines. What's the first line?
One line is from you to the star. One line is horizontal, which you could define as the horizon, or you could say 90 degrees from a plumb line, or however you want to define that.
Where we started.
So those two lines.
It's where we started. So that's a flat Earth.
At that point, you just have two lines and an angle between them.
Sorry, a baseline for the 90 degree at the bottom of it on the ground position. Yeah? To establish this ground position for navigation on the ground, we're navigating the ground. We're saving our lives on the ground. And we're doing a measurement and establishing first a horizontal baseline. That is a flat Earth measurement. We've already done this 3 times, Matthew.
You're right. That is a flat line that you're measuring the angle between two perfectly straight flat lines.
Yeah, for the ground position.
Matthew, may I ask, do you think the celestial sphere is held fixed and you rotate the flat plane?
No. I'm not 100% sure I understand your question, but like rotating the flat plane, I don't know anybody who thinks that's what's happening.
You rotate the angle from where you measure on the flat plane where it intersects your sphere, I guess you would have to say, before you would accept it. So the flat plane where it intersects your sphere, that's what's actually rotating, and the celestial sphere is held fixed, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Yeah.
Right, but in reality, we're just taking an angle to a star along a flat baseline. We're not transposing the angle we measure along a flat Earth, the flat Earth baseline, the measurement. We're not taking that to the centre of hell in the middle of a core of an Earth that's then surplus to requirements when you measure out from that flat plane, equatorial in nature, to the stars through a sphere Earth that's surplus to requirements. The sphere Earth is entirely redundant when you transpose the angle you measured off a flat Earth to hell.
So, Nathan, I heard you watched through my response video recently. Was that how long ago was that?
3 days, 4 days, something like that.
I'll go through and watch it. So, yeah, I appreciate you featuring that on the show again.
Why didn't you put it on your main channel?
My main channel is mainly people looking for prank videos and that type of stuff. So I try to not put these complicated things on my main channel, but I am considering putting a version. Also 20 minutes is really long. I mean, I know it's not long for your channel, but 20 minutes is long for my channel.
Now
sure. But in that video, you explain what a logical fallacy is really well, and then use the logical fallacy and say it isn't one immediately afterwards.
Oh, yeah. So saying the Earth is a globe, therefore we can measure radius, and that proves the Earth is a globe. That's a logical fallacy. So you're right about that.
Yes, then you said the same exact thing and said it wasn't a fallacy.
So assuming the Earth is a globe and then using that to come up with a radius is not a fallacy because it's not a proof of a globe. Right? Eratosthenes wasn't proving the Earth was a globe.
That's the problem with the fallacy, Matthew, is that when you're begging the question, the conclusion is based on the assumption. The premises have not been proven. That's the point.
So you understand.
That's why we're so against them.
So you understand that it is exactly as just stated, the same exact thing, but with you saying that's not a fallacy afterwards, even though it absolutely is. It assumes the premise and the outcome. So if the Earth is a sphere,
no, you're right.
If the Earth is a sphere, then I can measure the radius, and here's the radius of my sphere. That's a begging the question fallacy. Repeating it won't suddenly alter that.
You're right if you're going to say that the end statement is therefore Earth is a globe. If you're trying to prove the Earth is a globe, then that's circular reasoning. That's the begging the question fallacy. If you're saying something less than that, like if the Earth is a sphere, then here is what the radius would be. That's not proving the Earth is a globe. It's just saying what the radius would be.
Yes, that's correct. That's not proving that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
That's right. But you're still measuring it as one. Ergo, begging the question. I don't know if there's an invisible unicorn in front of me, but if I assume there is a physical, invisible unicorn in front of me, I can measure its bowel movements. Now, so long as I don't state that I'm implying there are physical unicorns, then it's perfectly acceptable for me to present the evidence of unicorn digestion. I just don't declare that I've assumed they're true. But the digestion in the imaginary unicorns, that's definitely worth presenting. The imaginary digestion in the imaginary beg the question of unicorns that I'm assuming are real when I measure their digestive tracts. Right? But that's not begging the question, according to you. Yes, Matthew, it absolutely is.
That's why you have to be careful about what you're stating as the conclusion.
Right.
If you state it as, if you like explicitly say, therefore I'm proving that the Earth is a sphere, then that is begging the question.
No, you don't have to conclude a begging the question fallacy for it to be a begging the question fallacy. That's incorrect. Clearly, you don't understand how fallacy works. Not stating the conclusion. The same is true for a form-based logical fallacy. You don't have to give if P then Q, Q therefore P for me to state that you are using a logical fallacy. I can conclude the fallacy for you.
And that conclusion is the part that would make it a fallacy. So
yeah, Earth being a sphere.
Short of that conclusion.
Yeah, Earth being a sphere. If it's not a sphere, then the second statement about measuring radius of a sphere makes no sense, does it? But obviously, if you do assume Earth is a sphere, that's the begging the question fallacy bit, Matthew, then your conclusion will be that it's a sphere regardless, won't it, Matthew? So you don't have to state that conclusion because the conclusion is already assumed, even if it's not stated. The outcome's still the same, isn't it, Matthew? It's still begging the question even if you don't say it.
Yes.
Yes. So a large chunk of your video that you put out to a very limited audience declared that something wasn't a fallacy, then repeated the exact same thing and declared that it was.
So what would you call it then? Like if I want to say something about
a begging the question fallacy. Again, I'll try once more. I'll try once more. You asked, I'm telling you. Yeah. Saying a logical fallacy and then saying that's how a logical fallacy works. And then literally repeating the exact same thing, but not concluding with the thing that was assumed in the first instance is still a begging the question fallacy because you've assumed the outcome regardless of whether or not it's stated. It's automatically the outcome because it was assumed in the first instance. That's how a begging the question fallacy works, assuming the outcome.
Do you have a suggestion of how to calculate the radius without begging the question? Like,
oh, what a beautiful question. No, Matthew. You see, that would be a very much you problem for a man with a religious sphere belief, for you to first prove that what you are actually doing is measuring a sphere. Now, given that we like these things going by on screen now, these triangles with flat baselines, these are from navigation manuals that show people how to measure and navigate Earth as flat. Not calculate it when they're measuring it, Matthew, just to be clear. But those measurements that were just on screen, they seem to infer that Earth isn't spherical in any way, shape or form, when you assume it is, and constantly suggests that you should be begging the question because you've declared what a begging the question fallacy is only to repeat it and say it isn't. And then come along and say, well, the reason I assume Earth's spherical when making angle measurements that could only be on a flat plane is because I assume Earth's spherical. But then when we're at the stage that you literally don't understand what a begging the question fallacy is because you think if you don't state the conclusion that's already been assumed doesn't make it a logical fallacy of begging the question when it does, we're struggling with you, Matthew. The comprehension isn't quite there with you yet.
So what about the things of the logical form, if X, then Y? Are those appropriate to say?
Sure, that sounds like science.
And what if X isn't true?
Then you would vary... Sorry, if X, then Y, you said.
Right.
Just stop. Matthew, if you're going to put logical consistency to me, it would help if you kept the order of the logical consistency consistent. Would you be willing to do that with me? If you say, if X, yes, then Y, what if not X? You mean, what if not Y? If X, then Y? Then Y? What if not then Y, you mean?
So that's a different question.
You just need a yes. No. If X, then Y. Correct? Yes, that's a suppositional statement. Yeah, I would state it if A, then B, when I describe the scientific method. This is a method that offers empiricism, sure. Matthew. So rather than assuming our outcome, what we can do is we can put this logical consistency, if A, then B, or if X, then Y, into a hypothesis. Now, that has another part to it. The contrapositive, the null. That's if X, not Y. They exist alongside each other in a scientific prediction. And the way you find out if one is true, that would be if X does cause Y, if X, then Y, is to vary X and see if Y happens. And if it doesn't, then your second statement, the null, zero difference result statement, if X, not Y, is automatically proven true. Ergo, the outcome is empirical. Only one can be true in those two logical statements, if X, then Y, or if X, not Y. Only one is true. Once you vary X, you prove that Y is either going to happen or not going to happen. That's called science.
Yeah, that's a good explanation of that logical form.
Would you say that that is being done when you just assume Y?
No.
No, it isn't, is it? So there's no empiricism in you assuming this shit, is there, Matthew?
Yeah,
I just need a yes or no. I just need an affirmation. So there is no empiricism in your assumption of this shit. That would be globe Earth shit that you assume. There's no empiricism in that assumption, is there, Matthew?
There's no empiricism in that assumption.
That shit that you assume about a globe, there's no empiricism in that shit that you assume. Stop assuming that shit, Matthew. It's irritating. Yet we look for empiricism. It's a wonder that we're considered scum when we are educating people who are in universities educating others on what empiricism is. And he has to ask me about, well, what can I do if I can't beg the question that Earth's my religious belief? Not my problem, Matthew. Your religious problem that you need to overcome. Maybe you could tell us, given that you think you are on a sphere, how the hell you can measure it, given that all you ever do is assume it.
I don't think that it can be directly measured at all.
So in spite of your faith in the globe, you now declare quite happily There's no way to measure it. I suggest, sir, that if Earth was curving away from me at 8 inches per mile squared, I'd be able to measure it and see it. It would be bloody obvious, because it would be falling away physically at 8 inches per mile squared, and it isn't. But you think, oh, I don't know how you'd do that. Well, you'd do it with some of the inferences that automatically assume are. They'd be true. They're just not. And when we do come to measure Earth, like on screen now, it's done flat, as you've affirmed. So when we actually measure Earth, so we don't die at sea, we measure it flat. When it comes to measuring a globe, university educator, oh, but I didn't even do it. No, you can't. It's measured flat, Matthew. Earth is flat. That's why it's measured flat and navigated flat and built on flat, and all the maps are flat and triangulation's flat and areas of equal elevation are flat. It's flat. That's how it's measured and dealt with and navigated. Not globe-shaped. That's just a non-empirical assumption you make.
Furthermore, I was at the beach a couple of days ago, standing right at the shore, looking across to Jersey beyond 6 miles, also looking at the shore. And, you know, I took that time to consider, well, if there was a geometric horizon, me laying down here, then it would be 1.2 miles. But as I looked out into the ocean and all of the boats and everything beyond 1.2 miles, the conclusion that I've heard some globers make just with argumentation is that everything beyond 1.2 miles is holographic in nature or not in the actual position. But when I look out there, it most definitely just looks like, no, I'm looking at things that are. That boat is where I'm looking at it at. I don't see anything at 1.2 miles or anything weird like a change from, physical reality to something that is in another position that I shouldn't see, but is it's very weird when you go to the beach and you try to consider some of the arguments that you guys have made, man. It's very weird. Not to mention seeing Jersey Shore from Coney Island in Brooklyn, beyond 6 miles away.
What I miss?
What is that?
Matthew. That's what you...
Have you not been listening in?
You missed the funeral of Matthew Learns?
You mean the Confessions of Matthew Learns?
That can be my round out.
He's a flat earther now.
There you go, one deck. You can get the last word.
I'm just telling Curie, Matthew Learns is now a flat earther.
With that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and you. Still struggling to get you to understand that we're going to be measuring Earth flat with an elevation angle measurement. We're nearly there with you, Matthew. You're just a bit of a struggle. We'll have a word with your mummy. Tell her you're a bit of a pain in the arse. But in the meantime, we need you to understand this because you're holding the rest of the globe Earth back. Okay, Matthew?
Okay. So I concede that if you're doing triangulation to figure out your distance to the ground position, the measurement of an elevation angle with a flat baseline, 90 degrees to the GP, to the star, using 90 degrees at your position, that is only possible if the Earth is flat, the surface of the Earth is flat. That is only possible if the Earth is flat, the surface of the Earth is flat. The surface of the Earth is flat. The surface of the Earth is flat.
So who's alive in this chat? Anyone? No, super duper quiet. Well, if anyone is alive, I do have a question on maps and like aerial pictures and stuff. If anyone wants to step in and answer a question of mine, or I'll just ask it another time.
Hi. No, hang around. There'll be somebody. Somebody will come back to you in a minute.
Okay.
Is that Stacey? Hi,
Yeah,
you
it's
okay?
me. Yeah, I'm alright. It's not a pressing question.
Well, if you want to pose your question, I'm sure there's some good guys in here. I think I saw One Deck on mute. He could definitely help you. Are you there, One Deck?
Yeah, I've just jumped in. I've had bad signal, and I've only just jumped in, so I'm not sure what's going on or what's happening. But if I can help with anything, I will. If I can't, I'll be honest and say I can't.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet here, and I just broke the silence and was just asking the panel if anyone was up to answering a question. So I'll just ask my question. So, in terms of making maps, if you know the answer, of course, I know, like, I was told by some guy who was a cartographer that he was on, like, a plane, and then they'd use, like, rods and, like, the convergence of one rod and the second rod, and through that they'd sort of map out the altitudes of the topography of the maps. So it would also have done distance and stuff. And then someone was trying to discount some things I had done, and they were saying, oh, well, you're using like Google Maps to like get your distance, that's all satellite stuff. Therefore, you need, like reifying satellite communications and stuff. So the question I'm trying to make is, when they're making aerial maps, how do they get the distance from like an aeroplane when they're mapping? Because like a car has an odometer, I'm not entirely sure how planes track their distance. It would be a bit more interpretive, I think.
Yeah, not sure. Good question though.
Yeah, well, I know a guy who like helped. He was like in the army, and like he mapped out, for example, Papua New Guinea with the rest of the people. So I asked someone who I know is in contact with that guy. So if I don't get answers here, I'll ask him anyway. See what he can tell me about it. Because yeah, I'm just curious. In fact, I just got a text from the friend I was asking for the other guy's contact details. So I'll probably give him a call tomorrow and ask him about the map stuff.
Do you think you could rephrase your question for people like me?
Yeah, I think I just rambled a bit. The main part of the question is how, when you're doing an aerial, like when you're what's the word for like doing cartography?
What you're trying to say is that when someone is flying a plane and they're making a map of an area, how do they get their distances when they're doing it from an aeroplane.
Exactly.
They use a reverse sextant. No, I have absolutely no idea. Sorry.
No, that's all good.
I wish someone in here knew the answer, though.
Well, does anyone else have random questions about cartography and aerial mapping? Because I will get in contact with that guy who knows about it, and then I could ask a question on anyone's behalf.
No, I wouldn't have anything.
I mean, the only thing I know about cartography is it's done on a flat surface. Yeah. About as far as my knowledge goes on that one. What's the purpose? I'm guessing you've been having a flat versus globe discussion then behind it.
Or not really a discussion. There's this professor guy who's some time ago I was at it was a Globe Earth seminar trying to make the flat earthers realize, oh no, you're wrong again, so become a Globe Earther again. So I went to that seminar, and that professor guy was just spurting out a lot of reification fallacies, so I challenged him a bit. And then eventually after that, someone gave him, got him in like a link to my YouTube channel, and so recently he's sort of been spamming some of my comments. I don't respond to the comments, but yeah, I know that the point he's making is incorrect, but I just can't quite find the ways to say why it's incorrect, because I'm not that knowledgeable, but I know like off the cuff it's wrong.
Well, I've just been looking into it because I believe it should be just out in the open anyway, but it says ground control points are physical references, points with known coordinates on the ground. These points are precisely measured using ground surveying. It also mentions here GPS, but we all know GPS works. We just don't believe it works the way we're told. Photogrammetry, aerial imagery captured by specialised cameras mounted on the plane, can be processed using photogrammetry software, which involves analysing the overlapping images to extract accurate measurements and create a three-dimensional representation of the area using known reference points, again with the GCPs, which is the original ones that were known on the ground by ground surveying. LiDAR, light detection and ranging systems, use laser sensors to measure distances and create highly detailed 3D maps by emitting laser pulses and measuring the time it takes for the reflecting light to return. And again, GPS. So GPS is equipped in most planes with INS measurements. The aircraft's location and heading can be determined accurately, aiding in established distances during the mapping process. It's important to note these distances are determined. They can be represented in various units such as kilometres or miles and any other desired measurement, depending on the region. So most of it is done by ground points that are pre-surveyed, and it does say that they use GPS in some of it, but even then, they're reverting back to those ground points to make sure that they're correct. And again, we don't deny GPS, just what we're told about it.
Yeah. And I guess one of the other things I've been wondering is I was looking at some maps from like the 1980s, so I'm thinking they may not have had so much technology back then, and they're still able to like make these maps and stuff. So I'm not sure how long GPS has been around.
Well, I don't believe they needed GPS regardless. I mean, I'll give you an example. Where I live, they're building a new tunnel for a hydro dam. Now, the first one was built back in the, 40s, 50s, and they got that thing absolutely spot on by ground surveying. At the moment, they're doing a new tunnel, and the tunnel borer's popped out through the top, and it's jammed in the ground there, and the whole job's come to an end, and they don't know what they're going to do. So they actually were more accurate and did a better job back then, relying on real measurements than what they're doing today.
What was the guy's original point to try to disprove something that a comment that he made?
Oh, sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, Stacey. I was saying, what was his original point? Was he trying to discredit you using a tool to measure distances?
Yeah, it's like his main argument is, okay, he sees I'm looking into curvature tests, and obviously it requires a distance to like have the curvature drop. And so he's trying to like cut out any validity from these tests by saying, oh, well, the measurement between A and B is using satellites. How can you be a flat earther if you're using like satellite measurements to, like, he thinks I'm doing a reification fallacy, but really he's doing the reification.
But they're not relying off satellites. These maps and sea charts and all this stuff have been around for hundreds of years. People have been navigating without satellites for a very long time, and no one's ever measured this drop over distance.
Yeah, exactly. Because I have been looking at maps other than Google Maps, which, Google Maps, it doesn't just automatically mean everything's from a satellite. Because, there's maps which predate Google and its GPS satellite data.
Yeah. The ones you look on, if you get close enough, if you use Google Earth, for example, it tells you the provider of the image. So if you go in nice and close, it'll say something like CNES Airbus, which would be a plane, and then you go further out, and then eventually it says Google CNES Airbus Maxar Technologies. This is where I'm looking in a rural area at the moment. If you go far away enough, it says it's provided to you by NASA. This is in Google itself. It says it at the bottom: Landsat, Copernicus / Airbus. And then you go further out again, starts to tell you what it's provided by. So the ones you're using, like Flying High was saying, they'll use a point in the ground. Like they could say this building is located at this coordinates, and they can line that up with that, and then it can show you a relatively accurate thing. But if he's trying to discredit you because of it's inaccurate, or if he's just trying to discredit you because you're using technology that you say doesn't exist, is that what he's trying to say?
Well, yeah, I guess that's his idea. Not that I say satellites, like in the sky and stuff don't exist, but he sort of has his own idea of what every flat earther believes.
Well, what he's just trying to basically say is that you're relying on his satellites that are flying around in space for your evidence, which, of course, we know is incorrect, but that's his belief.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought his argument was going to be that you're using it and it's inaccurate.
No, his argument is just you've measured distance with Google Earth satellites. Earth's a globe. Yeah,
so like he probably doesn't warrant a response, but if it does come up, it's very obvious. Like Google Earth, for example, it's not using satellites; it's using planes. So
really, it's just a fallacy. Really, if you're using this map, if we're using satellites, the Earth's a globe. If we're using this map, we're using satellites. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. It's just a fallacy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm not going to indulge in discussing and going back and forth with this guy, but I was just thinking in the back of my mind I should have a better way to respond to it if I ever wanted to, so that's why I'm asking.
I find them very inaccurate anyway. Yeah. It can be inaccurate, especially if you're in a rural setting or somewhere that's not in a small city or a town. The lines are way off from where they should be in order of 20 meters or so. So it's not a massive deal if you're doing a huge long distance test. You can always factor that in by giving the measurements like a buffer, I guess, in favor of the globe. So and you'll still prove your point. So if someone says that you're using Google Earth and it's inaccurate, you could say, well, even if I gave the numbers a buffer and I added or subtracted 200 meters, it should still be underneath the curve, blah, 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 all that sort of stuff. So I don't think it's an issue using it as a tool. I think I think it's still a good tool to use.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's just his belief on what these satellites are doing. That's the only difference.
Yeah, it's funny to see, I don't know if you go on Google Earth and you move around a lot, it tells you the different sources of the image and the dates.
Where's the dates?
I'm on earth.google.com, and at the very bottom it says Google, then it has a little circle thing, says 100%, then it says imagery date, and then it says the source of that date.
Okay,
mine doesn't
I'm
have
on
the
same
source.
stuff, but mine doesn't have the imagery date.
Are you on earth.google.com or are you on something else?
Yeah, I'm on the same website. I'm seeing the what's it called? Landsat, Copernicus, Airbus. I see those things, but
yeah, that's the source.
Date. Yeah.
Oh, the date. The date's on the left-hand side of that for me. I'll send you a picture.
Okay, mine's just not showing up there for some reason.
Yeah, maybe try and move to a different part on the map. It might. Maybe certain ones don't show.
Yeah, now I got it. In the eastern states, over the water. I don't know.
Yeah, some of them don't show a date for some reason.
Yeah, just being picky.
Mine doesn't show the actual over the city that I'm over. It doesn't show what took the photo, but when I go out over the ocean, it does, but it doesn't show the date.
Ooh,
but over the city, it shows the date.
Weird. Yeah, maybe they're not allowed to disclose it.
So this is really interesting because I'm in Australia and I'm looking at Middle Reef, which is way up in North Queensland, and the imagery has come from the US Navy GEBCO Airbus.
Yeah, exactly. And scroll in and scroll out, and it'll change based on the height.
Yeah, it does, and this is from 2016. So we've got in Australia, US Navy planes flying over doing our supposed satellite imagery.
And it might not even show you the date.
No,
Does
I
it
got
show you the date?
28 to the 3rd, 16.
Yeah, so the only issue with scrolling out is it's like, and the reason it shows you so many is because it's an amalgamation of maybe different ones. So you can't tell, like it doesn't tell you specifically that town was pictured by, you know what I mean? Like it's
I can see it. The higher I get, it goes now to an Airbus. It's still a US Navy Airbus from Maxtar Technologies, but it's changed the type of aircraft. Airbus.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Well, nowhere here can I see satellite.
I got one, like if you go to certain areas, it'll say Landsat.
Yeah, I got Landsat now. Copernicus. IBCAD. Wonder what that IBCAD is.
Yeah. I wonder what if you go over Antarctica. Here we go. Yeah, Landsat, Copernicus.
Hey, what's up, guys?
US Navy.
Hey. How you doing?
No, I just wanted to jump into the topic because I was wondering if you guys were familiar with Google. I was going to say Google Flat Earth, Google Earth Pro, like the Pro.
Yeah,
version.
the one you can download.
Yeah,
do you
the one
need
that's actually like
a membership for that?
No, you don't need to.
There's ways.
There's a link. I can share it
because you can actually you can go back in you can go back in time on this one, and you can go back as far as like 1935 and even show your professor friend or whoever this guy is. Okay, well, how are they taking these pictures before satellites?
Yeah, good,
clearly
good
planes.
Yeah, exactly.
Good call. No, you can get it. You don't need a subscription. It's if you go to, I'll send a link, and if you scroll all the way down, it says download Earth Pro desktop.
Okay.
It's the interface is pretty
really
good. It's old school, but yeah, you got more mapping tools and
the web version is pretty limited.
Yeah, you can go back in time, like Flat Lloyd Wright was saying. It's pretty cool, but they get blurry and it's kind of useless if you're trying to do anything.
Especially in certain places, like Paris or Germany. Honestly, a lot of places of like World War I and World War II, because they were sending planes, obviously to kind of spy on the city. Like, okay, where are we going to go? So of course they took high altitude plane shots, right? And these are really old photos, like Systems was saying. Like some of them are pretty blurry because they're like black and white. As you can imagine, they were probably film. And I don't know, you just think about the innovation of people even back then. It's pretty amazing.
That's pretty
But yeah,
cool.
of course, Google has those images, and then they basically project them onto whatever model they have. It honestly goes back and forth. If you look at it digitally, it goes back and forth between basically a ball cartoon when you zoom out enough at a certain altitude. But when you zoom in onto that model, it is actually a flat model too. I've been trying to, work my magic, if you will, and just make it a completely flat projection, just to kind of like look at it, But so far, I haven't got it.
Yeah. The other thing you can do in the Pro one, which you can't in the web one, is if you scroll all the way down in the web one and try to like do a hypothetical long distance observation, it doesn't let you pan upwards, so it won't let you do the angle. It limits depending on how close you are to the ground. It'll limit the amount of angle you can tilt. You like imagine looking down and then tilting up.
I'm doing it.
Don't have that limitation. You can mimic the photos that people have taken long distance observation photos, you can mimic them in the Pro version and measure the distance as well. It's pretty cool. Whereas in the web one, you can't do that because it doesn't let you look up.
Yeah, I'm installing it now. Because, yeah, I've used a web version, and the most annoying thing is when you, like, have a pinpoint somewhere, and then you accidentally drag it. It doesn't have, like, a undo option. Well, I think it does have an undo option, maybe, but it doesn't always let me, like, undo my pinpoints, and then I have to go get the coordinates all again, place it again.
Yeah, it might help
there's
you
some
with
pretty
your
cool features.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a tool that's useful.
But he's definitely wrong when he says like that's all just satellite information, because it's actually really all imagery information. Just as even flying high, he kind of beat me to it with all the LiDAR talk and stuff. Because there is definitely, when it comes to cartography, an old school way and a new school way. And I would say the new school way is definitely LiDAR, setting up basically 4 points and letting your drone honestly just click start and it scans it for you. It's actually quite amazing. But old school, I would say it's, especially locally, it's done all by theodolite, right? Like, just ground surveying tools and regular, finding the pins and things like that. However, large range, they definitely were using planes, like we were saying, taking high altitude photos. And when you take 2 of those photos and you really do overlay them, you can do a photo merge analog style. So basically using trigonometry, of course, not spherical trigonometry. But when using, comparing those 2 images, you can get some distances. Like, for instance, you can guess the altitude of a plane. Even back then, they had altimeters, but I honestly don't know how accurate they are. I've never actually personally seen one. But yeah, you can do some rough calculations and things like that. But yeah, I thought there's also an elevation tool in Google Earth Pro. And you can make a measurement, and then if you right click on that measurement, you can say show elevation profile. And I think it's really funny that they can't even break the Cartesian plane like they show. Even generally, the oceans are flat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I posted that, which is why I'm saying, like, if you zoom out, it's a cartoon, it's a model ball. However, the information that it's gathering from, and when you zoom in, it's actually a flat Cartesian plane.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's funny.
It's a topography model, essentially. And it's a really big one. It's very hard to actually even download it in sections. It's pretty phenomenal what, honestly, Google has done here. But I can see why the head guy, supposedly, is also a flat earther, right? Because how can you not look at this data and be like, wait a minute.
The original creator of the software? Oh.
Well, I don't think the creator, but I think the director that's in charge of Google Earth. Maybe not at this very moment, but I saw like one of those memes where, it quotes the guy. But then I actually ended up reading the article and was like, wow. I mean, he doesn't really say he's a flat earther, but he's like, they have a really good point. This is actually all imagery.
Oh, that's funny.
And he was talking about also like the new drones that they have that stay up there for days just taking pictures. It is pretty neat stuff. And definitely, like, I know, of course, speculation, but like when people say, well, why can't we go to the edge? We have the technology. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, like, yeah, it would be super easy to just fly a 2-day drone. Like, they probably already have. Like, who's to say that they don't have clearance or not, They just tell us the Antarctic Treaty, maybe just to the public even. I don't know. Because, I mean, they break all other kinds of laws. So who's to say that, that's not just like a stay out sign.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I'm already struggling with the winter, so I'm not planning on going to Antarctica soon.
Same. Screw that.
We'll leave
I'm
it
in
to you,
Texas.
Chris. You can
If
do
it hits 40 here, everybody panics. Sorry, what was that, Stacey?
I was just saying you can go to Antarctica for us.
The adventurer in me definitely wants to.
Yeah, it's definitely like, you know, this world system we're in, it definitely like quenches out that exploring sort of desire in people. Like, oh, everything's been explored. Now just like wait to get on a rocket ship and explore there. But you know, there's still the world beneath our feet we need to explore, but we just think, oh yeah, it's been explored, no need to keep looking, we know everything.
Absolutely.
Just using that tool you said, like the elevation. That's cool.
It's pretty cool. What another cool feature, you know, not that I'm a promoter of this program or anything, but you know, I use it for everything in architecture, whether it's, you know, just for my students or my practice. But another tool you can use is like a catalog system, so you can like even track what your phone does or where you're going, you know, kind of down to the T, just to kind of see what Google sees, I guess. So you can even like track your own stuff, and like you can download other people's catalogs and put them on yours. So like, for instance, right now I have a catalog of all the star forts on the Earth, and there is, I'm not gonna lie to you, 11,223, at least according to this person. But yeah, a pretty interesting program. You can go anywhere on Earth, and you could spend your whole life looking at this thing, and you wouldn't even find all the places. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
My brother's the kind of guy who'll go into Google Maps and just like zoom into like some random place and look for cars.
Oh, that's
like
me
wrecked
too.
Cars which have just been randomly neglected.
Oh, and
then
if it's
he'll
got like
find
a
one,
street view,
and he'll go there. Yeah.
you're there for hours. And you notice the people and the culture and the traffic, and you wish it was like moving, like you were there. But
Chris, have you played GeoGuessr?
no.
I think that's what it's
Oh, is that
called.
like a geocache?
Well, it's when you go into like a random place on Google Earth, and then you have to figure out where you are, but it doesn't let you like
What?
zoom out or anything.
Oh, I'd be interested in that. Yeah.
I think it's called GeoGuessr. I'll quickly Google it. Yeah, I'll send a link.
Is it GeoGuessr?
Yeah. I just got a link in the chat, the live stream text.
Nice.
Yeah, one of my friends showed it to me, and we played it a few times. But it can get really frustrating because you might just be in a green field, and then you have to walk to like try and find some sort of sign or some indication of, are you in like an English-speaking country, or
Do you know
just
the
find
plants,
clues
the
like that.
climate, the
Yeah.
time, the sun? Like, it just gave me, I'm going to assume a picture of somewhere, either Tokyo, Asia, just because of the language. Yeah, it's definitely Japanese. The architecture is clearly Japanese. Modernism. So it's kind of weird to test your wide range of clues as an investigator to
Yeah.
objectively, kind of measure your reality real quick. The bicycle, the cops give it away. They're from Japan.
Yeah. when my brother that did the game, he just looks at car license plates, car makes, the way the cars are designed. It's like, oh, that's that country. That's that
genius.
country.
Yeah, these ones are blurred out. Dang it. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely going to play that in my spare time.
Yeah, I think it has like multiplayer, so we can get a gang of random people from this Discord to guess where we are.
Yeah, I noticed for a while they kind of had the, like the little activity thing available. You can sort of like watch YouTube or like play apps. That would be a good game. Where are you on Earth? Sound like a machine stapler.
A machine
A
stapler.
nail gun?
Oh, it might be my mouse. Click, click. Is my microphone
Didn't
that
sound
good?
like
Is
a
it?
click.
No, I think
It
it's my
sounded
mouse.
industrial. But
Unless it's someone else's mic.
perhaps. But yeah, I thought I'd jump in just because I thought it was a really good question, for sure. Because a lot of people really don't understand the programs that they're using and how they get their information. I'm constantly, like, even kind of reminding my students, because, I would say there's kind of a myth about how internet gets from you to Australia, right? Or from America to Australia. And it's definitely not waiting on some 17,000 mile per hour satellite.
Yes, submarine cable.
And clearly there's companies who got a lot of money for laying down all that cable. So we can look at, how much they got paid. Because then it really starts to click, I think, for a lot of people that, okay, they laid this wire, it goes to a box, this box goes to all these antennas, and those antennas are in a certain location that can be, trilaterate. The GPS is really just pulsing out a signal, and it's measuring the power of that signal per each tower. And based on that power, it goes, well, you're probably in this exact location, right? And the better the power source or the signal, the more accurate you can, basically pinpoint that central point. It's a centroid calculation, essentially. But even then, say with a drone, like when we're doing LiDAR scans, the reason we couldn't do it over kind of a large, vast area, especially if it doesn't have any cell towers, is that GPS really gets off, right? Especially with the drone. Especially if it goes above altitude as well, because it's still trilateration, but of course, there's a z-axis variable that usually the drone is either compensating for, but then eventually the wind can take it, can really mess up your measurement. LiDAR will usually save you because it's actually it's kind of disregarding a lot of that information anyway, and it's basically just stitching millions of points together. But yeah, it is pretty interesting when I like what Flying High was saying too. Like, it's amazing that we did it a lot better, just using our hand measurements, our tools that don't change over time or are not affected by wind or things like that. So that's another thing I like to bring up with students is, like, isn't it funny how our architecture and our designs and our things were so well more accurately made back then, and yet you're told they weren't as smart, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of have that aha moment for sure. Like, wait, yeah. Why don't we build anything even like more fantastic? Don't get me wrong. I think the forms are great. We can look at Frank Gehry if you want, and he has wild curvilinear architecture, but it's really not that high tech. In fact, if you just kind of take off the skin alone, it's just a regular Cartesian grid system. Again, just morphed into different shapes. But you look at like the pyramids or any of these great classical pieces of architecture that you're like, holy crap, why do they have 60-foot bronze doors? How did they even get that on the latch? Like, how do you even push up a bronze door that is 60 feet tall anyway?
Yeah, there's some huge mysteries of the ancient world.
For sure. But I love that. That's what makes this realm so unique. It's kind of like what somebody was saying, like, you used to be kind of out in space and think that there's just this endless place to adventure to, and they make you not focus on Earth. However, I would say when you become a flat earther, I don't know, it's something in me didn't stop. Like, I want to see everywhere, and not just unknown places, but even other places across the Earth. Like, I really want to go to Russia, even though I don't know if I can handle it, but or Iceland. Maybe it's just because Karma and Drace are there, but it sounds wonderful. Or Australia, just because Timbo Systems. I've never been to Australia, but my dad is actually going in August for his birthday, and just really proud of him because he's like, I've always wanted to go to Australia. I'm like, man, I got to do that too. But of course, the unknown places too. I'm like, man, I want to get some drone technology and just send it out there and see if they shoot it down. And if they do shoot it down, I'll have it live and I'll be like, look, I told you, us flat earthers were telling you about the treaty, right? They won't let you. Maybe it causes people to be like, yeah, let's send 5 drones, right? Nobody has to get hurt. It could be silent, right? Like they say, silent weapons for silent wars, but I don't know. The adventurer in me, they couldn't stop it out.
Yeah, I don't so much have the adventurer, explorer thing in me, but I've definitely grown to have a lot more appreciation for the Earth and just like places, just having more curiosity. I guess my thing is like exploring salt lakes and exploring places which have good curvature drops, so I can look for that curvature.
You should find the places that have an extremely lack of curvature. So like there's Lubbock, Texas, where that's actually where I realized the Earth was flat, and for good reason. You can see very far away, and it's kind of trippy at times, especially if you get to a high vantage point. For instance, one of the highest locations in Lubbock is like a 22-story skyscraper. And when you go on this thing, you could just see the sky for days. There's a lot of poetry even by Indians that express that, it's like there's more sea, there's more sky than land. So it's like they call it the ocean, which I think is kind of interesting as well. But yeah, for sure, I would love some mountainous areas. Actually, I haven't done any mountainous long-distance observations. It's always been at the beach, or even my Lubbock observations.
I want to go to the biggest mountain in my state. One day I want to go up there, climb it, bring like an infrared camera, and then just like take a scan of like the whole view from the infrared camera. But to be fair, I think you'll be like so high that it will probably cancel much curvature drop. But I don't know, like climb up there and actually find out for myself. But that's just my hypothesis, but it will be really cool anyway.
Absolutely. No, that's awesome. Yeah, I always say go for it. Otherwise, I mean, at least the older generations always told me, just do it if you really feel it in your heart, because one day you're going to really regret that you didn't. just go for it or try, or you're going to accidentally hurt your leg, as one told me, like, and you won't be able to do all those things that you did, and you'll really kick yourself in the butt over, like, why didn't I just go do it? But yeah, baby steps, always. Gotta plan things. Proficient. But yeah, it's been a pretty relaxed Wednesday. Or I guess it's maybe the afternoon, evening for you guys in Australia.
Wednesday, almost 9 p.m. for me. A bit later for the people in the eastern states.
Nice. Yeah, yesterday it was popping, for sure. A lot of philosophy. I think even somebody accidentally said it's Speculation Sunday, and I was like, but it's Tuesday. But yeah, I think it really is healthy to speculate. However, within reason, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine to speculate. I just always like disclaiming this is a speculation before I speculate.
It's funny how more often I do that in like my real day-to-day life. Right? I'm like, this is just speculation. They're like, why do you have to say that? I'm like, oh, I guess I don't, but it is,
Yeah, it's found its way into my everyday vocabulary too. I don't know, I think I'm just impressed that there's a difference between fact and speculation, because for so long I was ignorant to it. So now I just love proclaiming, it's a speculation! You can't take it as a fact! Just take it with a grain of salt.
Oh, absolutely. I'm like that with the word science now. I'm like, that's not science. No phenomena involved. It's a measurement.
Yeah, flat earth buzzwords.
Yeah, I actually had a student the other day, because I've been noticing flat earth is definitely been, it's been in the interest of the young minds for sure, right? And I teach kind of these adults right out of high school, very young adults, and I never say globe or global, right? But I had one student at the end of the semester, last semester, that was like, he came up to me and was like, sir, can I ask you a question? And of course, everybody had left already, and I noticed you always said across the earth. You always said like the face of the earth. You always said, I've even said realm. Sometimes I slip up a little bit. I've said flat and stationary so many times that, it goes over so many students' heads, but, I finally got one that came up and was like, have you heard about, like the flat earth and that it's like, stuff? And, he was really, of course, nervous to kind of bring it up. I kind of stopped him immediately and was like, oh, it's okay. I've definitely heard of it. What do you think about it? And he goes, well, I was on the Navy and I kind of got honorable discharge because I got hurt. And, I'm, on those ships, it looks level and horizon to me too. And I think it's flat. And I'll go, I think you're right. Just kind of smiled at him, and he's a good guy, veteran kind of thing. So it was just really cool to like finally have at least one student that kind of knows, and it's not like he would ever dox me or anything like that, but
yeah,
it was just exciting.
Like your small hints you've just been throwing out all the time. Someone finally took notice and like put two and two together.
They're like, wait a minute. Because I don't know. I mean, especially if you've been in this for a while, you, like you said, you change your vocabulary, right? And that maybe that's why we kind of slip up sometimes. You can kind of tell the new rookie guys, they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I said global." And it's like, no, don't worry, you don't have to say sorry. Like, we all went through it. Like, we were all in that program, you know. And it is. You got to do your due diligence. You got to wash it off and re-talk about these topics sometimes to kind of just a refresher. You know, we're still human.
Yeah, and I think there's a time and place for, like, you know, if you say atmosphere or global, it doesn't really matter in the end. If, like, people can, like, follow your train of thoughts and know, you know, you're not just, like, throwing that word in there just because you think it's a globe again. You know, people can show some mercy to, like, slip-ups like that and just let the conversation flow. Like, I still tend to say atmosphere just because, you know, it's a terrible reason to still say it, but it just sounds like it fits up the tongue easier than just saying atmos.
Right. I mean, I've kind of switched to air above us, but I mean, I know that's not a simplification.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, well, there's no air below us, so I'll say the air above us, you know. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's like, well, even when I was saying atmosphere and believed it, I didn't even think of, I was saying sphere. You know, I didn't even realize.
Seems like its own word. Yeah, you don't put two and two together. Didn't even matter. Yeah, and like early on, I would sort of, like if people would bring up the planets and like talk about, oh, these pictures, they're all like they make it look super like edited and stuff, and then I'd kind of like be on the case like, no, Jupiter and Saturn, like you can physically through like a telescope you do see lines and stuff, and then people would be like, oh, you're encouraging the NASA and like their CGI and stuff, and I'm just trying to like meet in the middle and be like, no, like you can actually see texture on it. And you know, like just, you know, some people can get a bit too short-sighted on certain things, so I always try and keep a balance for both audiences, even though sometimes I might do a terrible job at it. That's always my intention, try and accommodate for both sides of the party.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've definitely been in those kinds of situations too.
Hey Chris, are you the guy who made that Flat Earth song? I can prove the Earth has no curvature.
Yeah, no that's curvature.
Me. Yeah. Yeah, I listened to it a few times. I think I just randomly came across the link one time.
Nice.
And now it's like always sometimes when I'm like looking into curvature and stuff, it will be in my head, I can prove the Yeah. It's a fun song. I like
it. Look at me, hands in the air because I'm glad to see your eyes. Yeah, I was actually inspired by, you know, this group and all the music that they create. And I was like, well, you know, I used to do music back in the day, and I played drums, piano, guitar, clarinet, you name it. So I was like, you know, kind of inspired to just get back on it and started with a parody song.
Yeah, well, I liked it.
Appreciate that, Stacy. Don't you actually have a couple songs too? I think I've heard yours as well.
Yeah, just a couple. One is My Friend is a Glober. That one, I hear Helio put it on repeat a lot.
I like that one. It's catchy.
Yeah, I think it's just a fun topic to like do everything around. Like some people say, "Oh, Stacy, you're too obsessed," and I say, "Oh, but isn't it okay to be obsessed with the truth?"
Like, get
Sorry,
it
what
out.
was
Get
that?
the. I mean, if
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
it's a great way to vent and get those emotions out and like call it a day. You know.
Yeah, release it all.
And you feel like you're, doing something productive with those emotions. I think that, at least that's the way I've always kind of looked at when I make music, like how I felt at the time, whether it was sad or excited or mad, to kind of put it into a song and tuck it away, keep it for what it is. Because I don't know, before I found this server, I was going through a lot of life changes too, but discovering or rediscovering this flat Earth thing in 2014, all the family members and all the traumas, I love that word too, Jimsy, trauma, so universal, but it's just it's interesting, the journey of that everybody has, especially with flat Earth, and the trauma that is sort of inflicted on, I think, each of us kind of in a unique way about what is truth and what is not, and being a part of the crowd and being sort of excluded from the crowd. It's an interesting dynamic, to say the least. I don't know. Kind of lost my train of thought on that one.
Yeah, I've definitely seen like the nice side to the belief, and also the ugly side of like how people get so upset by it. And yeah, it's an interesting place to be. I guess really just interesting when you just look at it in the sense of just seeing how society acts, how people work in their own ways. An interesting way to have an overlook on the mentality of people.
Oh, absolutely. Some people are so honest with themselves and they're like, I hear what you're saying. And it's so rare to hear that. Whereas, so commonly we hear somebody just explode. I mean, it's even in real life too. They compose themselves a little bit more, but I've had a couple, like, you want to fight about this? Like throw hands, and it's like, what? You acted like I just called, insulted your mother or something. And I'm just telling you what's going on, Oh, that's what it was. It was a conversation with dinosaurs one time.
Oh yeah, dinosaurs.
This guy got so mad about evolution and dinosaurs. I was like, bro, this isn't even half of it. Like,
my mom says that my grandpa, when he was little, he used to think dinosaurs were a fairy tale until he got older and science suddenly proved them to be true.
Wow.
I was just gonna say, Chris, you have a very calm voice.
Oh, thanks.
just a random thing I thought I'd say.
It's strange how much I get that. I've been told I'm quite sage, whatever that means.
Sage, wise man, I think. Or
is that what?
The spice.
Something like that, yeah. I've just kind of always been that way. Cool, calm, and collected.
As calm as the ocean on a good day for a curvature test.
Absolutely.
One of my Globe friends was asking me, "Hey Stacy, do you want to Discord?" And I said, "Hey, I've been Discording with the Flat Earth Forum. You can join. You're always welcome."
Nice.
He's like, "Am I?" I'm like, "Of course. What would make you think you're not welcome?" Whether he has the nerve to come in or not, I don't know. I should send him.
I'm talking to quite a few Globers that were like, "Are you a flat earther?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just calm." But yeah, everyone's of course welcome here. Globe mind is, flat mind. any kind of mind, whether it's got a lot of trauma or less trauma. You're always welcome here.
And one day I got to get my brother to have a chat with everyone on this forum.
Oh, you and me both. I've been trying to get my brother forever.
He's really open-minded to like a lot of things, and like when he was little, he looked into 911 and like realized, okay, something's up with this. But he just, no matter how much I'm like, Matt, come on, it's super duper level. He's not convinced yet.
I think that's what trips them up too. They're like, it's so simple. They're like, wait a minute, it can't be that simple. And then they just disregard it. I'm like, no, you don't get it. It's 500 years worth of indoctrination. But yeah, I mean, my brother's kind of this biochemist, right? So he's got his bachelor's in biochemistry. And, we kind of go back and forth because, I have the master's of architecture. So both scientific degrees, right? And so we kind of go back and forth between this, right? Me being the older brother, I kind of get usually the last word in, but, I tell him too, like, you should, don't take my word for it. I know there's kind of this big brother relationship thing going on right now, dynamic. So, like, you should really talk to, Mayhem, some of these other guys. AI, I think he would talk to really well with, and AI would be a nice stern voice for my brother to hear. But some of the people here, you can click with them and really get this sense of information, basically because it's not your big brother saying ha ha. Psychologically, it's now, wow, there's some other people that are even older and wiser, and they're not my big brother. They didn't kind of beat on me when I was little. I don't have that psychological trauma, so I can't hear you right now.
Yeah, they're just like a outside opinion,
right?
External. Yeah, the funny thing is, when I was new to Flat Earth, I wanted to go to like a certain Salt Lake to see, is this flat? What's going on with all these claims people are making? So he drove me up to this Salt Lake, and then I was like, okay, Matt, I'm gonna measure it and like see if it levels or curves or something. And then we got out, and when we looked into the distance, we just saw like a nothingness. Like the first time sort of seeing that, it was sort of like, oh, you're in a computer game and it's loading and the whole world hasn't loaded yet. That's sort of how it appeared. Yeah. And then he's like, oh, it's flat. We just like drove out here for not, like, you don't have to measure it anymore, Stacy. Like, obviously it looks flat. And so he kind of dragged me back into the car and we went back. And then I was sort of driving back thinking, what, really? He got convinced with that? We didn't even take any measurements. But eventually he kind of like reverted from that initial thought and is back to like thinking it's a globe, but he never really put any measurements forth. So that was sort of like a 1 second sort of conversion in the heat of the moment. But one day he might come around. But even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. I don't see like Flat Earth, Globe Earth as like a thing to divide people. I just think it's an interesting differing of opinion and truth seeking.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I would definitely agree with you there. I don't think it's kind of there to divide people at all, even though that is kind of what it does, or at least what we see a lot of the time. But you're absolutely right. It doesn't have to. It can just be information. It could be out of love. Especially when it comes to like a sibling. I wanted to ask you, is it sort of an older brother or younger brother?
Yeah, older brother.
Yeah, so maybe there's kind of that dynamic too, like older brother can't be wrong. I don't know. Speaking as an older brother.
It was funny actually, growing up in my household. I have a twin, and then I have my brother, and because I was always with my twin, It was kind of, I don't know, like I kind of just didn't even notice my brother was my brother. He was sort of always just in the other room or something. So I kind of just avoided him, not intentionally, but he was busy playing with his cards and I was busy playing with me and my sister's Barbie dolls. So he's kind of like,
right. I remember you mentioning you had a twin.
Yeah, so my brother's like brother, but like not the most typical brother-sister relationship. And I give him a hard time. I could be a better sister. I find him annoying, but I have some work to do in my own life. Be a bit more patient.
Yeah, that's definitely what siblings are for. That being said, is your twin sister also know about the Earth?
Yeah, she's a bit more hostile to it. Well, I mean, like, she says she doesn't care about it. Like, if it's flat or round, she couldn't care less, but she does act out as if that's not the case.
You mean act out as in, like, in defense
like
of the
really,
globe, or?
Yeah, defend.
Oh.
Not so much of the globe, just like, because she doesn't really have much understanding of the globe model itself to defend it, but just, I guess, the concept of it not being what the mainstream narrative is, but she doesn't agree with everything the mainstream says. But we're all on a journey.
Absolutely. Well, I definitely find it interesting because, well, my dad is an identical twin and my mom is a fraternal twin. And it, especially with my dad, it's so funny that they'll accidentally wear the same colors, multiple days, but be so different personality wise, right? So I don't know. I'm just absolute fascination with twins because, of course, it runs in my family. It's an interesting dichotomy of a globe twin and a flat Earth twin as well. Like, come on, get it together. Yeah,
it runs in the family too. My dad's a twin, and then he has like other twins in his family line. So if I eventually have kids, then if I have twins, there'll be 2 more flat earthers in this world.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've got 2 little flat earthers myself. 9-year-old and almost a year now for my little one.
How do they manage growing up in a world where their friends think it's a globe?
Well, it's funny you ask that because, like, my 9-year-old, she found other flat earthers at school, which is why I was like, man, this thing is coming. Like, because, there's closet flat earthers. There must be, right? But it's funny, I have two nice flat earth stories about her. The first one was when she was 4 years old. She actually looked at me one day and she goes, "Dad, are we moving?" Right? Kind of asking if we're spinning. She kind of heard about something, and something she watched or whatever. And I asked her, I go, "What do you think?" Right? She goes, she kind of stared for a little while, and was like, "I don't think we're moving." And I go, "You're absolutely right. We're not moving." And, she went about her day. I kind of teared up because I was like, man, that could have gone really wrong if I was a glober. I'd have been like, yeah, of course you're moving. Just anything. It could have been really bad. But, the second one, she came back like, Dad, I have exciting news to tell you. And I'm really excited. And I was like, what? And she's like, my 2 best friends they know about the Earth too. And I was like, really? As a dad, kind of like, well, it must be the parents, kind of thing. And they're like, yeah, and we all, they were excited to find out my daughter was also, flat earther too. And, so they were all, at recess and, giggling with each other. And, they don't know, to them, it's kind of funny, or at least my daughter, she like, it's not a big deal like it is to me, like, the deception, the lie, all this stuff. And of course, helping other people. To them, it's just like, wow, look, we know a secret, and like it kind of is just what it is. They don't really know like really anything about it except, you know, like my daughter, every time she sees Universal Studios go across the movies, or a movie comes on and it shows a globe Earth, we all kind of laugh, you know, like look at each other and smirk, and especially my wife, you know, definitely like, it's flat, you know, because of course I've gotten my wife onto it as well. It was kind of a slow process, but you know, once that she kind of realized, she was like, you're absolutely right about this. And then of course 2020 happened. I told her what's going to happen, and then it did happen. So, you know, we've always just been building this trust that's been quite amazing. So, you know, a lot of people here say like, oh, flat Earth, what does it matter? Well, you know, does the truth matter? Does living in the truth matter? Does making good decisions matter? For sure.
Does living in fear matter?
Yeah, living in fear.
Because that's the energy now, isn't it? It's always fear, fear. If it bleeds, it leads, sort of thing.
And you never want to give that to your kids either. You don't like, because they soak in fear. I mean, have you ever seen a kid? They're afraid of the dark. They're afraid of, what was that? It went across the floor. I don't know what it is. You know, like, so to give them something else that's fear, like, actually what it was, another story with my daughter is, you know, she was coming home from school and she was like, Dad, is the sun going to blow up? And I was like, no, who the hell told you that? I'm like, oh, and she was like, oh my gosh, thank you. The teacher said the sun was going to blow up, and, you know, I know the sun's really close, but that just made it worse. And I just start cracking up. I was like, yeah, that would be pretty bad, wouldn't it? I'm like, it's even closer.
You sound like an awesome dad, Chris, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
But I mean, I ain't got any kids. I ain't been blessed with that because I was so broken. I sort of understood that I needed to fix this. You know what I mean? I couldn't even get in another partner. I couldn't do that to that person. I understood that I'd put that onto them. So I needed to address that first, you see. So, but I always like the approach of the idea that my kid would ask me, "Oh, what's the moon?" and me saying, "I'm not quite sure. What do you think it is?" You know, that kind of approach.
Yeah.
Just that childlike questioning and what do you think it is? I always like that. I don't know. You sound like the guy that, you know.
My daughter's actually she's tried to claim what the moon is, and she goes, "That's God's smile," you know, when it's in like a waxing crescent. And then like when it was waning, she was like, "God's sad today." And I was like, "How do you know?" And she's like, "It's a sad face today." I was like, "Well, what if you turn your head around?" She's like, "No, I just know he's a little sad today." Like, okay, dude.
Oh, sweet.
Because kids are still going to be kids, you know, but it's just funny the thoughts that they have now, knowing the truth. They're not out in the middle of space, filling their head with aliens and like, because she asks me about aliens all the time because she's terrified of them. She's like, "Are they real? Are they?" You know, and I tell her like, you know, there's good things in this world and there's bad things in this world, and you know, there's definitely more good things, I think. And you know, don't believe that, you know, about space. It's not real, kind of thing. And she goes, "Oh, I know, but you know, I still don't know if they're here." You know, like, and I'm like, it's, you know, me and you, we got the same fears, girl. You know, because I'm like, who knows what these entities are? That to me, I'm like, they're demons. They could be straight up like just awful, but I'm not going to tell a kid that either. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. You sound like you've got a good handle of it, and the energies of this world, it's very odd, but there's something to be said for like that pessimistic attitude and bringing things into your reality, and so you doing it that way, that will keep that away from her quite a lot. I mean, inevitably, you know, you're gonna have some suffering. That's just the way. That's just the human condition. You know, that's you can't nerf the world. I remember somebody saying that once, and it made me laugh. That's funny. There's just suffering, and it's inevitable, basically.
They're going to get hurt and they're going to grow because of it. And it is hard. Exactly. Yeah. Because you don't want to ever see your child hurt. But I don't know, when you're in the truth a lot and you think about these things honestly, you're like, well, you know, they didn't break a leg. You know, they got really hurt, but they also learned not to ride rollerblades down a slide, you know, or something, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
so they got to learn, you know.
Yeah, when it's amazing. I weren't injured or killed. Well, I went to hospital a lot when I was a kid because I was that guy who my friends would say, "Oh, you daren't do that," like bloody Michael J. Fox, like Marty. What are you, yellow? That's it. And I'd be like, I'd be on the building, jumping from building to building or whatever it was. I was doing I was in the hospital a lot. Very lucky.
I was pretty lucky, honestly, as a skater kid. I was a vert skater, and I was always falling. But it took one time where, you know, I was coming up on a half pipe into another half pipe, and I slammed my head on the middle pipe, if you will, basically going back down. And I woke up with everybody around me like, oh, crap, Chris, what happened? And that was the last day I ever skateboarded. I was just like, nope, this is too dangerous.
Wow, you just gave it up.
Yeah, I was like 12 years old. I was like, nah, F this. Because I had never blacked out before. I'd never really gotten seriously hurt. You know, even I would say 4 or 5 years. I was a very active kid, you know. But yeah, I hurt myself one time. I blacked out for the first time, and I was like, nope, never doing this again. I mean, I can still skateboard and stuff. I didn't lose any functions or anything like that, but it was just kind of a weird. I remember that day so well. I got up and I was like, "Thank you, everybody. I'm good." Got a huge welt on my head, but you know, I'm done. Thanks.
Yeah, I've always wanted to try surfing. I've done the body surfing type thing, but I've never done the proper surfing. Like, I think that's quite dangerous too.
Especially if there's sharks around.
Oh, absolutely.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up,
Morning.
Wave Mixer?
Well, I was just getting out of my car and turning it off when you asked Stacy if her twin was into FE. So I've just been dying to know, man, ever since I walked into the office here.
Oh, no, she's not.
Okay. That was all for now. I'm going to eat my breakfast here.
But yeah, I found it equally interesting, Wave Mixer. That interesting, like, paradigm of, like, you know, we're twins. We have the same mind. What do you mean we disagree?
I'm left-handed.
Happy
She's
solstice to
right-handed.
everybody.
That's right.
Yeah, it was the solstice today.
I think it's the third day of a new moon as well. I don't know. I still can't see her.
Yeah, there's a few things I want to be more observant to, and one is like being able to like keep track of what stages the moon is.
Oh
and
gosh,
I'm just so complacent.
you must. You'd realize how many you can like almost predict the future. It's weird. I mean, of course, I'm being kind of facetious, but like, okay, for instance, all my girls, you know, my daughters and my wife. I think everybody's kind of on a cycle, right? But of course, like even like my wife's natural cycle, I know it to a T because all I'm doing is looking at the moon. Every time there's a full moon, you know, we kind of have some time apart. She kind of does her own thing, you know, and it's been super helpful for her to not deal with me during that time too. You know, like, and it's just amazing how if you're so in tune to nature, even just by observing the moon and its cycles, how much more like conflict you can start to kind of combat also, like, you know, it's coming per se, like for instance, on a full moon or coming up to a full moon or sort of the coming up to a new moon, I've noticed people can get a little bit more on edge, right? And of course it depends kind of on the year. If, you know, some even say it depends on your sign and whatnot like that. I don't know. I don't take it that far, but what I have noticed is like even in this Discord, anytime, and you'll notice if there's a full moon, there's kind of some drama going I mean, maybe there's just a correlation. There's maybe just always drama going on. But I do find it interesting, kind of the spark ups, the collective, the organicness of even just this community and the way that we talk about truth and flat Earth. And that, of course, it goes in waves. Even like the low tide, Stacy had this morning, it kind of brought me in. And the dominoes continue.
Yeah, interesting. I've heard like some people say on full moons, like the hospitals are more crowded and stuff, and then like people say werewolves come out at full moon and like that sort of stuff. And I've always thought, interesting, but yeah,
statistically, more people pass away on a Monday morning as well.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just kind of weird. Like they don't want to go back to work, so it's just like, It's just amazing the program they put us in. Whereas when you're looking at the moon calendar, you start to realize, I don't know, you kind of start to have like a different week cycle. I don't know, you can really start losing track of days, which is kind of a good thing because you just see it as another day. And boy, does it make you so grateful for that day that's coming. It makes you so honored to live the one behind you. And to not think about it anymore, let it be for what it is, and glad that you gave 100%. I don't know. There's definitely something about the calendar and just the natural cycles of Earth and the moon and the sun that I think society as a whole is definitely detached from.
Yeah, definitely. True Flat Earth just posted and said NASA's making an announcement and has shared a YouTube link.
They're like, we lied. I'm sorry. Here's all your money back. Please don't hurt us.
A lady is talking. It's probably going to be a boring announcement, I bet. Oh, we found aliens on Mars. Yeah, I find myself not being good at keeping track of days, and so that's probably why I haven't kept track of moon phases so much. But it would definitely be interesting. I've also wanted to get some sort of wooden circle or square. It doesn't have to be a circle, but something wooden, and then just etch out a line every now and again during different days of when the sun sets, just so you can see, okay, here's where the sun sets from the summer solstice to the winter solstice, or something like that. Because I think the flat Earth conversation definitely makes people more interested in the natural way of things and the natural ecosystem, so to speak. The lights in the sky.
Absolutely.
Hello guys, I have been just listening, and what a nice talk, guys. Keep on.
Hey, what's going on, Komari?
All good, man. How are you doing? How's everyone?
Fantastic.
I'm pretty good.
Nice. I'm just wondering what will... sorry, go ahead.
I was just... if you've been listening, I guess I don't have to recap it. I was just going to say we've been talking about moon cycles.
Yeah, I have heard, yes. We have even we are I'm a Middle Eastern natively, so we do also care about those moon cycles, and it does affect the physiology of people, basically.
Oh, completely.
Yeah, it's very interesting, just thinking about these things, because it's just so far from what you're taught. Even the day someone said to me, hey, Stacy, people were made out, we're electrical beings. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's interesting. It's why is that not something just general knowledge for me? And the cycles in the sky, they're so obvious, it's there for everyone to see, yet we've become so ignorant of it.
Yeah, think of think of this. Imagine a day where you go out for a walk and you don't see the sun above you. Like, how wrong that is. Like, you would be like upset so much. Like, what's happening? I can't see the sun. Like, let's say it's cloudy, right? I don't want to go so extreme about it. So it just like makes you feel like down a bit. Instead of like when you see the sun shining and like clear sky, it like you feel more energy. Now, on the other hand, imagine when you go like, let's say it's the middle of the lunar month, so you have a full moon, and instead of having a like calm dark night, you see like bright light in the sky. Like, you would be like saying, somebody turn that off, I want to sleep, right? Like, it's like so bright, like
Yeah.
so no wonder people like
That's so
find
true.
it like upsetting. It's like abnormal. Basically, it's like a dark night upsetted by a very like bright object in the middle of the night.
Yeah, like even I sort of attest to that because, like, you know, we live in houses where like you just go into a pitch black room to sleep, and then one day I was outside and I was thinking, oh wait, the moon's pretty bright in night, and people would have slept with this moonlight, and now my unnatural pattern of sleeping is disrupted by this natural thing in the sky. What's wrong with this? Yeah,
Yep.
so now I have my window open just to get at least some moonlight, try and be a bit more intact with the natural way of things.
True.
But one thing I find interesting is learning about how, like, obviously connected a lot of the animals are with, you know, moon cycles and like just cycles throughout the year from month to month. And like one thing which has saddened me is thinking about light pollution and how this actually affects, like, for example, the emus in the outback, or you know, just in the nature. They're very like attuned to the moon and like, or this natural light, sort of like making it feel like the moon's out more often, or making it harder for them to sense the moon or something like this. Just makes
light
me
pollution.
a bit sad.
Yep. You know, I think I relate that more to like the greediness of humanity. So instead of like spreading, you know, like around Earth, basically having smaller houses, like a simpler life. No, they are more towards like convenience. So yeah, I want to be closer to work. I want to be closer to everybody. So let's build like huge towers. With that comes a lot of light pollution, noise pollution. Just like it's unnatural, basically.
Yeah, I think a big thing in it is that the people who actually like design these things don't take into account the more natural, like, animals and stuff. They just don't really have the knowledge to consider it that much.
100%. Let me tell you about something. Those guys, like, they like basically building towers or apartments or what have you for humans, right? For us to live in. So they don't even consider us. Like, analyze the room you are at. Basically, if it's a like a concrete or stone apartment, they built it in a way so you are like dependent on like air conditioner or like artificial air conditioning because like the windows are in the middle of the wall. If it's like a hot country like most of the Middle East, they basically just adapted most of the engineering tips from all around the world. They don't really make like any high ceilings. Like our like engineering
Teach them
methods.
as fast as I can, man.
What? Sorry.
I teach architecture students, so I just kind of joked around like I'm trying to teach them as fast as I can.
Oh, I see. Nice.
But you're absolutely right.
Oh, thank you for confirming that. So basically, if you analyze the old methods, like all around the world, of building houses and gathering structures, basically like worship houses, or even like in Middle East, our normal houses used to have at least 10 meters of ceiling height. So during the summer, you don't feel the heat really, because there's a huge volume of air in the room, in the place, basically. So you don't feel the heat. And they also add a lot of ventilation very high up near the ceiling. So naturally, the hot air comes up and gets out get ventilated out. But nowadays, it's low ceilings, like barely 3 meters up, and windows in the middle of the walls. So there's no good ventilation. And now they want to pump up your electricity bill, so you need fans, you need air conditioning, instead of having better methods, better materials, instead of concrete or stones, right? Like something advanced that can require less cooling or less heating, and natural ventilation thing. It's just sad, man. You don't see the efforts put people back in time, in, let's say, 500 years ago.
Yeah, I guess back then it was more holistic. Holistically, how do you improve this thing, this house? But these days it's more oh, we have a quick fix. Let's just add an air conditioner and not worry about putting too much thought into the where the windows go and stuff like that.
True. And what's even more sad about it is just we should be more advanced than them, right? Allegedly. So we have more technology, more science, more we are much way further in science, in a lot of things, in economy, in manufacturing. Yet they have been advanced, in way advanced than us in the most simplest things, in life, building a house in a true way that makes you happy, makes you find peace, basically, instead of I don't want to say it's kind of a prison, but you really need to visit those very old houses from 500 years ago, how they used to be built. It's amazing.
Well, I might have to travel a bit to find one of them, because Australian houses aren't that old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the house my family has is built in the 1920s, so it's pretty old for our standards, and it has high ventilation ceilings. Which means it's really cool to go onto the roof, because then I have a good view of the landscape outside as well. So it's a 2-in-1.
So, speaking of structures, I was thinking about that this morning on my drive in when Mr. Flatloyd Wright was talking about architecture. And I live in the Los Angeles area. I was driving through downtown Los Angeles, and they're building a bunch of very, very tall buildings, and they're all flat. All, big rectangles. But then you look at some of the older buildings and just the detail and the architecture, like the gargoyles hanging off the side of the buildings and everything. It's just amazing how much detail they did 100 years ago compared to what they have now.
Yep, 100%. I wanna share with you. In my childhood, I lived in a house like this. So it's in live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, we see it.
Yeah, the one I lived, actually, the ceiling is much higher. So this one, I think it's the top level is maybe 5 meters. The one I lived in, no, it had 10 meters of ceiling. You need you can't even use a ordinary ladder to fix a light in the ceiling or something. It didn't even. What's funny about it? It didn't even have electricity built in the house. It's so old. I don't know how old it is, but basically they had to run wires from the outside, basically, because the walls are very old, before electricity even.
That looks like a massive house. Was that just like for a few families or something?
This like no, we used to like be one family, but you are correct. Before, it wasn't like right now. Right now you have the nuclear family, right? It's like just a like father, mother, children. Sadly, not connected, with any of the families, like of the relatives, basically. But those houses used to like accommodate at least 5-6 families. Like let's say the grandfather, the grandmother, and their children, uncles, aunts, what have you, all living, having families, having their wives, their spouses, what have you, their children living together, interacting with each other. And this is like the continuous family way of living, which is like even that alone, like leave the house like alone, even like having family living with a lot of people together in the same house is much happier experience than nowadays.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like it's a nice way of life. I could, like you think if things are more communal, like what could go wrong? It's, more contact with people.
Yep.
Yeah, so it makes a lot more sense, because I was thinking like 5 people in that house, that sort of seems crazy. But yeah,
True,
it makes more
100%.
sense.
Because like I think like everything about old people, like way old, let's say 200, 300 years ago at least, they had like their eyes on the future of not only themselves, but also their grandchildren, not only their children, but their grandchildren. So they used to like build way bigger houses than now. And even life used to be much simpler than now. So yeah, it's like more of a tribal system, like especially in the Middle East. Like I'm originally from Damascus, and this house I posted is from Damascus as well. And so they like we used to have like kind of modernized life or like civilized life, but also like tribal life in a way. So each house has like entire family, big family with it, like the grandfather, and their like children and grandchildren all in the same house. So if you like miss with that house, you are not only missing with a couple of people, you are missing like with might be tens of people. So it's like a tribe, but they have like this small castle, and they all live in it. And there is like go on Google and look for Old Damascus, which that house is located there. So Old Damascus is surrounded by a very huge castle wall, and inside of it there's like those like multiple houses, like tens of those houses. And yeah, it was like much richer, happier, more peaceful life than nowadays, with all those like advanced methods of like engineering or science or even like culture. Nowadays is like dead, basically.
Yeah, there's definitely something really nice to the simplistic things, but yeah, it's crazy how like society like puts the idea of simplicity in like bad connotations, whereas simple life is a good life.
100%.
And what you're saying about like these tribes and communities reminds me a lot about the native Australian sort of tribes, or Aboriginals as they're sometimes called, because like I'm aware, like I talk to some of them. I don't really have a big understanding of their culture, but from what I've gathered, they use the term mum and dad not just to their like actual mother and father, but they'll use it to like cousins and people just like more elder people in their tribes. And you know, there's just like this huge connection where everyone knows everyone. And even stories of like, because they walk barefoot, or at least back in the day, you know, times have changed now, but they'd walk barefoot and then someone could tell, oh, this is this person from this tribe, just from looking at their barefoot print. And yeah, there's something really rich about that sort of culture and community.
100%. Like nowadays, it's sadly kind of demolished for us. Like in the Middle East, like any country you go in, if you want to, let's say you meet a stranger in the street, let's say male or female, doesn't matter. So you call them by uncle or aunt. This is how we refer to them. Even he might be like not blood related whatsoever, like barely known this guy, maybe not even from my city or from my country. But if I'm gonna call on him, like I would say, my uncle, can you help me with this? Can you tell me this? Can I help you with this? But nowadays it's like still people like refer to call each other by this, like especially if he's like an old guy. Or old lady, basically. But it's like, sadly, this like agenda is being pushed in the media. It's like destroying everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of division.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I've seen these courtyards before. That's like they have them like in Turkey and things like that. Is that where you are, Cole Murray?
Yeah, you're correct, but originally this is like from Damascus. But you're correct, it's like Turkey, Palestine, Syria, Jordan. Yeah, we have those like kind of houses.
Mm.
Even Iraq, Baghdad, for example.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
Are you a Muslim then?
Yeah.
Oh, right. And I've always been interested in that. So do you pray 5 times a day then, or?
Yeah, we should pray 5 times a day.
And you do?
No, sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah, all right. I always wondered what each one was. Do they pray different things, or is it always the same?
You mean each prayer of the day, like so?
Yeah.
No, they are like different. So we have we say ruk'ah. So basically, this is the round. Like it's like kind of there is a specific practice. So we have 3 prayers for the night and 2 prayers for the day, and like in the 24 hours, it's like 5 prayers. So the first one starts with 3 prayers, which is our like Islamic time and date starts from after sunset. So like we enter in a new day after sunset. So we get faced with night before day. So our first prayer of the like our like Islamic 24/7 is like the Maghrib prayer, the sunset prayer, and that's 3 rounds or rak'at basically. After it, like about an hour after it, when night has come fully, you have like 4 rounds, and then you can sleep, let's say 6-8 hours. And the last prayer of the night is two rounds or 2 rak'ah, which is al-fajr, the dawn, prayer of the dawn. And then you have like first prayer of the day is the midday, or like sun in the middle of the sky, which is dhuhr, and this is like 4 rounds. And you have the last prayer of the day, which is al-asr, and it's also 4 rounds.
Right, I've always been curious about that. Sorry, I was just thinking about something else, and then this ad block came up, and they're trying to charge me for ad block on YouTube, the bastards. Anyway, Yeah, I was thinking about. I think it was somebody like Liam Neeson or somebody like that. He went to did a movie over there, and you know the song. You know, when they wake up at what we'd say crack a sparrow's fart. You know, the sort of you know, it's first thing in the morning, and you hear that's some song of it, and he was like, "Oh my God, what have I let myself in for?" And then he said by the end of the shoot, he was like completely addicted to it, like almost like he needed to hear it every morning. I thought that was really cool when he was interested.
Yeah, you're correct. What you're referring to is the adhan. Basically, it's the prayer call. Yeah, you hear it like 10 times a day. The first one for like the time has come. Basically, if you want to pray, you can pray. And the second one, which is iqama. This one, if you want to pray in the mosque, now those people are gathered up and lined up and ready to pray. And let me tell you, this like affects your life in a way that you can't be lazy, really. So when you hear for example, you want to, let's say you slept like, or you didn't sleep like early in the night, and then you want, like before sunrise, basically you decided, I want to sleep. Once you start to sleep, you hear the prayer calls, which is like initiating the like start of the day, basically, which is like reminding you like, hey, you need to wake up. Day has started, you know.
Oh, I'm just noticing. Looks like Liam Neeson might be becoming a Muslim by the looks of it, just from the titles of the videos. Yeah, call to prayer, Islam. Yeah, he's big into it by the looks of it. Good for him.
I have seen actually. It depends. Like I have seen like a couple of people like Morgan Freeman also have done like something about cultures. He have been into Egypt, and he also reported on this like prayer calls and stuff. From the looks of it, you would like think, yeah, oh, he likes it and he might become a Muslim. But at the end of the day, it just like depends on what people really, up to. Are they really spiritual, religious? Are they more into like, they don't care, just want to live with their lives, or they like dedicate their lives to something else, maybe other than religion or spirituality. So, yeah. But I think I would like to, I think I know that guy you're talking about, but I would like to see a link. If you can, please send me one.
Yeah, I just posted the thing where he's talking about what's it called, the Azan.
Oh yeah.
Well, there's a longer clip of it. That's just like a mobile phone 9 seconds thing, like saying how you were kind of addicted to it by the time he left. So yeah, I don't know. I know a little bit about it. I've listened to. I tend to listen to books. I consume audiobooks. And I listened to the Quran, and I've got to say it didn't capture my imagination like most spirituality does. But that doesn't mean a great deal, because I was drunk when I was listening to it. And I'm not saying that because, I was always drunk back then. I was drunk every hour God sends. So it doesn't really mean much, me saying I didn't, maybe I wasn't hearing it, So, well, I've had to sort of delve into all sort of spiritual traditions, or the main ones anyway. So, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up going back to Christianity that I left when I was such a small boy. I sort of went away from it because I thought this is all ridiculous and silly. Yeah, I've always been drawn to spirituality of all flavors, really. So, I don't know. All I can say is I looked into the Eastern stuff, the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tse, and Zen and that kind of stuff, and I just, it's hard to put into words because it's like it filled me up, and then I was like done with it. talking about it now is really weird because it's almost like I've got no memory of it or something. I mean, I was I was drunk then too, but the thing is, it's just a weird thing. It's like I was in chill chat the other day and somebody came in and they were talking about this Taoist horse story, and it brought so much stuff out of me that I forgot basically that, you know, we talked for about 90 minutes, maybe more, just on the back of this Taoist horse story. I was like, it was just one of those amazing conversations that happened, you know. And yeah, it's a weird thing. It's like, I don't know. Like I say, it's very weird for me to talk about it now because it's almost like I've no interest in it because it's like Chris with his skateboarding, right? He's flat Lloyd Wright with his skateboarding. He just one day he just went, nope, I'm done with that now. And I kind of did the same. It's still in here somewhere, but yeah, it definitely had a positive effect too. In fact, I'd say it was one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. But talking about it's very weird now because it's like, I don't know, it's in there somewhere. I just it would take somebody else to remind me of it, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Because it's sort of taught like this. It's taught like it's stepping stones, basically. It's like signposts to be left behind, not to be clung to, right? Clinging. You know this term, right? Clinging.
Yep.
It's not to be clung to. It's just to be left behind. And that's certainly what it did to me. And that's why that's the best explanation I could give you for why I struggle to talk about it now.
Yeah, you know, like you're correct. Sadly, our life, those guys in charge, you know, have our best interest not in mind, basically.
Yeah.
So, like you get addicted to a routine in your day, like going to work, going to school, or basically like it's like slavery, basically, when they say like children shouldn't be like children labor. They always fight children labor. Sending children to school at very young age, especially like programming children to love it, to go to it. Like I remember myself, for example, I didn't like going to school. There was nothing wrong with the school, but I didn't really like it. It's like I said, like it's not my thing. Basically, I wanted to live like more of a simpler way of living, you know. And but sadly, our parents are also like indoctrinated in a special way or a specific way by the government. So they have to push us to go to school, and so later on we also become a labor force. And then, like in our countries, Middle East, you also have to serve the army. It's a mandatory, and like you keep going from stage to stage, and you never finish, like until you're dead, basically. Which is like sad. What about like maybe I want to be a carpenter, right? A plumber, whatever. Like, okay, I can learn that like from someone with experience, like let's say couple of years, and if I'm 15 now, I become self-sufficient way before I reach the age of graduating from like college or university. And maybe way before that, I become like self-sufficient to buy myself a house, start a family. But no, they want like press you down all the way to the ground, that you need to wait for your graduation from like college or high school, and then for you to learn something, really practice it, and then get experience. And then when you look in the market, basically, they always require more experience than what you have, especially if you are like fresh graduate. So it doesn't make any sense. Like it's not even like paying itself. And nowadays, like it's the norm for people to have like higher studies and speaking multiple languages. like 50 years ago or 60 years ago, people with high school have were treated like those graduating from universities nowadays. So it's just like it's becoming meaningless more and more, that basically it doesn't matter how many languages you speak, what are your studies, your higher studies, whatever. It's just like the market is so flooded, like as if they have created something and they couldn't sustain it, basically.
Yeah, it's interesting that what you find these people that you see the little videos on YouTube or whatever where they're an investment banker and they loaded. They've done really well for themselves, but all of a sudden they just quit, and like overnight they became like a fisherman or something like that. Like they were always drawn to this one thing. And I always talk about that about Rumi, where he said we're all drawn to that one thing, and they're not making the money like they were before. But my God, they're so much happier and fulfilled. And so I agree with what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you said as well. Like if you I don't know about the English definition of the word reach, but in Arabic it's ghina. And ghina means to be, if I'm like translating its definition to English, ghina, or the equivalent of reach in Arabic, its definition is basically to be in need of nothing. So, so when you are in need of nothing, you become truly rich. That you are not dependent on, let's say, money or house or car. You can live basically you will be so strong that no one can find a way to corner you, by money, by property, by anything, basically. But nowadays, when they tie us to our studies, our profession or experience or job or house, or they get much easier time controlling us, dictating us.
It's the dependency, isn't it? They bleed out a little bit. They they give you this little trickle, and then you become dependent, and then you're screwed, basically.
100%.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin always talks about that. I haven't watched Owen for a long time, but he was railing against Muslims first off, and then he did a 180, completely changed his mind, and he was like, no, these Muslims, they get it. They totally get it. And he even did that guy's podcast. He's on YouTube. I don't know if his episode will actually be on there because he's been kicked off of everything. But what's that guy's name? I can't think, but I've watched a few of his podcasts. He's really good. Let's see if I can find his channel. The Dean Show.
Oh, yeah. The Dean Show. Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Yeah, when you watch that guy, you see how the peace he's living in, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he does. I think he does Brazilian jiu-jitsu as well. They're always pretty based, pretty cool dudes. The people that roll around and do all that stuff. I've always thought about doing that, but it's one of those things. It's like tomorrow never comes, So
yeah,
I'm going to do that one day. No, probably not. But this idea of prayer 5 times a day, that really attracted me, because I thought, because I had no idea what it was about. That's why I asked. And I thought if you dedicated just one of those prayer sessions to gratitude, just that one thing, just being grateful, how that would transform a person. It really dawned on me a while back that yes, we have this objective truth that we all can point to and say, look, that's that thing there, that's the same for you, that's the same for me, that's the same for everybody. But there's something else going on where, and I'm not saying it's delusional, I'm just saying if it's true for you, then it's true. It's hard to really explain, but it reminds me of this thing that Richard Dawkins did, where he would sort of talking to this prominent Muslim at Oxford. Oh, he was like one of these Oxford, I think he was at the university, and he was talking, and he was saying, he was doing what he usually does, basically, that, Muhammad ascended to the moon on a donkey and this kind of thing, and the Muslim who was British, and basically it's a conflict, isn't it? Because he knows his own, how can I put this? He's trying to justify it, but he's like, well, I don't know what happened, and this is what it says in the book, and Richard Dawkins was doing his little, well, you're an intelligent man, how can you think such a thing? And I was I'm kind of feeling bad for the guy, I've got to be honest. And I don't know, it's a weird thing, because I've been thinking about this for a while, listening to a guy that comes in here called Run Boston Bear, or whatever his name is, JT, that's his name. And he's a good dude, and he's like full on with the Christianity bit, and he's doing following the Bible and all that stuff. And I always talk to another person who's always like, oh, the Bible's just propaganda for its time, and it's just a framework that was put in and carried out by the Roman Catholics and so on. And so we always talk about that on a different server, and so it just came to a head the other day on a different server where Rum Boston was there, and this guy, and me, and he was going through his shtick, how it's all just manipulation and control, and another control structure that needs to be seen through, it needs to be gotten rid of. And I just had to step in and say, well, to what end? To what end? You know what I mean? Because I realised that studying the French Revolution, I always talk about this guy Asher Logos, who I always promote his content because I love it. And his last few videos was about, well, not his last few, but his recent content was the French Revolution, and it really made me realise that. Because I've always had a bit of a revolutionary spirit about me, but those couple of videos, and I'll post them in a minute, really made me realise that when you chuck out all these old ideas, you're really messing yourself up in a big bad way. You don't realise it, because it was sold to the people as this age of enlightenment. No more ruling of this, no more superstitious ideas. And on the face of it, it sounds really good, doesn't it? But actually, they had nothing to replace it with. It was just sophistry. It was just lawyers. It was just a bunch of lawyers. Yeah. And it was just nonsense. And so it's just changed my mind about a few things. Like, if you, okay, let's have a revolution, but what are you going to replace it with? Because they in France in 1793, whatever it was, they wanted to change everything. Apparently, they burned 4 million books. They wanted a 10-day week. I mean, they literally threw everything out. So. Just be careful, that's all I'm saying, because you take all these old ideas out and you leave yourself rudderless. Like who is it, Orwell reminds us that if you want to sort of control the people, you've got to obliterate the history completely. And that's why I'm probably, well, I don't know, I'm just drawn to history because I like the characters. I've always been drawn to the human condition and that sort of thing. That's always interested me.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll post those videos. I always post Asher Logo, so I'm sure everybody's watched it by now. There's only about 30 people here. I'm sure it's the same people. It annoys me. The censorship is real. It really is.
Yep. We can like talk much deeper about those things, but we are on live stream. So if you want, like, we can go to another room and like be totally free, so not to upset anyone, like running the server. And if people wanna join, like, they can like jump on if you want.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good with that, to be honest. I know what sets off the algorithms, so I'm usually quite careful.
Yeah. Me personally, like, I don't care, but this is like not my server, and
yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I will like either like talk about it sometimes or not really, unless like I need to like deliver a point. Then I try to refer it to something like violates the TOS of YouTube or whatever by like a nickname that people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, Miggy's doing that new thing on Rumble, I think, or whatever it is. So that'll be better. We can talk a bit more freely on that. So
yeah. I really hope. But also, you still have Discord, right? So, like, but I think Discord is a bit more flexible than YouTube. So hopefully, once they like switch on to YouTube, from YouTube to Rumble or some like even like they run their own website or streaming service. Hopefully, let's be optimistic, right? So. Yeah, then people will be like able to talk. But also, I have spoken like with many of the people around the server. So it's first of all, it's a flat Earth community, and in the past, people used to have like heated times speaking about, let's say, religion or other things. So you always try to avoid it, and yeah, so. That's why, like, they had like dedicated rooms for if someone wants to speak about like religion or whatever, philosophy, like politics, go there, right? Not on live stream. That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I hear you definitely. The thing is, this place would be silent otherwise. That's the way I look at it. If somebody wants to come and bring some fire stuff, I'm happy to talk about that too.
Oh yeah, man. Exactly. So what happens? Usually I'm like a fire starter, not in a bad way, but in a like light things up. Like so basically, the server is like people not interested. So I jump in. Then me and you talking about religion, history, culture. Things get so deep, people jump in, start talk, and then people start to like force their differences, into the discussion, and then it gets heated up, and then it get put it out. So people, admins or moderators jump on and say, "No, guys, finish it. That's it." But like, if just like, I think you know where I'm coming from. I would really like wish to talk about like anything, and I would respect what people believe. I would say like, yeah, we differ from about that in this way, but like it's up to you, to believe whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed there's still a lot of haters with Muslims. I've accounted. I mean, the thing is. They want to attribute these rape gangs and stuff like that, and I quickly say to them, they're not Muslims. They're certainly not practicing the faith. Clearly not.
100%. Yes, 100%. And by the way, let me tell you, like, I have been like Muslim for a really long time, and I had some like let's say like other experiences in my life, being atheist or whatever before. Nowadays, like I feel really sad when people say things which is not true, not because it affects me, but because it shows how indoctrinated they are, and how much they are controlled by.
Yeah, they might have an ulterior motive, a different an agenda. Yeah.
But so it ends up I'm not really speaking to this guy mind. I'm speaking to his like indoctrination. So at the end, he's those people who indoctrinated him. Let's say, for example, Islam is evil, Muslims are evil, Muslims want to like cut everyone heads up, like a suicide bomb everywhere. Man, we are like 1.5 billion people. If we really were that, like, just like do the math, like, but it doesn't sink in, you know, sadly. So it like I try to avoid them if it's like unfruitful. But if people are like rational enough, like, hey, okay, let's like ration through it. Like, okay, we are like that and like this, and so how do you know that, right? And it just starts like about like they have heard this, read this, whatever this, but on like when you like return it back to the Quran, where does the Quran says like go kill everybody, go steal everybody, go do all the evilness? It doesn't, basically. So then he's back, as you are correctly said earlier. If someone is raping or like bringing havoc on earth, basically, he's not really a Muslim, because Islam, the message, the philosophy of Islam is totally against that.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe a Muslim can steal, can kill by mistake, or in some circumstance, like, because we're still humans, but it's not like a something like commanded by the religion or by the book, by the Quran, basically.
Yeah, I mean, every Muslim. I mean, that's what I said to the guy. I've met a few people like that, and they're very passionate, because in certain places, especially in Britain, like, you can be chased out of a place, a white person. You can be like, you know, because they like literally want Sharia law and that kind of thing, and they're a law unto themselves, and so they're very passionate about what the things that they're saying. But I always say to them, look, in my own experience, because I do that with everyone, like there's all kinds of shit talking going on behind the scenes on every person and server. They'll say, oh, this person's like this and this person's like that, and I'm like, well, I just treat people as I'm treated. I do that with everyone, and it doesn't change regardless. And every Muslim I've met, they've been awesome. And in fact, the only time, and there's one guy I used to talk to a lot, and he used to give me a lift home, because I used to DJ at this place, and he were a delivery driver, and so his name was Saj. I always used to get a lift home with him. I'd like, come on, Saj, give me a lift home. And the only time his Muslim came out, because he that's a weird way of putting it, but you get what I'm saying. He were talking about how Western girls are sort of, how can I put it? They don't leave much to the imagination. Let's just put it like that. The way they dress. Yeah. That's the only time his Muslim really came out. Oh no, there was one more time. There's one more time, actually. We were talking about circumcision, and I was just saying how ridiculous it is, because I completely disagree with it. And he kind of lost it a little bit. I've got to be honest. It's first time, because he's not that kind of person. Like, you've never seen him lose his cool at all. And I was just saying, well, look, you've got this idea that you've got this perfect being or something, but he's made a mistake in this area. So we'll just correct this mistake. And it annoys me when they say, because I'm not saying the Muslims say this, but you get this sort of idea that it's more. I've heard this from white people specifically. I'm thinking of that doctor who was on Adam Carolla's show. Can't think of his name, but I just can't stand that guy. And he always talks about, like, it's more hygienic. I mean, what a bloody ridiculous statement. It's more hygienic. Like, oh my God. The thing is, if they said, look, because I've heard they can take 40% of the sensitivity away of, sexual pleasure and etc. And I thought to myself, well, look, if they just came out and was honest about it and said, look, we do it because we want them to be productive people and we don't want them, playing with a thing all the time. If they came out and said that, I'd be like, yeah, well, that makes sense. But they don't. They say all this other shit that's nonsense. Like, it's more hygienic.
You know what happens is, sadly, like we had a time where, like in this like recent modern times, where Muslims have been like going to the West to study because our countries have like we have failed ourselves for like left the way for a long time now. Instead of being like world innovators, leaders, pioneers, like in the times of Baghdad and Damascus and Andalusia. No, now we are like more of like careless scum, basically, meaningless. So people in those times, people went to and the West and East have like catched up like way better and like advanced way better than we did. So motivated, of course, by like consumerism and also like many revolutions in like commerce and manufacturing and like the Industrial Revolution, basically. They had like so much advancements. When you look at us, like, no, we were like much basic people. So people from like Islamic backgrounds had to like go to study, let's say engineering or whatever in other countries, Western countries or European countries. I'm not saying that we don't have like any like universities or schools that teach engineering or what have you. No, we do, but like people are like influenced more to go out there because the defeated always look up on the victorious. So those people like think of, let's say, the European schools are much better than the Arabic schools, so they prefer to go there study. Once they go there and start like get allowed or start to be allowed to question everything, right? So now they go back to the Islamic countries, start to question things which should be really answered by, okay, this is what the creator wants from you, or this is what's the religion commanding you, and it should be the answer. This is what Islam teaching me. Whether it's really good or really bad, I don't care, but this is what is Islam. I think it's good, but this is how it is. But no, now they want to find like this scientifical reasoning behind something which might be just for the mere like looks of it, or the mere to differ yourself from somebody else. So the Islamic, for example, dress code is different, way different than, let's say, those from Hindu places or Hindu religions. We have to differentiate ourselves. For example, like growing mustache is kind of not recommended, or Islam is against growing big mustache. Why? Because Sikh people are doing it, and we have to differentiate ourselves from them. This is what the Prophet literally explained. So sometimes things are way simpler than it looks. just like for the sake of it, for this is what the Prophet told his people, and because he decided for them this. But no, those people who are claiming there is sometimes scientific miracles, let's say, in specific practices. I'm not saying there isn't, but they just over making it, exaggerating it in a way that they started questioning every little thing and claiming there is scientific miracles in this and that and this and that and so on and so forth. Calm down, man. It's just this is what the Quran teaching you or commands you, or Allah or his prophet or whatever, right? This is, if you want to be obedient to this God or religion, this is what you do. Leave it at that. No, they want to explain it. So that poor guy who started having his heating time about circumcision, he should have just said okay, this is my religion, and we didn't do it because this is what the Prophet told us or commanded us, and that's it. I would not really go on saying it's more hygienic, because it's hygiene, beauty, a lot of things can be relative, basically. So why bother with it? Okay, this is what my religion commanded me, and this is why we do it. Period. Cases finished.
Yeah, I've got a thing about, and I've had it for a long time, where I just think, when I see these girls with these really long nails and they whatever, there's so many things that they do, and I'm I just prefer God intended. And that's a weird thing to even say now. I'm happy to say it here because people kind of get it. But in the UK, I can't tell you how many times I've been talking to people and they're like, oh, I'm not religious. And I'm like, I wasn't talking about religion. What are you on about? And then I never said anything about religion. I just, it's I don't know. I've always had a thing about tattoos and nails, and I don't know. I think you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that's that circumcision thing. I see that as the same. That's not how you were intended. So, I don't know. It just makes me laugh.
Let's say, let me tell you, if I think about it, so it makes you lose some percentage of your sensitivity or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, actually, sometimes less is better. So imagine, so if you have, if it's the area down there is doing sex basically is very sensitive, you come faster.
I mean, yeah, I suppose that's one way of looking at it, but
right?
No, he's still justifying something that I don't know. We all kind of do that as well. I do that. I do that with Smokey Roll-Up.
I really don't care, as I said. It's this is the way it is, and if you ask me, is it do you think it's more hygienic than uncircumcised? I would say yeah, of course. I would compare it to the armpit, right? So it's because it's always moist and what have you. You have a lot of stuff. So this is my logic behind it. Some people would say no, actually it's the opposite, other way. Okay, fine, whatever. But let's leave it at that. People get so heated about it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think ultimately people just like to argue, don't they? That's the thing. The problematic self, the reactionary ego. We just love to argue about things that are a bit arbitrary. Well, not not important. I don't know. It's just silly.
I think it's derived from people thinking let's say, okay, if I'm a Muslim, I have studied Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and reading the Quran actually walk you through those religions and those prophets and those communities. and a lot of other religious things, about this life and the hereafter and what have you. So just reading the Quran and studying the Quran will make you like amazingly deep in understanding religion and other religions as well, and the people of the book and the other books and philosophy and history. So okay, if I'm a Muslim, I'm very like educated about the subject of religion and spirituality. It's not necessarily that I need to win each argument to prove that my way is the best. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, like, winning the friendship is more worthy than winning the argument itself. So, and especially if it doesn't matter. So the Islamic way, we have some clear verses or commands, like it's specified. For example, don't grow mustache because it makes you look like those people from this background, religious background or whatever. So that's why we don't do it. Okay, that's like clearly mentioned, but there's other things which is not really talked about like in depth. So just like leave it simple, say it's the way it is, and yeah. And I'm a Muslim, for example. This is why we do it. So, yeah, I think it would be much better, like a way of ending an argument or avoiding a heated argument than like really forcing. Because nowadays, what we are seeing, sadly, with this like disgusting propagandas against the children and the parents, like being pushed down the throats of everybody, like it or not. It's just disgusting, So I don't really like forcing things down the throats of people. Like, okay, this is it. If you like it, welcome. If you don't like it, up to you. You are also welcome. So we can maybe talk about something else.
Yeah, you sound like an old-fashioned liberal. Like I'm kind of like that, where I just go, oh, they're not hurting anyone. It's fine, just as long as they're not hurting anyone else. But I don't know. It's weird because you got to speak out though at some point, haven't you? Because otherwise we end up in the situation where we are now, where people can just identify as anything they want. And I think it's the Muslims that will really help us with that, because I think Western man, I don't know, the white guys, I don't know, they just seem to have cooked, as we say. They just like, I don't know.
So let me tell you. So, don't get me wrong. I'm not really like pacifist. No, like okay, whatever. Let's move on. Even if it's like encouraging others to like believe wrong things about me or my religion or my people. No, I'm not like that. I'm just like thinking it. Okay. For example, people don't understand what is Islam. Islam is 5 pillars. Islam doesn't mean that you don't kill, you don't steal, you don't whatever. No, Islam means that you worship the Shahada, basically pillar number 1, believing in the one God and his Prophet Muhammad, and pillar number 2, praying 5 times a day. Pillar number 3, fasting the month of Ramadan. Pillar number 4, zakah, which is a special Islamic charity. Pillar number 5, the pilgrimage, Hajj to Mecca, basically. That's it. Islam doesn't really mean that you like if you are not circumcised, you don't become a Muslim. That if you don't maybe cut your nails, you don't become a Muslim. Even like similarly, like if you don't wear hijab, you don't become a Muslim. No, but actually, sadly, what's happening nowadays, people being indoctrinated in a specific way, which goes against the religion. So they are not really being themselves, right? But just like emulating or acting based on their indoctrination in school or from the media or whatever. yeah. So I have like been into many debates about religion, and let me tell you, I can run like tens of hours. Sometimes I really don't sleep. I go to work or to school the next day. Haven't slept because I have like a very heated debate with someone, and they couldn't really like justify their position, and I have like provided the evidence and whatever, and it ended up as this is what they want to be, true or not. Yeah, but just like don't force it through my like down my throat, like, and we are at peace.
Yeah. There's something I was going to ask you. Oh yeah, the fasting bit. How long does that last then? What's Ramadan? I mean, I have a vague idea of what it is, but how long does it last?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Actually, that's funny because when people hear fasting the month of Ramadan, people think like, no way, 30 days, like no food, no water, like that's mad, man. No. It's like fasting Ramadan. It's like a specific, like this month is known for fasting. So Muslim fast daytime only during that.
Oh, so it's like an intermittent fasting then.
Say again, sorry?
Like an intermittent fasting. It's not actually not eating. It's just going without for in the daytime, you're saying?
Yeah, only daytime, no food, no water, or anything equivalent of them, like smoking, taking medicine. Yeah, unless like you are sick or something, that's like there is, of course, like permission to like not fast, basically. If you're sick or like very tired and yeah. You just need to try. Yeah, so it's 30 days. You only fast the daytime, like from dawn to sunrise, sunset, basically.
That's interesting. Because I've been doing the intermittent fasting for about a year or two, and I love it. And all I do is cut my breakfast. Like I don't have my breakfast till like 2:00 in the afternoon. If I'm doing really well, I'll have it at 4:00 in the afternoon. You know, I've told people before, and they're like, "What breakfast? I think you'll find you've missed that." And I'm like, "No, it's just I'm trying to shorten that eating window. That's all." And I always say to them, "Think of it this way: I could, not that I'm going to, but I might decide to have a snack, a biscuit, a cup of tea, whatever, at midnight, because I'm basically on American time, and I can do that guilt-free. I can do it guilt-free now. That's what I say to them, you know."
Yeah,
and that's a wonderful thing, you know, because apparently in rodents, when they would, you know, it showed that they had all the issues, the autoimmune issues, when they crossed the 12-hour mark. So optimally, you want about 9 hours. I think that's about if you can, and that's really easy. Well, it's doable. You know what's funny is, we had a guy in here who was like, I think his name's Adam, and he's like ripped, you know, he's like a proper built bodybuilder and all that. And he's good. He sounds a good guy, and he was sort of encouraging people. And it's weird because what I tend to do, because we were both sort of doing the same thing, but I was doing it my way, and he was doing it his way. And my way is I always advocate for the middle way. And so he was sort of striving for perfection, whereas I was sort of advocating for people to just do that small thing, whatever it is, because I recognize the human condition so well. And so I always sort of say, strive for mediocre. And the reason for that is quite simple, because you can get like a momentum going, right? You just have this little thing, whatever it is, even if it's just cutting your breakfast out, because it sounds such a simple thing. And then it is, that's the thing. Because we've been taught, breakfast. No, breakfast just means break fast. It doesn't mean it has to be in the morning. So I know Quantum Erasers, he's talked about this and he says it's nonsense, but I disagree, because my body looks great. I look like a bloody Greek statue. So, and it looks like I work out, and I don't. I never work out ever. So it's mostly about what you put in your gob. in your mouth, and how often, and so yeah, it's not even a diet. That's what I tell people. It's not even a diet. Just shorten that eating window, and if you're big, it'll fall off you. It really will.
Yeah, it's like some stand-up comedians say about being fat jokes and stuff like that, and some people do it, some people don't. And one of the stand-up comedy guys said man, you put the biscuits in your mouth, not me, so it's your problem. So don't put it on me,
And that's the thing. I don't beat myself up when I have a biscuit. I try and be careful with the sugar because sugar's it's in everything, really. So you've got to be aware a little bit. Like when I first messed myself up with alcohol, the first thing I watched was a 2.5 hour lecture on sugar. Just a 2.5 hour lecture on sugar. Imagine. But I was basically stationary for a long time, 2 years. I couldn't move after what I'd done to myself, and I realised now that because that's where I looked into. Well, how have I messed myself up this bad? Because I thought I could party my way out of this place at some point, and that was sort of that's literally how insane the ego is. It's just sounds like a good idea to poison myself every day. No, it's really not. It's a terrible way to kill yourself, by the way. But anyway, so I just had, everything was too stimulating for me. And so all I could really do, I couldn't watch TV. I can remember the date as well, November 28, 2015, because I was basically raised by TV. So to suddenly stop watching TV was very weird for me because I'd watch 2 movies a day, and I always watch TV, especially American TV. So it's very odd to just stop listening to music. Even music was too stimulating. It's like I'd broke the stimulation centers of my brain, and everything was too stimulating, and all I could do was lay still.
Yeah, and by the way, you just reminded me. Fasting, the Islamic fasting, is not only food and water during daytime, but also any sexual activities, looking.
Oh, wow!
Looking at
that's
looking
super interesting.
So basically, it's fasting from not only sugar and protein and carbohydrates, but also from dopamine, from a lot of things.
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, giving yourself back some control over a lot of things.
Yeah, because when your body goes into that fasting state, it goes into something called autophagy, and it's something about how the cells repair themselves, how they rebuild, and it's super interesting that as well, because there's no wonder that fasting is in all the ancient traditions. They knew. We've been told that these people were bloody inferior and, whatever, not too bright. And no, it seems they had a lot of wisdom, and they knew. So
yeah, let me tell you, I have tried multiple times fasting completely, 4 or 5 days, no food, no water. What happens with your body? It really starts eating itself up, but it won't, for example, eat the brain cells, right? Because this is no zone. You don't approach it. Heart muscles. No, they will start by eating fats, then they're eating some bad cells, and also this is totally a theoretical idea I have. When the blood also thickens so much, maybe start to grind the veins a bit. So cleaning them by grinding the walls of the veins, because the blood is now so thick. So maybe it's also helpful for the for the veins every now and then, And what's funny, or what's very cool about it, so I go back to eat and drink by starting with not water but milk, cow milk or some sheep milk, some fresh, good stuff like milk, and you drink 1 cup, and you feel yourself full and happy, like just 1 cup of milk. Like if you compare that to normal life, like who can sustain a day by drinking 1 cup of milk? It doesn't happen. Now, add on that, I also like drink milk and wait for some time, like maybe hour or 2 or 3, depends on the mood. And then I start eating dates. Like dates are very full of like sugar and protein and like cool stuff, like very, very like beneficial fruit. So, and you also feel yourself like you eat like 4 or 5 dates and you feel yourself full, like, and then you start to realize like all this all that time, like in order to make yourself feel full and like satisfied by eating, so you keep on stuffing more and more, and that keep on like adding up with time. So when you used to like eat 1 apple and make you full, now you need 3. Now you need like 1 kilo of apples in addition to some potatoes, and then in addition to some meat, and it just like keep on growing, like snowballing, right? But when you actually like starve yourself for a couple of days from like food and water, like just like you kind of factory reset everything, that even your body stop remembering that in order to be full, you need to eat like a full large pizza with pepperoni, whatever. No, it's just like now it's 1 apple, 1 cup of milk, a couple of dates. It's just like, it's really cool, I think. Very
cool. And also the this is why I always say, if it's God made, good. If it's man made, meh. And man's done some great things. I don't want to knock man. We've done some wonderful things, but when you think of all the processed sugar in everything, it's not satisfying. In that you just keep having to go back, and you see this with people. Whereas the days, that's that sort of sugar, and the way it's distributed throughout your body, that's different, and it is satisfying, and you don't feel like the need to keep going back. It's interesting. Oh, there's something I was going to say and I can't remember. Probably wasn't that good.
Take your time, no worries, man, no rush.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Can't remember. There's something about fasting, I know that. That's what I kind of realized about myself, was that I needed to get out my own way and let my body do what it was designed to do, because it can heal itself. It's a remarkable thing. I mean, your liver can perform all its functions, which I think is over 500, with 75% of its surface area damaged. You know, it's a remarkable organ, and I realized that there was a problem here, and it was me. I was the problem. And so once I realized that, then there was no more problem. And it terrifies people, because when you become still and there's nothing going through your head whatsoever, and you tell people that, they go, oh my God, I'll disappear. But don't worry, you don't disappear at all. That stuff's, the accumulations in your head, your experiences, etc., they're not going anywhere. It's fine. So that was the sort of my saving grace, and always recognizing that. And this beast that everyone's talking about, to me that's the carnal mind. That's the way I look at it. And so as long as I'm always aware of that, then it's fine. You know, that's why I sometimes say you invite that awareness in, which is a really odd way of putting it. But in truth, it's more of It's more like I say, it kind of scares people. So you don't want to. You want to sort of say it in a gentle way, which is it's more about you getting out the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surrender is a wonderful word. To the ego, it sounds terribly like I don't know, like giving up or something, but it's not. It's not that at all. There's great power in it.
But also, like sometimes truly surrendering is necessary to restart, like a fresh start.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Muslim means. That literally means a person surrendered to God. That's what it means, right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. That's why I had to, for a while, when I was doing my little journey, I was like, oh, I must be a Muslim then. Do you know what I mean?
By the way,
well, then there's always little caveats, which is no. Now you've got to accept the Prophet Muhammad and the rest of it. So I was like, oh, maybe not then.
Yeah.
I just see all these people as like legends. Like Jesus and all the rest of it. I just see them all kind of as enlightened people, and that's a weird way of putting it as well. Sort of people who how can I put it? I like the Alan Watts way of putting it, which is they had a colossal moment of consciousness. Right. They sort of recognized the the divinity, the divine in themselves, and they wanted to share that, And so I don't see them as any different to anyone else. Potentially.
Well, you have that theory, but also when you, for example, the history of Prophet Muhammad is very how to put it? It's very there's like intervention, like let's say godly intervention in his life. So when you study the history of Prophet Muhammad, so he had his father died before before his mother gave birth to him, and when he's like kid 4 years of age, his mother died, like getting raised in life with like his uncle, before that his grandfather, and slowly it's just like his life is deteriorating more and more, and he have been poor, orphan, you name it. Like, so you feel like he's being pushed in a way to be somebody, and he started like also working as like a shepherd, basically taking care of his like uncle sheeps and what have you, and then started like traveling for for trading for his first wife before he even got married from her. So like it's just like getting him to be like independent on a lot of people. Like usually when you have like strong father, rich father, you kind of like lean to be dependent on him, like to solve many of your problems. But when you have no father in life, then you need to step up and stand tall against the current, against get defeated basically. Because if you do, maybe it's the last time you do that. So you have to be strong, and when you also, this is like the history of Prophet Muhammad has like 2 chapters: the one before he were a prophet, and after he became a prophet. So you see that, like, from being nobody, basically, became like the greatest. Arabs had no king before. Arabs of the people who like honor no royalties, basically. they respect their like chieftain of the tribe, what have you, but like obey him and what have you, but that's it. Having a king like uniting all tribes and what have you, it's like not really into Arab culture or mindset. So suddenly this guy becoming a prophet and uniting all the Arabs under one umbrella and leading them all to defeat the Persians and the Rome, I would say it's far away from being self-consciousness. It had to be some like superpower intervening in his life.
Yeah. Yeah, it just made me think of that, the footsteps in the sand thing, the Christian. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's like you sort of hand it over, you hand the burden over or something like that, and that's what that reminded me of. What's the greeting in you know, because they say like, is it assalamu alaikum or something like that?
Yeah, assalamu alaikum means peace be upon you.
Oh yeah, I love that. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, and this is by the way.
How do you say it? I want to perfect this.
Yeah, very easy. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
You need to train for the ayn. Ayn is very like deep letter from like the throat, deep throat letter. Ayn, you know. So assalam is easy. All the letters you can pronounce it already speaking English. Say assalam.
Assalam.
Yeah. Yes, very, very good. But when it comes to alaykum, this is like you need to train about ayn.
It's guttural.
Yeah, it's very hard to train, but to get it. But once you get it, like you get it, you know.
Oh, I like that. Thank you for that. That's awesome.
You're welcome, man.
I'm gonna work on that.
Yeah. So like the Arabic letters, a couple of them are hard for the English speakers, like tha.
Oh my God, what was that? Do that again. Do that again.
Tha. It's like
I didn't get it. Do it again.
It's like it's from the back of your top of your throat, basically. Kha. So yeah, very good, very good. So this is like very strange to English speakers. Yeah. And you also have da.
Ba.
Not ba. It's not like anything to do with ba.
Nothing to do with B. Nothing to do with the letter B.
Nothing to do with ba or P. Nothing. No. It's actually closer to be da, but from the front of your mouth. Da.
Da.
Nice. You have it. Now you have it.
So cool.
And the last one, and the hardest of them all, is ayn.
Ayn.
Yeah, ayn is like it's like squeezing your throat from very like deep, like.
Oh yeah.
Ayn, you know, like as if you are like.
Yeah.
Nice. You have it. Now you know how to get out that letter, and like ghain is also like in between ayn and tha. It's like but it's not that hard for English speakers to get ghain.
Yeah, my God, it's tricky, isn't it? Because there's so much tongue and mouth and throat movement, and if you know what I mean, it's like it's tricky.
Yeah, but by the way, for me, like being Arabic speaker, a native Arabic speaker, English is more of tongue twister for me than
oh yeah. Arabic. Oh man, dude, your English is fantastic, by the way. And
thank you very much.
Yeah, because I was so broken as a younger person, I didn't really go to school until they invited me never to come anymore. And then basically I got kicked out of school, and then no other school would have me, and then our youngest person to go to college, and then they kicked me out of there too. So I had lots of issues, and so basic things like reading and writing, geography, typing, I really struggle with. And so I've sort of had to teach myself quite a lot of stuff. And I realized that, like, my spelling, for instance, is atrocious. It's really, really bad. And I came to a peace with it because I realized that the English language is fucking retarded. Sorry.
By the way,
excuse my language, but it's just so stupid. And it's really a mutt language. It's really, born out of German, French, and Latin. And what you realize is that there's so many words for, like, the same thing. It just makes no sense at all. It's just so stupid. I'm sorry, it really is. And I hate throwing, because I just want to, with just make the caveat that I do love language in many ways, because as Alan Wilson rightly said, it's like a living fossil, which I know is like a very odd way of putting it, but it is. Like when you look at the Welsh language, which nobody really speaks anymore, that goes back. Apparently, there's like ancient Welsh or ancient Britons, I suppose would be a better way of putting it, found in America circa 800 BC. So it goes back a long way, and so I don't want to sound like I'm just chucking it all overboard, because I do love language, but I just recognize the limitation of it. And English in particular is just, I just feel so bad for non-native speakers trying to figure this shit out, because it's just so dumb. Or maybe I'm just dumb. I don't know.
Yeah, no, actually, by the way, I do understand you speak very loudly, very clearly. I see no problem. I don't agree with you, like being like having like any pronunciation issue. And also, I remembered a very hard letter as well. I forgot about it. It's Qaf. When you say Quran, it's kind of a Q, but very deep Q, and have a like strong pulse to it, like Qaf. So.
Yeah, it's really weird, because every time I've heard someone's like when I heard somebody say Quran, I've noticed they do that weird thing where they like go Quran, and I'm like, what? It's so weird, and it's so interesting that you put it like a Q. That's interesting.
It's not really Q, like when
I know, but that's why I appreciate that you put it that way. Yeah.
So this guy, like from the English side, who like chose Q to represent this Qaf, he have done like good job, like balancing it out, but it's not really Q. Like if you go to Qatar, basically, they say Qatar. It's not Qatar, it's Qatar. So But it's just like when I hear someone saying Quran, it's like a handicapped Qaf, but it just it delivers the meaning.
Yeah.
And when you spoke about like English, like being a native Arabic speaker, the Arabic language is not because I'm an Arab. Like for example, I can say the German language is amazingly advanced when I compare it to the Arabic. It's not more advanced than the Arabic language, but it's advanced compared to English or other basic languages. The Russian language is also very advanced compared to English. So, like for example, let me put it this way. And by the way, please take no offense. I'm not disrespecting any English speakers.
Don't worry, I wait.
I didn't
can't
choose
speak for everyone.
I didn't choose to be Arabic native speaker, and you didn't choose to be English native speaker. But we still have like the option to what to speak. Like for example, I speak English, I speak Swedish, I speak also Arabic natively. So, and I'm also planning on learning German and Russian. So hopefully, we can choose what to speak. So English, I just like to like cool the heat a bit. English is simple and like straightforward. Like you don't really need to think about what you want to say. Like just you say it, right? Straight to the point. Arabic is actually very eloquent. When you want to say something, you better think it thoroughly. Think it thoroughly before saying it, because you might deliver the wrong meaning and people be upset. So yeah, you need to be careful how to speak it, because it's like very meaningful language. So like some of the Arabic poets, for example, they can give you a compliment, but what they really mean is like totally the opposite. Yeah, which is like, if someone is not like intelligent enough in the language and like educated enough about the language, he would be saying like, thank you, I appreciate that. No, man, he literally insulted you to your face by like claiming you're good in specific way. Like, so it's funny. And sadly, English speakers and many of the Western language, they don't get that level of language tools and linguistic abilities.
Yeah, I always think that, because I go through phases where, like, I remember a few years back I tried to learn French, and I was kind of enjoying it, and I thought about this thing where people who speak different languages, I always think there's a certain they've got an extra level, or because they can think about things in a different way. And I just thought, man, that's so awesome, because I know these like family friends, they've moved to France and they've got kids, and they're bilingual essentially. And I thought to myself, what language do they think in? What, right? I couldn't, like, it was a question I posed, like, what language do they actually think in? Because they speak both fluently so well. It just was an odd question. What language do they think in?
You know what? That's really, really cool question. And I had the same like question before I were like fluent in English. I thought like I would be always like on the spot, like trying to translate from Arabic to English, and then when I hear something, I translate it from English to Arabic. But no, actually, when you get advanced in the language so much, you can actually start to have dreams in it. I did had like I don't remember how many, but like a couple of English dreams, where I spoke English in my dream. So and speaking English, it's, let me tell you, to put it like correctly, it doesn't really overcome your native language in any way. It will be like installing Windows on DOS.
Yeah.
So DOS is still there, I'm still sometimes like, for example, when I'm thinking about a problem in my life, it would be like as if I'm talking to myself in Arabic, of course, in my mind. The language going in my mind is Arabic. And by the way, Arabic is not really Arabic. It's Arabi. It's Ain, not A.
Yeah.
But you get the idea. But if I am, let's say, in a circumstance where the problem I have is with people who speak English, for example, I will be thinking in English because thinking in Arabic won't help me.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? Because I was just thinking about that with French, because they like when somebody was trying to help me, they passed now, but they were better at writing French than actually speaking it. But anyway, they were I remember we were having this conversation, and I was saying, because we'd say the black cat, but they would say the cat black, and I was like, what? That don't make any sense at all. I was like, this is weird. This is just weird to me. And like the masculine feminine aspect of it really annoyed me as well, because it was like it just seemed to be arbitrary. It did seem to be there was no rhyme or reason for why something would be like an ashtray. Why would it be masculine or feminine? That wound me up a little bit too. But ultimately, I've come to this conclusion where I do want to learn another language, and because I gave up on the French, and I want to learn Spanish, because I just think that just, you could sort of get away with a bit of, in Portuguese, you could get away with. There's so many places, isn't there, like Mexico and so I just thought
Costa Rica, Brazil, Argentina, Spain,
exactly.
A lot of countries. Spanish is a very good language. It will open you to basically Latin America, most of Latin America, and to Portuguese, or Portugal and Spain. Arabic language will open you to the entire Northern African countries and the Arabic countries in general, in the Middle East, and other non-Arabic countries as well. They speak, they either speak or understand Arabic.
Yeah, what was that last bit? Sorry, I missed that. In Spain, did you say?
Last thing you heard about Spain?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. So I said Spanish language is very good. It will open a lot of places to you, Latin America and Portugal, Spain. But Arabic language, spoken by more than 400 million people, at least. So it will open the entire Arabic countries to you, and some of the non-Arabic countries, like in Africa and in Asia, who are on borders with Arabic people, and they speak it or understand it. So, and by the way, the Arabic language has been I don't know how old it is, but I can say surely for sure it's older than the flood. It's pre-flood.
Yeah, I won't be surprised at that. Yeah, I think there's probably been many floods and fires and all sorts of things that's sort of knocked down everything that has been built up at that point. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. So
on the Asher logos, I can never remember. I wish I could remember it, because I'll not do it justice. But basically, and this sounds quite cruel. I'm not advocating for this at all. But apparently in Egypt, ancient Egypt, they took two babies and they took them away from everybody, and they didn't want any interaction, any spoken words, because they wanted to see what language they actually spoke naturally. Isn't that interesting? And because the oldest tribe we know of apparently are called the Essenes. I don't know if you looked into this at all.
I've heard about them.
Yeah, and I think that's the language that they spoke. I forget, but I wish I could remember it better for everybody.
No problem, man.
I tend to watch that content and I fall to sleep to it, because his voice is so nice, and I just fall to sleep to it. So yeah. That's where when I go into different Discords, I tend to share his content, because I like history, and I think people. He's done a lot of homework, but also I usually put, on one of his videos, it's called From Holy Men to Dark Magicians. That's what the title of the video is. And about 5 minutes in, you get these lovely pipes, musical, and and I always I'll put in the DM, brilliant to fall to sleep to, because it's just so good.
Hopefully he's not taking it as an offense.
No. I've seen the whole video awake, so many times, but it's just remembering it and off the cuff. I don't know. I'd have to go back or make some notes. I've often thought about that, actually, doing a bit of a presentation, because I often because I watch it on Odyssey, because of the censorship on YouTube now is had to sort of, I don't know, he cuts out little bits where it'll like mute for a little bit, and it's just so annoying. And so I tend to watch it on Odyssey, and where you don't get any of that. And the good thing about Odyssey's player as well, you can take a snapshot. So I've got my own little folder here with loads of Asher Logo stuff, like I'll post something. This is one I always post for Blaze. Blaze, the term Nazarene is said to derive from the Aramaic Natsar, meaning to guard or to watch. Just stuff like that. I just love.
Yeah, it's amazingly put out. Like
I've got
ready for being snapped.
Yeah, I've got tons. I've just got a big giant folder full of like snapshots from that.
Yep. So just like also remembered, speaking about languages, like it's said that a Japanese child cannot speak Japanese until he's like 5 years old because it's so hard.
Wow.
Yeah, when you think about some things like that, it's like, what? Really? Like it should be no-brainer for a lot of people. And when you mentioned about the black cat or cat black, it's actually grammatic. In Arabic, we say, if you are translating to English, we would say, we will be saying it. So the name first and the description later, the adjective later, will be like cat, the black.
Yeah.
So and this is what I mentioned earlier about Arabic language. It has to be like highly educated and intelligent speaking it and thinking about it, because I'm pointing. I will be basically pointing to someone, to that animal who's the listener already know what I'm speaking about. So I will put it this way: if he doesn't know that, and this is like similar in English and other languages, but in Arabic, like this, like grammatic structure is close, kind of. I feel it close to German. I took one course in German and one course in Russian, so that's why I know some things about from like other languages. So it's like if I'm to be honest, like Arabic makes more sense, like the structure of things, because you can like only three words, you can reorganize them in the sentence in different ways to deliver different meanings. Where in English it will be wrongly said. Like if I say car have I, like people will be like laughing at me, like what am I saying? But like if I'm actually saying it in Arabic, it would be actually delivering a meaning of it, and it won't sound that like silly, like I said this car have I, or it's very flexible. Once you actually learn it, it's very flexible. People think because it's heavily grammatic or heavy on grammatics, they would think like it's hard to learn, but it's actually each grammar giving you a tool on how to manipulate the language to give or deliver a meaning you want.
Yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, I'm going to make a cup of tea because we're having a bit of a flash shower here, so I've got to fetch my chair in.
Sure, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, be right back as well.
Okay, first person to talk has to go back to the globe. Who's it going to be? Nobody's falling for it. Cheers to everybody from Kentucky, USA. This is Dead Air Day. Wondering if my mic's working.
Yep, I can hear you. Hello.
Hello, is it Comari?
Yep. How are you doing, man?
Doing good, man. I was listening to you and Andy earlier. Some good stuff you're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we have a panel full of globe denialists right now, as far as I can tell. So
go ahead, lead the way, man.
Yeah, I just try to do my part when I have time. I'm got a few minutes before I start working here, so let's do a shout out to anybody listening to the sound of my voice. Maybe at this moment in time you think you live on a spinning globe. Most, if not all of us here, thought the same thing until we actually investigated the physical, actual claims of this globe. So feel free to come in and discuss. You know, we're not here to convince anybody. We're not here to argue with you. No, we know what you got taught. We all got taught the same thing. We chose to accept reality as it presents itself, to speak generally for everybody, which I don't like doing. Anyway, click the link, join the call, ask your questions. There's got to be somebody out there curious. Come on in here and discuss. We've got a panel full of knowledgeable people here and be glad to discuss the subject with you. Like I said, we all got taught the same thing. It's heliocentric fantasy of a spinning globe that literally exists in nothing. I know that sounds a simplistic way to say it, but that's basically what the claim is. So, I don't know. Got anything to add to that, Comer? Are you still there?
I'm here, man. I'm hearing you. Hoping somebody will might jump on, like speak something. But man, was nice speaking with you again, Dave. Have been a long time, and wish you good luck with your day, man.
Yep, appreciate it. Right back at you.
Thank you very much.
Kind of a rainy day here in Kentucky, but it's supposed to clear off later and hopefully get some sunshine, so it should be all good.
Kentucky, so KFC should be the norm there, right?
That's one of the things we're famous for, yeah. Bourbon and chicken. Yep. I don't particularly indulge in either, but a lot of people around here do, I guess.
Yep. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm not speaking a lot because I'm having my lunch now.
Oh, you're good, man. I appreciate you letting me know my mic was working because I never know if it is or not.
You're welcome. No, it's working and perfectly.
That's rare. Anyone else here has any topics, issues, concerns, something on your mind? We've got Dead Air here. That's why Dead Air Dave is here. So, perfect time to stir a conversation. Let's see, who can we pick on here? I believe Sasha currently thinks that he lives on a spinning oblate paroid that's covered with water and exists in nothing. Is that correct, Sasha?
Why would, should, could?
Good answer.
That's the question.
We all used to believe that till you actually investigate it.
I have a 3 question I want to any Glober answer. I will ask them every time. How the Earth will look like if it's flat? How the horizon will look like if its Earth is flat? And how Earth will look like if it doesn't move?
Good questions.
Very good questions, man.
Well, they're that stupid. They'd probably say just the same as it does now.
Yep, you can tell we're in motion by the motion.
If you are Glober, you cannot answer that.
We can tell you're in motion because how motionless it is. That's their logic.
Yeah, but they do tell you that, don't they? That's what they do tell us. You can't see curvature because it's too big. Well, they say that in one instance, and then in the next they say the horizon is the curve. But they'll tell you it's too big and double speak on that. And then they'll tell you, that you can't feel the spin. But so they are telling you that it's exactly how it is now.
Yeah.
But that's what they're telling you.
Yeah, that means that flat must be something opposite of that.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I get good questions. I'm not pulling. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Because if it's this sphere and you experience flat, that means you need to experience curve to be flat. Horizon should to be curved to be flat, and you need to move to be stationary.
You got a good point there, Sarge. I thought before, what if it actually was a globe? Of course, we wouldn't exist here with these questions, but just pretend for a minute that we did. If it was a globe, and every time you went out to the ocean, you saw the curve, and you actually felt the motion somehow, and we were here trying to convince people you couldn't feel that, they would think we're crazy, right? But we're just trying to tell people to trust their senses, and they still think we're crazy. So there you go.
Have you heard the one they say about the, when cows and calves are born, when they stutter around on the feet, they say that's due to earth spin, and that's why they fall around for a bit until they get used to it. Oh my god.
Yep, that's hilarious.
They are speaking about refraction in two ways. One is that it's hiding curvature, and second one that it's projecting some kind of land. When it's projecting the land or water, it's always projecting flat, if you can see. That means there is no curvature. And when it's hiding the curvature, that means, my question would be, can it hide the flat surface in the same way like hiding the curvature? I mean refraction.
You don't know what refraction is.
I know really what the refraction is. Doesn't do anything on, for example, Black Swan example, apart distorted grain, but doesn't do anything with the physicality of the water. And they are saying that how light, you know how light it works. I don't know how light it works. Man, there is a water there behind the oil rig, and that's physical water, and that water should not be there. That's all.
That's what they do. You were given the evidence and show them how it's debunked, but they need something else now to cover that up. So it's refraction, and it's bending light and bringing things back into view, which should be hidden by a physical Earth curve. They always need an excuse, don't they? They always change the fucking goalposts.
But that's stupid excuse. That's something like saying, look, there is some optical thing doing something, but there is no optical thing. There is a water, physical thing, making horizon. Horizon of Black Swan, it's made from physical water and the sky. It's not made by the optical water and the sky.
We don't even have to question it ourselves. We don't even have to question ourselves. We've got the photograph and the video. We can see what's happening. We can see the oil rigs. We can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. So it's quite obvious what's going on. we're seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah, you
Simple as
don't
that.
need to know how light works. You see the ocean.
Yeah, just need to know your eyes. Your eyes are seeing something, but apparently they shouldn't be seeing because it's behind a blockage, physical blockage.
Yeah, you know, guys, you're making good points. That I was just thinking that to maintain this globe belief, all you need is 2 words: gravity and refraction. You don't even have to know what they mean. You just need to use those words whenever somebody starts talking. You know, gravity, refraction, but still globe. There you go.
Okay, guys. Before I go, was nice speaking with you, and take care, guys.
See you later, mate.
See you.
Have a good one, oh, Murray. Thanks for chiming in, man.
Thank you to David. Dave, man. See you.
Yep, to stay on your silly spinning globe, all you need to do is don't actually investigate anything and just say gravity and refraction, and you're good, right?
Yep. Yep.
Don't actually contemplate things like, for example, the Pacific Ocean just sitting there in a big curve, which is physically and scientifically impossible, but you're still thinking that's what's happening. So, okay.
It's insane. Insane how the behaviour that they have to go through and the lies and the deceit to just keep the belief going. And this is what they're doing. Anything. I think some of them would try and kill you. I've been in fights about it myself.
Yeah, me too. I mean, some people, whether they realize it or not, we all know this, they're just so invested in, for whatever reason, the main reason for most people is like they don't want to admit that they were fooled for that long about something this big. You know, there's no way that they got this one by me. But it's right there in your face every day. You just never notice it. You know, you never actually think about the physics of water and stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, I was just saying, yeah, you're right on that one. The other one, because I've had it with a lot of people, is it's just the belief. It's the fact that even though they might contemplate it and they can see the evidence that we're showing, it's the fact that they can't believe the size of the lie. That's the big one, I think, because the moment you step out of that narrative, you're in a minority of, like, you know, idiots thinking the Earth's flat, and most of the people you talk to, if they're not in the arena as an anti-flat earther, they've got the Flat Earth Society's images of discs, pizza discs, and this sort of thing. But it's the fact that, you know, it's on the television, everything's global this, global that, the global agenda, global warming. You've got globes everywhere on the telly, cartoons. It's in children's playground. NASA footage, apparently. It's on the news. You know, even, you know, the recent moon fucking attempt again, but failed. So it's constantly being bombarded. So people just can't believe that. They just can't. They can't believe that the lie is this big, and they haven't got they can't afford to admit that, yes, it is a lie, and I'm going to step out on my own, and I'm going to fucking stick up for myself as a human being, using my common sense and my critical thinking and research, and I'm going to stand my ground, because that's difficult. And as we all know, maybe me speaking personally, it's a difficult road once you step out of that.
Just making that leap of I don't want to say faith, but making that leap of critical thinking into the minority position and knowing what you're up against, but you know what your senses are telling you too. And reality is just right there in your face every day, and most people ignore it, obviously. But you're making good points. The magnitude of the lie is people won't let themselves get below the surface level of critical thinking about this subject because they just dismiss it right away, right there.
Yep.
So that's a good point.
I've with my daughters. I mean, they're all, they're grown up. They're not really into the subject, but they can see what I'm saying, and they partially agree with what I'm saying, and they can see exactly what I'm saying. But that's where I get that from. They originally said to me, "But Dad, why would they lie about this?" Obviously, we know about the hiding of creation, and there might be other reasons. I don't know, but that was my daughter's view. Why would all these people be lying? How could they all lie about this? And it's a massive lie. So across humanity, it's a fantastic lie. To tell you the truth, how they've managed to do it, it's hats off to them. How they've managed to keep that lie going, which is so when you do look into it and get down to the nuts and bolts, and you can disprove it, you're thinking, how the hell have they managed to caboodle humanity for so long? It's untrue.
Hypnosis machines.
Sorry?
Hypnosis machines and stage magic.
Yeah.
I was going to say, when the television age and the technology age kicked in and they started mesmerizing people with the pictures and the images, and even though they haven't done a great job with space, I guess you have to give them hats off that they have kept people hypnotized. Go ahead.
Yeah, they can make one hell of a Santa Claus, I'll give them that, but at the end of the day, it's just a story. You know, I think one thing anybody can ask themselves to know whether they're being lied to or not is your government enlightening you? Is it saving your soul? Is it making you a better person or not?
I think as well, you've got to be that type of person like us, where it's something very. I don't know. We've all been intrigued by it once it came our way, whatever way it did. That the Earth is flat or could be flat, and we've started looking into it personally. Some people just haven't got the interest to think. Well, you know, I don't really need to look into if it's flat or about. I'm not really that bothered. You know, it's just because it's a lot of work involved, isn't there? There's years of. I think I'm 4 years, say just over, but it took me a while to sort of get. I'm not.
Well, somebody comes at you. If somebody comes at you like that, well, why doesn't it exist? Well, then you can point out their complacency, and you can ask them why they feel so depressed with themselves, because they are. You know it. There's no way.
But I mean, it caught when it came my way. It hit me immediately. But then I was so interested to find it hit me immediately. But I had no, except for my natural standard observations of the horizon, sea level, and the luminaries appearing to move. Never seeing the actual curve and feeling no motion, just the basic human, senses. That's all I had at the time. That I had nothing else. But when it came my way, it was immediate. But then what I had to do is think, well, I couldn't have a discussion with someone about it and talk about gas pressure without containment or Coriolis or everything else, black swan and elevation angles and celestial navigation. I couldn't have done all that, and perspective and resolution and how the eyes work. I had no clue, so I was at a loss. I just knew, but then I had to start finding people, finding groups. Who do I get the information off? Who can I trust for the information? And it's a time-consuming thing. But once then you get into it, But I naturally then wanted to know. I had to find evidence, the evidence, and I found it now.
I mean, the evidence is literally everywhere all at once, but you can't help somebody who doesn't want to help themselves. So those who don't see the reason in seeing, whether it's flat or globular, they just don't care. And that's a fatalistic point of view, and whether they know it or not. Most of the time is they don't know it.
Highlighting the major thing we face, which is apathy. People just don't care, right?
Exactly. They don't care, but it's also just because they're out of touch with themselves. They don't know themselves. If you don't know thyself, you don't know anything. You live your life in a state of amnesia, and you're content with that. Especially if you have drugs, which make you feel all sorts of bliss.
That's the way it's become, hasn't it? Everyone's preoccupied, living in fear, living on the edge, living from day to day. How are you going to get by? I'm going to pay this bill. I'm going to have to borrow some money. I'm going to have to sell this, sell that. God, I can't go on holiday this year because everything's gone up in price, and there's an asteroid heading our way, and all that. And you haven't got. So that's the main thing that most people are where the mind is.
Yeah, you keep them in their survivability centers.
Survival mode, yeah.
Survival mode and emotional. Then that keeps them out of their centered awareness, and they can't know themselves. They can't balance or stabilize or know left from right without being confused about it. They'll be sideways, looking left, and think it's the right direction, but they're really looking up and confused.
But saying that, I'm not. I'm just an average Joe. I've got kids. I've had, got a mortgage. I've got my own property, which I'm still paying off. I'm an engineer, but I get by. I don't have an abundance of money. I do a lot of overtime. I've got a few family problems going on at the moment, and illnesses in the family, and I'm helping people out. I'm helping my daughters out. So, I'm there's people worse off than me, but I still, I still sort of, I'm preoccupied myself with a lot of stuff. But I don't know. It's just interesting. Since I found this out, I've never ever. It's just my top thing to be into and think about, and I love it.
It's just a balancing act of life. You find balance, and you can do all the things you want.
Happy summer solstice, anyway, everybody.
Yeah.
We've all done it ourselves. And, you look at the stories that they give you, the 2,000-year-old proof of the globe from the Greeks. And I'm going back 3 years ago. I was probably I wouldn't have been able to tackle that like I do now. I didn't see the flaws in that story of a Greek presuming a presupposed globe and then just doing some mathematical equations and dividing it and timesing it into a 360-degree circle. I found myself thinking, well, so they measured it and they did it. I didn't see the flaws in the beginning.
I didn't know how insanely obvious some of them were, that they were just hidden the whole time in plain sight.
Yeah, like they went 500 miles away to the other well in the Eratosthenes thing, and they knew that they were looking in the well at the same time. Like, did they have cell phones?
Yeah, right? Back then, it was telepathy.
Well, that just steers you off into another part of that story, doesn't it? I mean, the fact is, he wasn't measuring drop over distance or 8 inches per mile squared. They just measured a couple of angles in different locations. That's all they did, and then presumed the Earth was a sphere, and did some mathematics and came up with a circumference.
Yep.
That's all they did.
They did a test in the name of the globe on a flat plane and called it so.
And if you read the story again and again, it actually tells you within the story, and it words it, if the Earth was a globe, or they actually tell you they're presupposing it anyway. But you miss that. You miss that, and if you don't stop and look back a little bit. And that, how are they measuring the Earth curve now? Sure, they're not using sticks and shadows, are they? What methods are they using now? I mean, we want to know if the globe's getting any bigger, won't we? Or bulging a bit more, or getting any flatter at the poles. So I'm sure it's being measured on a regular basis. So who's measuring it and what equipment's being used?
We measured it 2,000 years ago, and then we destroyed the technology.
We destroyed the shadow. No, but you know what I mean? If we did live on a beautiful blue marble globe, yeah, we'd be very interested, and we could view it from the vacuum of space. Yeah, we'd want to know about that planet. We'd want to know as much as possible about it. Is it growing? Is it doing something as it's flying through space at 666,000 miles an hour, or whatever the bloody hell it is? We'd want to know, right? We'd want to know, and we'd be constantly monitoring it and measuring it. So who's doing that then? I mean, they say NASA are keeping an eye on it, but they'll tell you it's just all snapshot pictures molded together, CGI. Who's measuring the Earth curve? And you can't measure it from up there anyway, if it was a globe. How is it measured down here? Who's doing it, and what equipment are they using to measure it? Surely it's documented for everybody to view. Must be archives of this information. You can't just have stopped 2,000 years ago with the Greeks. Surely not.
Piece together images from balloons.
How's it going, guys? How's it going, man? Welcome to the chat. InTrader Zen.
No.
.24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Hey, listen!
Chemtrails, massive shells, dollar bills, pharma kills that keep you ill. It's like this. It's like this.
Right, some big news too. I guess I'll hold on to it.
How's it going, man?
Not too bad. Were you around Saturday night at all?
Maybe.
I think it was Saturday night. But there's a bunch of us in there. We were talking, and I had remembered when I was a kid that my parents took me on this road trip, and I can't remember exactly. We're talking 30 years ago, so I can't remember exactly where I picked this up. But in some gift shop somewhere, they were selling petrified dinosaur shit. So I was telling everybody about it. We were talking about it, and I found it. So I can post pictures if anybody wants to see it. Everybody's
funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
There's certain places you can actually find stuff like that at like they'll dig up gravel and other crap, and there's places where you can actually go and find things like that, along with shark's teeth and other things.
Dinosaur poop. It's great.
Basically means they have no idea what it is, but something pooped. They don't even know if it's poop, even, unless like they found one that's perfectly formed that's shaped like a turd. Because it's it's rocks or whatever, it's minerals and crap. It'd be funny if it turns out it's like some kind of gallbladder stone or kidney stone from a giant beast.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about. I live very close to the University of Wisconsin, so I was thinking about walking down there and looking around and asking people, "Hey, I found this in my backyard. Is there any way somebody can figure out what it is?" And see what they say.
Get them to test it, yeah.
Yeah.
Send it to multiple labs and see if the information agrees with itself or contradicts.
I think that's a really good idea. I don't know if I'd be able to get anybody to actually take me seriously. Who knows?
Well, I wouldn't mention anything related to Flat Earth until after getting them to run the test. But yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I wasn't even going to mention dinosaur shit. I was just going to say, hey, I found this in my backyard. Can somebody help me out? I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, definitely wouldn't mention Flat Earth.
Yeah. Or you could say somebody told me that they think that this is dinosaur feces, and then now you have a question and somebody might be intrigued, like, oh, well, let's find out if it is. But yeah, telling them exactly where you got it from might change the outcome of how they react too. You have to find a nutty professor who's willing to check out your feces. It'd be funny if you sent it to 3 different labs and they all told you it was 3 different creatures.
I mean, would you be surprised? I wouldn't.
Nah, I would.
Wouldn't be surprised if it was 3 creatures.
It actually is like 3 different poops that just happen to be in the same area and fossilized together for some reason. Oh, jeez. We need to get back on topic. I've been creating a bunch of these pre-recorded messages from the Stormtrooper voice, and it's kind of funny.
The Earth is not a pizza planet.
All right, now I gotta order some pizza. Damn it.
Well, yeah, it's not part of the plan yet.
Something's a lot. Somebody, a CB played this commercial yesterday from Pizza Hut that was so bizarre, and how they were basically kind of hinting at flat Earth in this pizza commercial. If you haven't seen it, dude, I would highly recommend.
I've heard it. Yeah.
You heard it? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I don't really watch TV much, so y'all need to send me some links for
The
stuff.
snow's the most famous. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Every movie, old movies, new movies. Right in your face, the snow globe.
You guys get these? I've been getting these weird DMs from members who they don't have any roles at all, but they're just weird, random flat Earth stuff. And I'm actually, one of them was like this collage of famous flat earthers, and big guys on YouTube, and it's all about how they're shills and can't be trusted, and all this information about them. But then he mentions that, hey, this is all just speculation, but I put a lot of work into this. And he's like, I'm just looking for people to help me make it better. I'm like, what? Do you guys ever get stuff like that?
Yeah. Were you talking about in Discord messages?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get shit like that all the time. Political
Okay.
servers, religious servers.
I mean, and this
Bitcoin
is from
servers.
this server. And he was talking about, all the names. Owen Benjamin and some guys from YouTube, Eddie Bravo, and I don't know, it's crazy. And I don't know, why is he sending me this? I don't know who this guy is. I've never talked to this person, but he sent me this random message asking for help on the information of these guys that he wants to expose.
Yeah, I get those too. Well, nothing to do with exposing anybody, but just random messages of someone asking for help, particular information.
Okay,
Very
good. I'm
strange.
glad I'm not the only
Why
one.
they'd be asking me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, dude, I'm not even.
And this
having
ain't a little
status
bit.
here.
This is a lot. These are a lot of messages that I get.
Crazy. I'm glad I'm not the only one. And they're not all about exposing, but this is the last one I got. That's what this was about. And usually it's just like any
I think it's just
weirdo.
outreach. It's just outreach, bro.
Okay.
People in different discords. Whatever the topic pertains to. Over here drifting around the track on BMG while talking. Gracefully drifting. 80 mile an hour, 60 mile an hour. Gracefully drifting between two opponents. And I spun out. And I crashed. Too much throttle on the hills.
Now, one of the more promising of all the subjects is the question you ask, which is, what can we do from space about understanding what's happening to our Earth and to the climate? So we are going to put up a series of great observatories, in addition to what we already have, that is going to give us a 3D precise understanding of things that are happening to the water, to the land, to the ice, and to the atmosphere. And it's all going to be presented in what we're calling the Earth Information Center. And we have a film that we want to show you about the Earth Information Center. Roll the tape.
For more than 50 years, NASA has been collecting and providing data on Earth's land, water, ice, and atmosphere. Now, a new era of Earth science has begun. Together with international partners, NASA will launch the SWAT mission to provide the first ever global survey of Earth's surface water, the oceans, lakes, and rivers that affect all of us. But we also need to understand our planet as a complex whole. That's why NASA will launch a fleet of state-of-the-art satellites forming the Earth System Observatory, which will create a comprehensive 4D view of Earth from bedrock to atmosphere like never before. The Earth System Observatory will arm us with crucial data to help us address climate change and protect our communities. But how do we get this critical information to the people who need it? Introducing the Earth Information Center. NASA, working with our federal partners, will equip decision makers with the information they need to mitigate, adapt, and respond to climate change. We will create a greenhouse gas monitoring system and make data about our changing planet accessible to those who need it most. New satellites observing in the sky and an information center here on Earth, protecting our planet for the next generation.
That's quite impressive. Yeah, okay. And I noticed the farmer who had the tablet in that video doing their work with the assistance of the satellite data. So thank you for that, Bill.
We've been talking with folks, of course, around the country about what you all are doing. Can you share, for those who have not been on the International Space Station, how does it impact your view of Earth when you've had that experience? Does it change your view of Earth and your perception of who we are, who live on Earth?
Oh man, that's a great question, and I think it's something that we all share up here. You know, one of the unique perspectives that we have here is to see Earth in its entirety. You know, we orbit the Earth, we see 16 sunrises and sunsets every day, and we look down and we see a world with no borders. We see and work with people that are, you know, from all different backgrounds and things like that. And so our perspective up here is that we're all part of one team. We all work towards one common purpose, and that when we set our minds towards those kinds of goals, we can accomplish anything. So it is really phenomenal to be up here, and it is great looking down on the Earth. You do realize how fragile it is and how much we have to take care of it as well. And so it is just really a privilege to be up here, and just really an honor.
lessons for all of us. We're all in this together, aren't we? But you can see that when you're in space, that we on Earth are all in this together. And I appreciate your point about the fragility of this beautiful Earth of ours and the need, therefore, to take care of it. Tell us what you are learning on this space station that is helping us be smarter around how we take care of Earth.
We are honored and privileged to be able to use the International Space Station as a test bed and as a laboratory to be able to learn lessons that we can apply to Earth. So things like learning how to grow plants without soil and being able to use that back on Earth to help with food security. Thinking about learning about how cells age, immune cells age while we're up here, and thinking about how we can help with immune cell aging back on Earth. There's so many different aspects of what we do up here that can be applied to making Earth a better place.
And everything you spoke of is about life, isn't it? And what we can do through food, through the growth of agriculture that feeds the species and the population, but also what we can do to improve the condition of human life in terms of sickness and what we can do and discover in terms of treatment. That really is so exciting.
Is it conspiracy? Is it comedy? Is it tragedy? Or is it simply humanism coming to its natural end? So, I wonder, has the Vice President of the United States succeeded in generating so much excitement for the next wave of technocratic marvels from NASA that people are gathering outside her residence, hoping to be first in line for some of these new medicines developed from watching immune cells age in zero gravity? Perhaps they're hoping to taste some of these revolutionary new foods that are grown here on Earth without using soil, like they've been working on up in low Earth orbit for 2 or 3 decades. Obviously, everybody knows those are not the reasons people are gathered outside the DC home of Kamala Harris, who is head of NASA's Space Council, a duty she manages when she's not, busy being the VP of the liberal world order. And they weren't the reasons for the public gatherings going on recently in places like Martha's Vineyard and Chicago and, every state in this union, and all the craziness that's escalating with all of that stuff.
We have a secure border.
It really feels like the gas is being lit on a new level all the time. Like this troll war for the free world is just in full swing. What with the inflation and the economic bubbles that are just expanding to levels beyond what was in 2008. We have the manufactured energy crisis going on in Europe. And then we just had the death of Queen Lizzie. And finally, about to once again totally go to the moon, fueled by woke pixie dust and galactic rainbow dreams.
It may be back to the drawing board for the NASA crew working on the Artemis 1 rocket. There may still be a leak in the space launch system.
So yeah, there's so many things going on in the headlines. It's real easy for something like the announcement of NASA's new Earth Observatory System and corresponding Earth Information Center down on the ground. It's easy to get missed in all the commotion, so I felt like it was my duty to bring it to the public's attention. So they're talking about a 4D map of the entire Earth, where all the important climate data from the super real globe is being put together in a giant computer model, which of course is 100% real digital reflection of everything really going on the surface, without question. And to think that such a computer model could be arbitrarily created in its digital form first would be absurd and a conspiracy theory. So all you need to know is that we're definitely collecting all this important climate change data from NASA, and it's being fed to whoever their unspecified corporate partners are. And it's all being done in order to help the hardworking farmers out there who can now consult their tablets in the field and find out how much horrible earth-killing, carbon-producing farm work they're actually permitted to do on their own land. Thanks, NASA. I did get a pretty good laugh from that ad-libbed filler part from the Veep there. I guess you gotta just try and take the laughs where you can get them sometimes, because the number of macro-scale machinations that are increasingly slamming into Main Street realities are growing by the day. And it's crazy to see how propaganda serves different functions at different phases of the desired social change, kind of depending on whether it demands chaotic upheaval or docile consumerist, malaise. Or better yet, it seems like sometimes both at the same time, frighteningly enough. And even the same flow of propaganda, or the same overarching meta narrative, in this case, space travel and the globe model, it can serve on one level as a type of soma, or a fantasy-based escapist narrative, mainly in the form of entertainment in Hollywood and everything, but simultaneously and more frighteningly serve as the underlying ideological framework for subjugating the entire worldwide population to levels of control that would have been inconceivable to any previous generation.
Inside Google, a team of techies has been working behind the scenes on software for high-speed communications networks that extend from land to space. Codenamed Minkowski within Google, the secret project is being unveiled to the public on Monday as a new spin-out called Allyria. While Google declined to offer details about Allyria, such as how long it's been working on the technology and how many employees are joining the startup, Allyria said in a news release that its mission is to manage hyperfast, ultra-secure, and highly complex communications networks that span land, sea, air, near space, and deep space. The company says it has a laser communications technology on an exponentially greater scale and speed than anything that exists today. Allyria's software platform has been used in multiple aerospace networking projects for Google. The spin-out comes as Google parent Alphabet reckons with a slowdown in ad spending and looks to advance or wind down experimental projects. Allyria said it has an $8.7 million commercial contract with the U.S. Defense Innovation Unit. The company will be led by CEO Chris Taylor, a national security expert who has led other companies that have worked with the government. Allyria's board of advisors includes several previous Google employees and executives, as well as Vint Cerf, Google's chief internet evangelist, who's known as one of the fathers of the web. Google will retain a minority stake in Allyria but declined to say how much it owns and how much outside funding the company has raised. Google said that earlier this year it transferred nearly a decade's worth of intellectual property, patents and physical assets, including office space, to Allyria. Allyria's light laser technology, which it calls Typebeam, claims to keep data intact through the atmosphere and weather and offers connectivity where no supporting infrastructure exists. Typebeam radically improves satellite communications, Wi-Fi on planes and ships, and cellular connectivity everywhere, the company said.
So yeah, I'm not sure what this Allyria company that Google is quietly rolling out, if that actually ties into this Earth observatory system nonsense from NASA or not, but they did mention space data and space communications, deep space and near space, so I don't know, it seemed like something worth paying attention to in conjunction with the NASA Earth observatory stuff, as it kind of ties into the same climate change panopticon narrative. But that's what we see, time and time again, right? Where all the so-called conspiracy theories, what they really boil down to in the end is just, a very simple, unpalatable conclusion that in some fashion or another, it's just some group of intellectual, economic, or political elites are in fact okay with deceiving the broader population in ways that is not genuinely for their benefit. I mean, it's pretty we don't think of this as conspiracy theory at all when we see it going on in other totalitarian regimes and historical instances, but when it's in your own country or your own time period or your own paradigm that you don't think is possible, then suddenly it's conspiracy theory. But it's the same basic collaboration of ideological people towards a certain end. And so when you define it in such a basic way, it does hardly seem like something we should be scoffing at. And that was the whole level of quote-unquote conspiracy, which Francis Schaeffer outlined and was warning against in that message from 4 decades ago. Not sure exactly which year it was, but it was either late 70s or early 80s, it seems like. And I played that video in its entirety. It's called The Watershed of the Evangelical World. If you haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, feel free to go back and do that now if you want. But I'll try and summarize it as best as I can. the points that I thought were so applicable and imperative for us to take to heart in the days that we're, living in today. And before his death in the early 80s, he died in 83, Schaeffer had it was a pretty blunt message for the evangelical church in America. And he does say evangelical for lack of a better term, even then. And of course today, that, like so many other terms, it's become politicized and weaponized, and who knows what it means to 100 different people. But in the sense that he meant it then, in the original theological term, what he was talking about was just people who claimed to just believe the Bible. And it was sort of an interdenominational term for Bible believers. And his whole message was about having a high view of Scripture to be ready for the difficult days that are ahead. And in that message, the watershed for the evangelical world, he comes out saying that Christianity and biblical values are no longer the status quo. In retrospect, this should not really seem like a very profound statement for anyone to be making at that point in history, especially in America. But yet it was pretty much that point that Schaeffer spent so much of his time in his books and his talks trying to explain in terms of this existential leap between like what he describes as these lower and upper floors of like a metaphorical house. And so the concept of the existential methodology or theology was really what kind of started to open my own eyes in a lot of ways and help me to just more realistically understand like the real world that I was actually living in and that I'd actually grown up in, and that was increasingly going down this progressive path, both inside the church and in the, the quote unquote secular world around us all. And so even though I'd grown up in church, it wasn't until I was about 19 or 20 that I started to think about the types of things that Schaeffer explores, and especially on such a multi-generational level where, he would kind of track the shifts from academia and the philosophers and the theologians and the Renaissance and all that, and then down through this elaborate historical network of increasingly liberal disseminations of these humanistic ideologies until it reached a point where the majority of the population in the once known free Western civilization is sort of operating under this torturous tension. There's a clash between the upper and lower stories in this existential dichotomy. And you can kind of understand this depending on whether you're talking about people who profess to be Christians or people who are complete atheists and yet still living in this Western society and inheriting all these freedoms and these secondary cultural benefits that Schaeffer describes as coming from a foundation of the Protestant Reformation and true, Bible believers, generations of Bible believers grappling with law and commerce and everything. And I think Schaeffer really kind of grasped this in a way that probably was unique to almost any other prominent Christian voices of that time period in America, was because he had spent so much time in Europe and lived there for however many years, and was very cognizant of how that shift had already taken place in Europe, and how he saw the writing on the wall with so many things, and was acutely aware of what was going on with communism and the Cultural Revolution of the 60s, and just that alone was something that was just so refreshing that it was wow, here's somebody who's taking a critical view of the culture that we live in and the times that we're living in. And it was kind of this amazing revelation that there was. But the conclusion that you kind of come from that, as I encountered it 20 years after he had died, was when I kind of encountered his writings and ideas, was that, yeah, we're essentially a society that's running on moral fumes, because we want to enjoy freedoms that essentially are derived from biblical reality, whether it's freedom of speech, the sacred rights of the individual and all this stuff. And these are all basically derived from biblical teaching, the gospel itself, I would argue. But once that foundation is lost, they don't mean anything anymore. And that's kind of what he was getting at when he talks about getting to the point where there's nothing left except statistical averages. When God has been shoved up into this upper story, as he put it, to where, that's just a religious idea. It has to do with your personal faith and feelings and whatever, but it's separate, and it's not allowed to come down into this lower story of reason, where it pertains to actual real history and the real cosmos. The things that science thinks are its purview, now where we see it completely compartmentalized, and there's this dichotomy. Religion is not allowed into the realm of science. And science can say whatever it wants about religion. That's kind of the cultural dichotomy of this two-story picture. But he's also talking about it in terms of the individual Christians who, this is what was kind of mind-blowing for me 20 plus years ago, was realizing like how you can think that you believe in the Bible, and yet you have been split into this two-story kind of thing without even necessarily realizing it. And it's crazy how, like, I had never even heard that message, the watershed of the evangelical world. I'd never heard that particular one until just a few weeks ago. And it's really good. If you didn't listen to it, I do recommend it, because it kind of summarizes the journey, I suppose, that I've been on for over 2 decades in my own life, of having God really unpack what that even means in my own life and worldview, and being challenged on how much do you really believe the Bible, or is it just religious concepts that you think you believe, but when they're tested and when it's fleshed out in the real world, or when you're presented with ways of questioning literal interpretation of the Bible that you never even imagined could be posed, I mean, what are you going to do? Yeah. So I suppose at this point, I'm trying to learn to just surrender to that whole ongoing process of being challenged, and to learn what it means to have a high value of Scripture, in the sense that the way that I live my life on a day-to-day basis is because I believe everything that went on from Genesis to Revelation, Genesis to the flood, to the Exodus, to the Messiah, was absolutely 100% as historically, factually, cosmologically real as what I'm doing right now, and wherever you're sitting and listening to this right now, and everything else that's going on in the world. It is absolutely exactly that real. I know I don't live in that kind of acuteness anywhere near as much as I long to. But without it, I mean, that's what's amazing. So, as kind of a weird random example, a couple of weeks ago, I recently watched the Michael Moore produced film. It's called Planet of the Humans. It was actually completely made by this other guy, Jeff Gibbs, and I think Moore just basically like produced it and promoted it, I don't know, after the fact or something, but put his name on it, and it got a lot of attention. It came out in 2020, and probably a lot of you have already seen it. So I hadn't, but overall, I thought it was a pretty good documentary, in the sense that it does an impressive job at like demonstrating how the entire, corporate green energy movement is, shockingly one giant scam, and ultimately consumes just as much petroleum in the end, and rare earth mining, and all the so-called, dirty fossil fuels, if not more than conventional energy production. But even more sickeningly, it is now apparently involving the literal burning of timber in order to produce electricity, and labeling it as sustainable biomass fuel. And I had never seen anything about that, so that was some new information. But the thing that really struck me the most overall after watching this documentary was just how bleak and depressing and borderline suicidal even that this might make somebody who is watching this from the perspective of, somebody who believes that, yeah, this is all there is. This is all there is to fight for and to hope for. And, in the framework of believing in the evolutionary universe, yeah, this would be a pretty devastating realization to come to, when there is no other outside person or thing or reality to put your hope into. If there's just man, and this is what man has accomplished, and this is what the environmentalist movement has ultimately accomplished, is nothing but more of the same destruction and virtue signaling and corruption. And yeah, it's a sick joke. At the end of this movie, it's just showing like this orangutan climbing in the dead tree, and I kind of took that to be symbolic of a greater metaphor here that they're making about humans, and humans coming from the animal kingdom, being part of the animal kingdom, and ultimately having nothing which sets us apart or makes us any more special or unique or valuable than anything else in the animal kingdom or anything else in the cosmos, really. So many people tend to react to the message of the Bible, particularly what it says about the end of history and about God judging the world and bringing a final conclusion to human history, as being, doom and gloom and just preaching death and destruction and all that. But it's amazing when you just step back and look at the entire environmentalist message from the 60s till today. You can see what doom and gloom really looks like, and why, man, yeah, we're not the they've literally been talking about the end of the world, the destruction of life as we know it for decades now, and they keep kind of kicking the can further ahead by 10 years, every 10 years or so. But even this idea of a satellite system that can record information from space about the Earth and tell us all about the environment and help us manage all of our resources, and even that is something they've been doing since the 70s as well.
Newest weapon in the war on insects, and indeed a significant development in agriculture today, is the rapidly emerging science of remote sensing, which means getting information about things from a distance.
You see, radiation generated by the atomic and molecular activity of matter streams from every object in the universe, and it varies according to the condition of the object. For example, each soil condition, every plant, and every body of water has unique and measurable reflectance conditions. In remote sensing, we measure reflectance under various conditions at various altitudes, at ground level, and with different films and sensors. When we put this all together, we establish a kind of basic ground truth, the normal circumstance. After that, we can identify variations from normal by comparing films, analyzing the data, and by making computer readouts.
Here is an ordinary aerial photograph of a test site for the Space Agency's Earth Resources Program. Note the drab brown color of the foliage, which would seem to indicate that much of it was dead. Now, we have changed to infrared film, which tells a different story. The pink and red areas are living things. The green areas are dead vegetation. Note the gradations in color. To the remote sensors, they indicate clearly different kinds of trees, soil conditions, degrees of water pollution, the presence of insects and diseases, and other vital information. Here's a stand of Monterey cypress seen from above as it would appear to the eye. Everything normal and healthy. Note, however, a fungus infection already has a good start, indicated by the green areas. Here's an infrared picture of pollution. The pale blue area is silt, washed into the Gulf of Mexico from the Rio Grande River after a hurricane. Soon to come, remote sensing pictures from an experimental Earth Resources research satellite. This infrared picture was taken over the Imperial Valley of California at an altitude of 129 miles as part of the Apollo 9 Earth Resources survey experiment. There is no question that remote sensing opens a new era in agricultural research that can have vast implications for the 70s. In the worldwide struggle to provide the 55 grams of mixed proteins a day the average human being needs to survive, we can look for some dramatic breakthroughs in the 70s.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn. A big lump it knobs. It has to choose. I got a more beautiful thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I try it, I don't anything change. It's corn.
So in the end, Planet of the Humans, while doing a great job at pointing out so many of the hypocrisies and downsides of industrial-grade green energy, it ultimately fails by reinforcing the disgusting globalist lie of overpopulation and leaves the viewer with really no answers at all and just the basic awareness of this bleak situation because there's just too many people. And the title of the film itself kind of reinforces that final message, and I was pretty blown away. Like, that's amazing that you get so many things right, and then leaves you in that lower story of despair and meaninglessness and hopelessness. You know, the final destination of that existential leap into the abyss of humanistic idolatry. And so the climate crisis now is revealing itself to be the very transparent power grab that individuals like Schaefer were talking about. We're now in a social climate with how many generations now being embraced in postmodernism and relativism, to the point where words hardly even mean anything anymore and can be abused and redefined and weaponized, and yeah, it's like straight out of 1984. Perhaps the only twist that wasn't even really envisioned back then was the role of the internet and surveillance and AI and algorithms that shape human perception on a level that we probably can't even comprehend already. But the elites, quote unquote, are simply the people who are being used by the enemy to further his lies. And the higher up in the hierarchy you go, and the more you're willing to sell your soul, the more temporary profit you stand to gain in this whole charade, which clearly is designed to destroy the borders, just like they see on the ISS, with 12 sunrises and sunsets every day. They see the big blue marble, all one world. I mean, that's the whole message of the globe. It is a symbol of a one world system, because the climate is all interchangeable and doesn't respect borders, and communicable diseases don't respect borders. So who needs borders? We just need the best and the brightest, the most evolved among us. This is what people don't understand about evolutionary theory. Like, at its core, it is elitist. You can't believe in evolution and not believe in the concept of the most intelligent, most evolved, most adept humans. But at the same time, you can't complain about being treated like an animal when you believe that that's what we all are. It's the craziest. The more I just think about, the basic teachings of evolution as time goes on, and what a crazy religion it really is. What a crazy psyop it really is. That so many other things are just predicated upon, to where we don't even think about what people really mean when they just say science, and how that really translates into how you're supposed to view yourself and view society. When I really stop and think about what that must be like for people to walk around in their day-to-day lives and really think that they're just some hive of organisms that are growing like bacteria on this spinning object in a vacuum, that horrifies me now. It's so bizarre to even comprehend it. But so it functions to feed the delusions of the elites and the powerful, and it serves to feed the despair and the dehumanization of the everyday person. So how are you going to end up with anything but totalitarianism of some form or another? But this climate cult, man, this is crazy stuff. So
in the early church, the authority rested on the Bible alone. But in the Middle Ages, there gradually had come a change, with the authority divided between the Bible and the church. Then came Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican monk. He was the outstanding theologian of that period, and his thinking still has much influence. He had an incomplete view of the fall of man, as man had revolted against God. In his view, the human will was fallen or corrupted, but the intellect was not. As a result of this emphasis, gradually philosophy began to act in an increasingly independent, autonomous manner. More and more, the teachings of the Bible and those of the classical non-Christian philosophers were freely mixed. He reintroduced the teaching of the Greek philosopher Aristotle, although Pope Urban IV had previously forbidden it. Because Aquinas emphasized Aristotle, a problem was raised which later became crucial in the humanistic elements of the Renaissance. Aristotle emphasized the individual things around us, the particulars. This cot is a particular. The molecules which make up this cot are particulars, and you and I are particulars. Beginning from man alone, and from the individual things in the world, that is the particulars, the problem then is how to find an ultimate and adequate meaning for the individual things. And most important, how to find a meaning for man and for life. And what will be man's basis for morals, value, and law. Later, the mixture of biblical teaching and non-Christian philosophy led to the question, is the Bible really necessary? Since truth could seemingly be reached without it. What has happened, of course, is that Thomas Aquinas in the Middle Ages has opened the floodgates in his emphasis on Aristotle and on the particulars. And as this is done, philosophy is increasingly made free from anything that God has said. And as such, we find that man begins to take over and place himself at the center.
A serious look at the year 2000 by distinguished agricultural scientists and engineers sponsored by the Ford Motor Company saw the farm of the future raising fast-growing plants in computer-controlled environments under huge plastic domes. In the high-rise cattle barn, each animal lives and grows on his own personal computer program. The food he eats, the water he drinks, the air he breathes will be measured and managed. The standard farm tractor will probably be powered electrically. In the air-conditioned cab, the farmer can maneuver himself around for better visibility. Carry his lunch in the refrigerator, brew a cup of coffee, or check the progress of operations elsewhere on a TV set. In some operations, he'll choose to use his helicopter hovercraft, the successor to the pickup truck. Today, one man working the land provides food and fibers for 42, who are then free to work in the arts and sciences and productive systems which create the better worlds of tomorrow.
I am gay. I am my authentic self.
I am a queer woman.
I am a transgender woman.
I am a lesbian.
I am gay and I'm my authentic self.
I'm a parent of a transgender son and I'm very proud of it.
I knew I wanted to be in science ever since I was a little kid. I felt that it was really important to be my most authentic self, especially knowing that this was my dream. Queer people can dream big.
Exploration needs to be for everybody. Every person, every kid, if they can see themselves, the astronauts that we send out in space, but also in the teams that make that possible, then we're doing our job. We're doing incredibly difficult and complicated things. We want people that look at things from a different perspective, that can bring us, new ways of solving problems, and diverse and inclusive teams do that.
If someone is in the closet and they see people like me doing our jobs, being effective at our jobs, I think that is the biggest encouragement that I can give them, is to show I can be my true self and I can do my job. They accept me 100%. We're all together working on this.
Who I am is enough. And when you resonate that kind of pride within yourself and then you exude the love that you have for yourself, before you know it, you've got a tribe of people who are just motivating and uplifting one another. That comes from being your authentic self. There's someone in the world struggling like you who needs to see someone like you to keep going. There's someone who needs an example, and you can be that.
I am non-binary. I am gay. I use they, them. There was one instance where I was participating in a candidate lunch, and they actually also use they, them pronouns. And it just felt really nice to see someone else in the room using those pronouns, and I made sure to introduce myself with my pronouns so that they could know you're not the only one here. There's someone here who understands you and really just wants the best for you.
It requires some bravery, but take the leap. Just be honest, be yourself. And if you are yourself and they accept you, then you've found what you need. I've learned how to be confident myself, and I've also sort of established myself here. People know me. I get to work with smart and capable people, and our job is to explore outer space and to uncover the mysteries of the solar system as a daily matter. That's what we do each day.
I feel hopeful for the future because of the education that's out there and employee resource groups that NASA has established. I am my true self, in love with my wife, and if we can be ourselves, our mission here at NASA becomes more effective.
We're all different, and we should all accept each other for our differences, because that's what makes us special.
It's really important that we can show that visibility is safe, and that you can absolutely be a part of the team and loved and valued for who you are.
It's never too late to be yourself. It's never too late to find your happiness.
No matter what your identity is in the community, that there's going to be a place for you, and there's going to be a place for you to not only just be here, but to succeed and to thrive. I am a queer woman, and I am NASA.
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 undiscovered and unrealized opportunity. So our task then, and our responsibility, dare I say, is to work together to guide humanity forward into this new frontier and to make real the incredible potential of space for all people. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you.
Sensors
Just because you have rights today does not mean that you will have rights tomorrow.
We are seeing a record-breaking number of anti-LGBTQ and especially anti-trans legislation.
They're terrified of us because they don't like our freedom. Don't sit there looking so good, thinking that you think the fight is over. The fight has just begun. You come from a family of revolution. That is the foundation from which you were born. You literally come from human beings who not only know how to picket, we know how to win.
This is the civil rights issue of our time. And we're fighting for trans justice. We're also fighting for racial justice. We're fighting for reproductive justice. We're fighting for immigrant rights. We're fighting against anti-Semitism and xenophobia and white supremacy. We are going to be centering equality and liberation for all, period, and without exception.
Mark my words. We're not going anywhere. Now get out and begin.
The psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, in future these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course.
Bombshell claim about UFOs. A former U.S. intelligence official and Air Force veteran claims a top-secret program is withholding evidence of alien spacecraft. Certainly interesting. A military whistleblower has now handed over classified information to Congress. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more.
David Grush handed over extensive classified information to Congress and the Intelligence Community Inspector General, saying it exposes top-secret programs that have retrieved and studied debris from alien spacecraft, which he says have been intentionally withheld from lawmakers and the American public. His claims coming just days after a first-of-its-kind NASA hearing on UFO sightings around the world.
It's now our collective responsibility to investigate these occurrences with the rigorous scientific scrutiny that they deserve.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to all the members of NASA's UAP Independent Study Team. Your selfless dedication to the pursuit of knowledge is just so commendable. And I want to thank you, the audience, for tuning in today to watch our first deliberative meeting of NASA's Independent Study Team on evaluating and categorizing unidentified anomalous phenomena. Before I begin, though, I really do want to double down on Dan's words that it is really disheartening to hear of the harassment that our panelists have faced online, all because they're studying this topic. NASA stands behind our panelists, and we do not tolerate abuse. Harassment only leads to further stigmatization of the UAP field, significantly hindering the scientific progress and discouraging others to study this important subject matter. Your harassment also obstructs the public's right to knowledge. Our panelists are leading experts in the scientific, aeronautics, and data analytics communities. We are very lucky to have them on board to share their invaluable insights to inform NASA on what possible data could be collected in the future and how it can be collected to help us better understand the nature of UAP.
Wow.
There are so many conspiracy theorists now. The internet is sort of on fire.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us.
All right, what we just heard is part of a 911 call from a family in Nevada saying they saw creatures walking around their backyard.
When they took him up in the spaceship, the aliens abused him sexually.
Remember when the pride flag made sense? It was originally an 8-stripe rainbow, but was soon refined into the 6-stripe version that was the norm for many decades. But then after this, trans activists came along and said, why aren't we in there? So we got this one. And this was the chevron with the pink, white and blue, which was based on the trans flag. Activists were then concerned that it was excluding intersex people, so they added this symbol. Last year, some bright spark added a red umbrella to represent sex workers. Last year then, we had Microsoft. They designed a new version to incorporate all the other multiple sexualities and genders that have been invented over the past few years. It looks like a spaceship going at warp speed through a Care Bear's bumhole.
They're fast. They, not she. I've never felt like a she or a her, so I would prefer they or them from now on.
Bones. Click, something making me hallucinate. What do you mean?
Yeah, and with gender equality, we know what that means.
Yeah, it means sterilization of the youth of America.
So, you know, we've played James Lindsay before, and if you ever get James Lindsay, you really have to listen to his speeches, and we've played bits of it in the past, and it's always quite good. But how does this really get into our schools, into our education system? This is where our eye was off the ball. This has been going on for 30 years. It's so deeply ingrained. And the Tinfoil Hat podcast, Sam Tripoli, this is a pretty good podcast. So he had Jordan Henry on, a parent, activist parent, and he brings in a new name, Paulo Freire, and how this thinking has been introduced and continues to propagate throughout the entire educational system, regardless of what subject it is.
These professors had us read this guy named Paulo Freire, a Brazilian Marxist from Recife, Brazil.
You know Paulo Freire?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's the guy.
He's the guy.
He is the nexus.
You know the guy?
Yeah. Well, I've never met him, no.
No, but what do you know about the guy? Just give us your quick background.
He is a Marxist. He's a theoretical Marxist. He's out of Brazil, and he came up with the entire scheme to corrupt the education system to promote Maoism.
Well,
as we would have it, as we would define it.
Trans-Maoism as we define it.
He is the guy. He's the guy. He's the go-to guy.
Well,
it all traces back to him.
Well, and he's still alive, this guy?
I don't know.
We need to bring him to account.
Indian Marxist from Recife, Brazil. This guy basically changed education. This is educational theory that I had to read, okay? Educational Marxist theory that I had to read for landscape architecture school. My professors was like, oh, yeah, you need to develop a critical consciousness for landscape architecture. I'm like, for trees? For plants? And they're like, yeah, you do. And I pushed back, and I was like, yeah, okay, this book, Paulo Freire, it's a book called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. This book is the most influential book in education. Every educator that you know, every teacher that you know who's been to school since 1990 for sure has read Paulo Freire. And if they go get like an advanced degree, like a master's or a doctorate, bro, they have to buy into the ideology. They have to go in deep. He quotes Che, he quotes Mao, he quotes Lenin, he quotes Lukács, Marx, Hegel, all of the big Marxist philosophers who were activists. They call it liberation theology. So it's Marxist Catholicism.
Right. Yeah, that's the term.
Liberation theology. Yes, liberation theology.
They call it liberation theology. So it's Marxist Catholicism. And they funded him to go to the World Council of Churches in Geneva, Switzerland. And, long story short, he got picked up by these academics in Harvard. And they flew. He was the toast of the elites in America and in Europe, funded by the Rockefellers, funded by the UN as an official diplomat or some nonsense. And then they pushed his book over and over and over again. And then they pushed all these Marxist ideologues who are basically, you call them, they're Freirean, F-R-E-I-R-E. That's how you spell Freire for anybody listening. And it's a cult. It's a cult. It's a straight up Marxist Catholic liberation theology cult that the Rockefellers funded to overtake American education. The whole point of his book in education is that, he wants to get rid of all distinction between, the teacher and the student. Like there's no hierarchy whatsoever. You're not going to learn from the teacher. The student actually teaches the teacher.
Yeah, like the child teaches the parent.
And it's more like they're equivalent, and there's no power whatsoever. So that's why you see all this like chaos in schools right now. Is because these educators got brainwashed into thinking that the students run the show. Woke is Paulo Freire. Woke is critical consciousness. It is that is where this shit came from. It's Maoist. It's Maoist thought reform. Okay. And that was his whole mission, was to basically insert Maoist thought reform in the West. And damn, he was successful. Their policies from the top down are designed to destabilize children, to take away their identity, to make sure that they do not have one. And that's critical consciousness, right? Because they want to have this mindset for children from a very early age, where they're not really teaching them like what to think or even like how to think, but which questions to ask and in which ways. Why did critical race theory, why did cultural Marxism get pushed in the institutions? Why does UCLA have a critical race theory law department now funded by our tax dollars? Why? It's because the government wants to keep us separated. They don't want us to unite. These institutions, higher ed, these elite institutions, they're specifically designed to brainwash people and to keep them siloed. There's this academic paper. It's by this like woke academic, like gender specialist, whatever, gender theory woman. Her name's Hannah Dyer, D-Y-E-R. Listen to this title of this academic journal article. It's called "Queer Futurity and Childhood Innocence Beyond the Injury of Development." That's the title, bro. All right. And then like one of her quotes is, "It's better to understand queerness as that which is destructive to the social order and in contradiction to reproductive futurity." Literally, queerness is attacking social order and the ability for children to eventually reproduce.
Welcome to the year 2050. Space technology is powering smart cities with autonomous transportation and cyber-secure AI-enabled mesh networks that connect and protect us. Advanced one-click production and launch on Cadence allows for customization and real-time improvement to fuel a rapidly growing space economy. Products are built, repaired, and upgraded in space for immediate deployment and use. Multimodal AI remote sensors identify and track everything around the globe to predict incidents before they become problems. Space-based quantum-enabled communications and AI technology detect and neutralize concerns before they become threats. Off-world living is a reality, with power beaming technology, infrastructure services, and humans working side by side with intelligent, autonomous robots to build safe, scalable habitats to live and work. How we live in the future is being shaped by advances in space technology today, and it's our team of visionaries.
We're making the future faster.
I myself would like to see Stockholm Conference be the place and time at which the people of the earth working together dedicated themselves to producing in the last 25 years of our century of science, the 20th century, dedicating themselves to using their intellectual, technological, and scientific resources to bringing man into equilibrium.
After 2 years of intensive preparation, we have placed before the governments of the world a program of action that is really without precedent.
Today, all the peoples of the world are moving into the same world, a world created by the accelerated technology of the 20th century, a world shaped by the people and events of that time, our time. In the 20th century, we reached for the moon and developed the technology to grasp it. We traveled backward in time and saw what our own planet looked like in its primordial beginnings. Although we may travel in space and visit the moon, the Earth is still our home because it's unique, the only accessible planet that can sustain our life.
This film is an effort to an understanding of the environmental crisis and its possible cure.
We are looking at our Earth. The thin red line running along the outer perimeter is our biosphere. As seen from space, it is the smallest veil of cover, imperceivable and delicate, the only known place in our solar system that can sustain life for man. We cannot exist more than a few thousand feet above our Earth, nor can we yet live beneath our oceans and soil. Most of us exist near sea level. The inescapable fact is that man can exist only in his biosphere.
This vision of the planet that you see from the moon, a single, alone, full of light, full of life, and the only single planet that's got these qualities, that vision, especially among the young, can mean a redirection of how people think about this problem, because you will not create a community unless you've got some moral commitment. And moral commitment needs some very stern underpinnings, because we ain't moral easy. Now, it seems to me that the biosphere, in which we share a climate, we share systems, we share oceans, and we cannot escape it, could be the physical, scientific, and technical underpinning of a moral community, because we tend to be moral when we have no further choice.
One of the world's great women, a foremost anthropologist and a great humanist, Dr. Margaret Mead, explains her views.
The air we breathe is indivisible, and this is something that we all share and is impossible for any group of people, any individual, any country to possess.
The basic cause of the problem is people. As the population of the world rapidly increases, there is greater demand on the Earth's basic resources of land, water, and air. This planet's capacity to give sustenance and to absorb and recycle waste is not boundless. And in the next 25 years, the Earth's population will increase more than it has in the last million years. And to the nations of the world, this poses a greater threat than anything we have experienced before. People on every continent, all facing disaster if we don't find a solution for the population explosion that now threatens the world. Because man, like all creatures, needs and depends upon the oxygen, the water, the food that is provided by the self-balancing tendency of nature. And this is being threatened by the technology that makes civilization possible. By our interfering with natural processes, we are destroying the natural environment upon which we all depend. If we do not now take action, drastic action, and develop the wisdom to maintain an environment which is basic to all life, the only answer can be disaster.
What I'm about to tell you hasn't been something that I've disclosed until recently in the help of Dr. Greer, among other people, so I appreciate your help with this. In 2009, my unit, which was most degraded infantry battalion in the entire Marine Corps, which was 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, was called in to do humanitarian assistance operations out in the Philippines, which was Operation Quezon. It was transitioning between colors like a light matte gray, as well as a dark matte black. So in between, that's what it kept. It was very smooth. We had all looked at each other as we got online, and we decided to investigate. The further thing I want to say is that I actually took pictures and video of this before we actually trucked down. We had a dump pouch where we basically, if we expend ammunition, we want to retain our magazines, so we put those there. So I dropped my camera in there, and we decided to go down. We didn't have any communications, which was weird, and that was a very odd thing, and it's something that either could have been good that we did, or it could have been something that
the last 25 years of our century of science, the 20th century, dedicating themselves to using their intellectual, technological, and scientific resources to bring man into equilibrium.
Man inhabits two worlds, the natural one that preceded us by billions of years, and the world we have built from our technology, using our machines and science to create an environment obedient to our purpose and direction. And now, as we enter the last stages of the 20th century, there is a spreading sense of awareness that something fundamental and irrevocable is happening to man's relations between both his worlds. Our new knowledge of planetary interdependence demands a reshaping of our individual loyalties. We must develop a sense of planetary community and commitment. We must make our Earth a center of rational loyalty for all mankind. Nationalistic loyalties must become secondary to our allegiance to Earth. We can only hope to survive in all our prized diversity by achieving an ultimate loyalty and devotion to our single, beautiful, vulnerable planet, the Earth. Alone in its life-supporting system, powered by inconceivable energies radiated for us through the most delicate adjustments. Is this not a precious home for all us Earthlings? Is it not worthy of our love? Does it not deserve all the courage and care of which we're capable to preserve it from degradation and destruction? Now, for the first time in the history of man, an international movement is underway. The people of the nations and the nations of the world have joined together to find the answers. This building and the world's representatives hold the solution. We've seen what we've done to bring about the destruction of our Earth. Is it not the time now to cure the disease that we ourselves have created?
I've been working as a counsellor for nearly 35 years. I've worked in both the medical practice, grief and bereavement, hospice, and many other issues, what I call normal counselling issues. But for the last 25 years, I've been working in the arena of the phenomena that we call contact with non-human intelligences. What has been very vital and extremely important in my work is in recent years I became one of the co-founders of the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation. And this was vital because it brought in all of these specialists in various fields of knowledge to look at this phenomena from a perspective that was far more broader in its scope than pure ufology, which is looking at the evidence of individuals having interactions with craft, the reality, the nuts and bolts. We were looking at it from a perspective of human consciousness. And that brought in all those in that field of consciousness, and the Free Foundation now has become the Consciousness and Contact Research Institute. And it's exploring this now from every level, which includes those that have experiences as near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, shamanic experiences, hallucinogenic experiences, experiences of activation through healing, Kundalini awakening. All of those experiences ultimately bring in this understanding that as we raise our consciousness, we then connect with a range of non-human intelligences, including not just extraterrestrial, but extra-dimensional, trans-dimensional, and those that we would talk of as literally beings that may very well time travel and come from our future. So this is far more complex in terms of understanding human consciousness than we ever realized up to this point. I'm asked all the time, what is this all about? Why are we being interacted with by this range of physical and non-physical intelligences? And it becomes very interesting because the more that those who are having these encounters allow themselves to understand their communication, to have this communication, are finding out more and more about who and what we are. And for me, it was looking at, again, why were certain people having these encounters? The most important pattern of encounters is that it appears to be intergenerational. So in other words, if I'm helping a gentleman with these experiences, for example, I will often discover that not only his siblings, but his parents may be having, or one or both of his parents, one or both of his grandparents, and also his own children will be having these experiences as well. But what I was noticing was, if you like, a kind of upgrade in awareness with each generation. And that fascinated me. So what was actually going on? What was happening in this upgrade? This upgrade seemed to be that more and more the more recent generations appeared to be a lot more multidimensionally aware. And what I mean by that is their abilities beyond the five senses. But not only were the five senses more expanded, in other words, the touch, they saw a greater spectrum of light, hearing was more sensitive, all their physical senses were enhanced, but they were able to see more of the visual spectrum. They were able to see the different frequencies that are not visible in our 3D environment. In other words, orbs of light, beings, energy fields, a whole range of sensing, knowing, understanding, including awareness of not just having this present life, but awareness of other lives in other dimensions, other realities, as well as on other planets. So each generation seemed to be more cognizant of these kinds of multidimensional realities. And this is, again, when people say to me, so what is the agenda? The agenda is coming from, I believe, these intelligences are coming to visit us primarily because they're part of us. And this goes back to the DNA. And I look at that very deeply in my second book, The New Human, where I explore the whistleblower material from geneticists that are saying that we have been intelligently designed, that there is evidence of the splicing of the DNA. And this has created an indigenous being that has added non-human extraterrestrial DNA to it from various star systems. And what has happened over the centuries is the gods, as we call them, which I and many others now have come to the conclusion weren't gods at all, but most likely these intelligences that have been monitoring their seeded family, which is the human Homo sapiens sapiens, have seeded us and watched our evolution and assisted in that in terms of interaction with us all the way through history. And we've got, I believe, many of our scientists and our poets, those that we venerate, I suspect many of them have had interactions with these beings, such as Leonardo da Vinci, I suspect is one of them, and many others, Einstein and others, and Tesla, of course, that in their dream state they got these information downloads. This is happening across the globe, with people from all walks of life are getting downloads of information from physics, origin of the species, information about new healing techniques. All of these are being downloaded into the consciousness of those individuals that are having these experiences, as well as communicating to them that they are part of them. In other words, those with experiences start to feel connected to these star beings. They feel and know that they are connected to them on a very deep, profound level. And so when people say, well, what is the agenda? I say to them, look, there are many agendas, I believe, from my research. That is what's indicating many different agendas. But the most important statistic that we discovered with the free surveys that we did, which is 4,200 people, 600 questions, the overriding important fact was that 85% of them, after they had become attuned and accepting of their experiences, had psycho-spiritual transformation on all multiple levels of their awareness. And that is, to me, telling you what the agenda is, because this is about an evolutionary shift in consciousness and awareness that is allowing us to access more of our genetic star heritage.
When you're an experiencer, the only way I can describe it is it's like if you met my friends and family before all this sort of revved up in later years compared to before it, they would say that this is not Pete, this is a completely different person, and I have to agree. Your habits, your lifestyle, how you treat yourself, how you treat others, how you have, your outlook on life completely changes as well. Your food habits, your social habits, everything changes. And it's really only those that really know you and that are close to you and that are around you that see this change. And that's sort of what makes people think about this reality being a real reality, when they see that change in someone. That's an example. Like anybody that knew me before these experiences got very intense, started to be like, this is a complete different person. So there was sort of this shift when you start waking up, finding out who you are, what you are, and what we all are a part of. There seems to come this sort of urgency and this push and this drive from yourself, not from the beings or anyone else, that you've got to do something to play your part within humanity, to help humanity. And what I can do, nobody else can do, but what every single other person can do, I can't do it or anyone else can do it. It's like everyone's got their own unique thing, and all of us doing that and playing a part as a collective, that's where this sort of exponential jump in human consciousness and evolution and getting over the obstacles that humanity is facing, this is where we're going to push through that, and we're already been in the midst of that for quite some time.
Why many of those within the field of ufology have only been exploring it from a nuts and bolts perspective is because we are programmed very much into believing that unless you can touch, feel, see, hear it, etc., it's not real. You have to, the only things that are real are with our physical senses. And that's been very, very important because there is evidence from whistleblowers of many craft that have been examined that have crashed. There's been technology from those craft. There are, I would say, millions to billions of people now, everyday people, that have photographed and filmed through their iPhone the craft, all different craft. And even if you want to dismiss some of them as a possibility of not being accurate, when you get everyday people, and I get them phoning me, telling me about something they've seen that has changed their reality, that they never even looked at UFOs, they'd never even been in the slightest interested in them, and then suddenly having this huge craft over their house and how they changed afterwards and what have you. When people say to me, what's the reality? I said, the reality is that after these experiences, people change in dramatic ways from their experience.
Now, I do a lot of work on the side of the strange and paranormal with remote viewing, from how to uncover evidence of anomalous happenings and doing expeditions to these things, to remote viewing people like Pete Slattery. I met Pete at a conference that we were both speaking at in, I think it was 2017. And I think that was the first time that I heard his experiences in detail, as well as seeing his videos and photographs of anomalous objects. Now, we've done projects where we have found that some claims people make and photos or videos they take are just lies and fakery, even though they seem legitimate on the surface. So at that point, I figured, well, you know, my team and I really should remote view some of these things that Pete's captured. You know, while some of the photos and videos appear genuine, you never know if something is fake these days. I think the first thing that my team and I dug into was a really curious and unique video Pete took. It was this infrared video footage of a being with a large head and eyes inside of his house, and it was kind of poking its head out from the corner of the video screen. You know, it did that a couple of times and it was looking into the camera, it appeared. So we had to look at that one to figure out what was going on. We saw that this was indeed an alien in his house, and there wasn't just one though, there was basically a whole crew of them. These beings were not totally physical, but they could straddle the physical and the non-physical. In other words, they're multidimensional. They had landed a craft that was, in a sense, inside of his house as well as in the yard. Because an aspect of them and their craft is non-physical, this can actually happen, you know, where the craft can sit on the house, in the house, in another dimension. And these particular beings were described as being in support of Pete, and not the scary abducting type. And what was actually quite funny was the viewers were really focused on these beings going through the refrigerator and really interested in their dairy products there. But these guys, you know, they were there to physically check on them as well as provide some sort of evidence that they are with them. And this is why Pete was able to get them on camera. Now, in remote viewing, what can happen is that when you view beings who have a broader consciousness than humans, well, they can take notice of you. They can take notice of the remote viewers. And these beings did that. They took notice of us, the remote viewing team, and myself, and they interacted. In fact, they still interact with us to this day. Pete gets so many interesting videos and photographs, and you know, we've looked at quite a few of them repeatedly, right, over and over. So I'll often task not only my professional team, but I'll give viewers in training some of Pete's footage to remote view. In fact, some of his stuff has been viewed by up to 40 different remote viewers. You know, one of them is a shape flashing in the sky with multiple colors and moving into these like geometric patterns, changing shape. And this is actually a fun one for remote viewers in training to have a look at because it's so dynamic. You know, they get that this is a Merkaba. It's a Merkaba type craft in which there are multiple like high vibrational beings inside of it. Now, Merkaba is basically these two spinning pyramid type shapes that you'll often see being used by high vibrational beings. It's like this way they travel. And when you get these Merkaba type craft, they're also like a cross between a dimensional portal and a ship. So it's kind of like this back and forth thing. So there are multiple beings that are going in and out of this construct and looking and communicating with Pete. The big question for me becomes, you know, with all of the happenings around Pete on a consistent basis, is why? You know, why is this happening? You know, this is not a normal thing. When we looked at that question, it kind of got, I think, a little bit complicated, at least from the standpoint of how humans typically think, but not from a multi-dimensional standpoint. The one we know as Pete is not so much one individual. Of course, there is the physical one that calls himself that name, but you know, really that's just the physical. The data reflects somewhat of a rotation of beings that can and do go in and out of Pete's body. Frankly, he's described as being an experiment. You know, we're not talking a human experiment, we're talking a multi-dimensional alien type experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory, Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars. The spectroscope indicates the gas to be hydrogen and moving toward the Earth's enormous velocity.
We interrupt this broadcast with an emergency. This is not a test, this is a real thing. I repeat, clear the streets, red alert. We think that something has invaded planet Earth. The warning call has been sounded, and the stage has been set and prepared many thousands of years in the making. They've been invading mankind throughout time, planting seeds, even mating, creating chaos and havoc. They claim they're from another planet, intergalactic. Check your facts, ask Gary Bates. Then take a course from Joe Jordan and explore CE4's first-hand stories of abductions. People are told that they've been chosen. They're given missions and visions, often mimics of wisdom. Often they're told that they're quite special. They feed the ego of man, channel messages through people. Many speak of this experience while seeking guidance. They've been tricked by wickedness. Demonic beings from dark places who masquerade as aliens but can easily change faces.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns. They were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water.
Let's talk more about these forces and what seems to be their motives. Explore all their sources. We use due diligence and research, avoiding tricks and procedures that don't align with scriptures. The enemy wants to defeat us, and he's created many rabbit trails as to mislead us. A fallen army of dark angels who work together, spreading lies and deceit amongst all people. They've been around since the beginning and have mastered the spinning of truth, the roots of sinning. They use the lure of pride and ego, used as a snare throughout time for every people. These are the weapons that they brandish, and they abandon their first estate. It seems outlandish. They'll try and bypass your defenses and can customize their lies to accommodate your interest. They can trick you into listen and can hook you like a drug, like an addiction. Even by studying their actions, you can put yourself at risk without the proper balance. And too much time spent in the darkness can have a consequence, like climbing cliffs without a harness. Don't drift too far into conspiracies, cause they can hook you into watching YouTube videos for centuries. Don't get me wrong, you want the answers, but know there's agents of deceptions running lies just like a cancer, blending truth with fabrication. So don't attempt to dive in deep without a firm foundation.
With infinite complacence, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, yet across an immense ethereal gulf. Intellect, vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us.
One thing though, as good as our modern clocks are, they can never ever be absolutely correct. That's because time itself isn't absolutely constant. It changes in the strangest ways. A man named Albert Einstein made sure of that.
I am talking about traveling through time in a machine constructed for that very purpose.
If the notion of traveling through time in machines seems impossible to you, just stop and think for a moment. Think how far we've come, traveling through space in machines. We've sent probes past Saturn's rings and onto distant stars. We've worked in orbit above the Earth, setting the stage for manned exploration of the solar system. We've even left our footprints and tire tracks in the dust of the lunar landscape. Now just imagine how impossible all of that would have seemed 80-odd years ago. Fake.
you ever really thought about time and the idea that humanity has stolen credit for something that God built into the creation in a way he didn't have to do but chose to do by creating the luminaries? If day and night existed before the sun, the moon, and the stars were created to govern them and to mark the times and the seasons, God could have just as well created us in a world that had no natural indicator of how much time was left in the day or the night. I don't even know if this is making any sense. I've been thinking about this for a while now, and going back to Joshua's long day. Joshua 10, starting in verse 12. At that time Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day when the Lord gave the Amorites over to the sons of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still at Gibeon, and moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stopped, until the nation took vengeance on their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? The sun stopped in the midst of heaven and did not hurry to set for about a whole day. There has been no day like it, before or since, when the Lord heeded the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. And it's interesting too, I found a blog post talking about Joshua 10 and how indeed there are recorded myths and oral traditions from cultures all over the world that describe either a long day or a long night or a long sunset, depending on where you are in the world. And I thought that was really interesting. But it makes, kind of makes you stop and think about it. But for me, it also kind of helps illustrate the point, because it makes me curious, like how would you even know, if the sun and the moon were standing still, and the stars presumably, how would you know how long you'd been fighting? And I presume there would be numerous ways to come to a fairly general, calculation. They had water clocks and candles that were made to burn at unified times. But of course, all of these mechanisms, the earliest clock, of course, being the sundial, but if the sun's not moving, the sundial's no help. You would have to turn to other natural processes, and that's of course what time is explained as through, a Big Bang cosmology, is just sequences of events. It really is inseparable from the concept of motion. Interestingly enough, if you just imagine everything being frozen in place, not just the sun and the moon, but everything, every natural process, every human being, like you see in a sci-fi movie where somebody has a device and they can freeze time, freeze motion. How would you even know how long, how would time, if you only had yourself as a reference point, then that would be really difficult indeed. But it really kind of comes back to begging the question of what is time? And when there is no creator in your cosmic questioning, then indeed time is something that was just born at the Big Bang. It's as fluid as everything else because it didn't come from the mind of a creator. There was no intention behind it. There was no design behind it. It's just an extrapolation of whatever the laws of physics are, which themselves are fluid. And so, from a cosmic evolutionary standpoint, time itself is a social construct, right? Certainly, solar years and days of evening and morning and one day after another, and weeks and months and years, solar years, that's just a construct of our perspective of a tiny fraction of the age of, the 14 billion year universe. So even though we measure the universe in Earth years are just a subjective unit that we humans came up with because we crawled out of the evolutionary tree enough to notice the patterns of the sun and the moon going overhead, and then began to measure everything else in relation to that in terms of time in our evolutionary process. And the thing that started me really thinking about this was this silly TV special from 1985 with Michael J. Fox talking about the time machine in science fiction and movies, and they interview all these science fiction writers talking about time and time travel, and it's just kind of a real gem. I hadn't seen this before, but they, in this one section, they talk about how they're talking about Einstein and all this nonsense, but it kind of just made me realize that, time itself, according to Genesis, is something that God created even before all the components that we now associate with them were even created. Like he created day and night before the sun and the moon and the stars. And that alone is a pretty profound kind of thing to ponder, that the concept of it came first, and that somehow there was light and dark before there was the quote-unquote sources of the light. Whereas Genesis just says they were there to govern the day and the night. And this is kind of one of the main, revelations, I suppose, of considering ancient biblical cosmology, enclosed, flat, whatever the dome's made out of, or the firmament or whatever. Just the basic concept of these things not being these giant things millions of light years away, but being put above our heads as this big celestial clock that for thousands of years human beings were depending on all over the world. And it wasn't even until the 1500s and 1600s that they started making mechanical clocks that were, used for various things. And as the development of that advanced and the timekeeping became more precise and everything, that itself facilitated so much of what we would call the process of industrialization. If you don't have, there's a lot of technologies and industries and things that would have been very difficult to implement in the way that they were without, basic mechanical timekeeping. But the point being that, we look at that and go, oh yeah, look at how advanced we are, and forgetting the fact that, like, we had the clock in the sky for thousands of years before we ever, can you imagine not having that? It's a pretty handy thing to be able to, even without a sundial, you don't really need to go make a sundial to be able to look up in the sky and kind of tell what time of day it is. But if we didn't have that, can you imagine? How would we even try and figure out mechanical, if it took us that long to make our own clocks? If we didn't have one over our heads that was moving, except for that one specific day, that one day that was unlike any other day, the one time where God stopped the clock. And, obviously time kept going, but the celestial timepiece being under God's control, because he's the one who put it there in the first place after the earth was formed, not at all in the order that a Copernican solar system would seem to require. But anyways, I just never really thought about the idea of deconstructing time as an evolutionary construct, as some arbitrary development of our species. That it's interesting when you look at a lot of the stuff I found talking about the history of timekeeping. It typically mentions the Assyrians and the Babylonians and their development of the hexagesimal system based on 60, which can be divided into prime numbers 1 through 6, and it's very handy for fractions and all that, which ties into the 360 degrees of our whole geometry system for measuring angles is based on multiples of 60 and 6, and it's the kind of this curious coincidence that nobody really seems to explore too much, like why that would be. It just so happens that measuring the sun is done in degrees, and we get that. But the other thing I wondered about is the fact that is the stars being a part of this calendar system, and even in the book of Job it mentions several of the constellations of the zodiac, which seemingly suggests that that's part of God's original design. These 12 houses. So throughout astronomy and astrology, it's always divided into the zodiac. It's this common thing that everyone around the world was using, which ties into the 12 months of the year. And so even the hexagesimal system, I would say, is, if God created these 12 constellations to be easily recognizable in the sky from each other, think about that. And that's not to get into whether, the whole gospel is written in the zodiac. I never really was too jazzed about that whole idea for whatever reason, but I'm not poo-pooing it either. But the fact that there are 12 constellations and those constellations seem to be part of the original design is interesting. Like, how much have we actually taken credit for that God just put right in front of us from day one? Not to mention the earth that gives us food, and the animals that do work for us and provide us with food and clothing, and the trees that grow from the ground, and then you cut them down and they turn into this material that can be used both as fuel and as a material that you can fashion into a zillion different shapes and other tools to make more tools. Everything that we have built and created and figured out goes back to relying on these basic fundamental provisions of creation. It's amazing how much we just have, by refusing to acknowledge the Creator, have come up with narrative after narrative after narrative as to why all these things that are just, you know, the sun and the moon being the exact same size in the sky, that's just a coincidence. There couldn't be a creator behind that. You know, how much of our thinking has been warped by stuff like this? Not just imagining this vast vacuum of that. It's almost hard for me to even comprehend these days. The more I think about it, like you're out and about and going, are people really just going about their day and imagining just a few hundred miles above their heads is just this giant, endless vacuum zooming by? Like, is that really factoring into our daily psychology in ways that we just can't even? I think so.
We speak of time as though it's something real, the kind of thing that you can package and promote and put out in some kind of physical way. But in fact, time is really an abstraction. It's a concept. It's an idea that our brains use in order to do something much more fundamental, and that is deal with the real things that confront us. Those are events. It's events that we find happening around us, and we organize those events in sequence according to a principle that we happen to call time.
When I speak of time, gentlemen, I'm referring to the fourth dimension.
Without clocks, without watches, we couldn't have evolved at all. We would collide with each other.
If man had no timekeeping, everything would happen all at once. We'd plant crops in the middle of the dry season, and we'd go hungry, and we would have all died out somewhere about 1.5 million years ago.
For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to every one that believeth, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek. For therein is the righteousness of God revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness, because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen.
To me, the whole issue of time, and tying into my last video and the whole concept of dysphoria, the dysphoria related to the time, what is this time that we are actually living in? That kind of feels like the question I've been grappling with since even encountering 9/11 truth or whatever back in 2010, and I think even a decade before that. So 20 plus years of just quickly starting to feel like I might be living in a time quite different than what I had presumed. And everyone kind of goes through different things to get them to that point, and at different times in their life and in different generations and everything. But it's amazing how similar it really is. I think that underlying temporal dysphoria, if you will, it's a very strange thing to try and kind of articulate and even understand in my own mind. I don't know. In 2020, for instance, it was a strange year in the way it just made me kind of think back and remember and compare, like, how are we in this place as a world, as a society, as like, yeah, people in your own family and friend circles and everything, and seeing all this going on and just, yeah, feeling like you're in some Twilight Zone movie, going, how is this happening with people I've known, you know, your whole life, and like, we're in a bad movie. And the kind of questions that you hear a lot of people asking, whether it's about, you know, COVID and the mass psychosis of that, or everything that's kind of flipped on in the past 5 to 10 years with identity politics and critical race theory, critical gender theory, cancel culture, people who were like liberal their whole lives now suddenly going like, how am I being called a white supremacist? And yeah, like, what the heck is really going on? You know, you just hear a lot of people kind of coming to that place one way or another and trying to really wrap their heads around, like, how has the world gone completely insane in so many ways? And I find myself wondering a lot of the time, how much of all these topics that are considered crazy conspiracy subjects that people don't want to go there, like, how much is it ever really about accepting the horror of the crime itself, whether it's like a false flag attack of some kind, or, you know, maybe something not being as safe and effective as it's made out to be, or, you know, the idea that they faked the moon landings, and maybe a whole lot more, and maybe every picture you've ever seen of the globe in your life. How much of it is really about that specific question or event? Or is it really about the implications of living in a world that is that deceived and controlled and captured and on the precipice of, yeah, tyranny, the likes of which we've only ever really explored in dystopian science fiction and such? Is that really the thing that puts people off? Or more to the point, are we actually really living in some kind of biblical end time run-up? Regardless of how close we might actually be to a 7-year tribulation period, or, you know, whatever your eschatology might allow you to consider, just the idea of, like, that we could really be living in unprecedented times compared to the rest of all of human history is itself, I don't know, it's a pretty heavy thing to really have to process, to really have to absorb that. And even, it's weird, like, I did listen to that speech that Tucker Carlson gave at the Heritage Foundation, and you know, it was interesting to just kind of watch all that unfold, you know, from a kind of like a historical, like, this is amazing that all of this is happening, and here he is talking to these, you know, conservative people who are all buying into his. He said something about how, like, his generation of people, or the older generation, like, so many people today, like, can't really even, you can show them what's happening, you can, you know, talk about it till you're blue in the face, but they can't really metabolize it. That's the word he used. And I was like, that's a pretty, yeah, that kind of sums up a lot of what you're constantly dealing with on all kinds of fronts. And then, of course, he turns around and yeah, he's going to Twitter, and I don't think we need to surmise too much more about how far that's going to go. So that didn't take very long to kind of suss out. And Twitter's new, CEO, and hello. So maybe the Flat Earthers have been telling you what's up with Elon Musk for a long time, and you know, you got to give us that much at least. But yeah, being able to absorb that on whatever level, you know, regardless of what shape you even think the Earth is, to metabolize the times that we are living in, is kind of, I don't know that I'll ever be done trying to wrap my head around, you know, like, how weird it is. And it really is. When I was a kid in 1985, well, you know, that stinking movie came out, and 85, like, the apex of this decade of, as a kid, it was kind of, you know, optimism and innocence and simpler times in so many ways, even though it was, you know, it was no more innocent than any other time in history, really. Part of growing up is just learning, like, how naive you were to so much of what was going on around you. But just the idea that, like, that whole Back to the Future movie just is a perfect illustration of how, by the time I was alive in the 80s, the 50s and 60s seemed like ancient history. It was in the history books. It was like we'd already come out of all the craziness, and it was just the Berlin Wall came down, and we're just gonna drink Coke, and how weird is it that the whole 20th century almost was kind of, every decade somehow had its own schemata of archetypes and associations, such that like every 10 years it's like, oh yeah, we just went through another cultural revolution just by nature of, that's how decades work now, because we're in the 20th century and progress and change, and then we move into the 90s, and now we're moving into the internet age, and how cool is this going to be? And then here we are, and you're the age that your parents were way back then, and looking back at it and going, are we really here? Is this really happening? Did we really actually experience life without taking a cell phone everywhere you go? I mean, how many times have you stopped and thought about that, old people? Life before cell phones, and all the ways that has impacted our families and children and marriages and day-to-day life and ability to even, I've definitely become one of those people who does not celebrate post-cellular life. And yet we're all participating in it, and that's kind of the whole tension, the whole reason that people don't want to hear that, like, yeah, the system is not here to bring about peace, justice, and freedom of speech, but yeah, it's the beast system being assembled over generations, more generations than we can probably conceive of. And here we are staring down the barrel of central bank digital currencies and medical passports, and even the idea of technologies under the skin that maybe we can't even metabolize in our minds, that they would even really do such a thing. But speaking of which, I did come across this guy, Michael O'Fallon, and he has a Sovereign Nations channel, and he's done a bunch of collaboration with James Lindsay, who I've also been listening to, trying to kind of grasp this whole dialectic aspect of critical theory and, Marxism and DEI and all this stuff. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Lindsay, but O'Fallon, he's got this podcast, and this one episode in particular called We Are Data. He kind of goes into what I'm waffling about in terms of, nanotech applications, potential nanotech applications in the beast system, and to a degree that I don't think I've really heard anyone else out there really delve into, at least from a Christian perspective. So yeah, it's kind of a side note, but the times that we are living in. When I was in my 20s and first having kids and trying to figure that out and everything, the last thing I imagined I would be doing 20 years later was reading Karl Marx and Hegel and listening to Dr. James Lindsay and other guys. Like, for instance, this Mere Simulacrity conference. It's like a 12-part series on this channel as well that numerous speakers were contributing to. I think I listened to most of them, so very worthwhile. But yeah, I've been listening to a lot of guys like Lindsay and just a whole kind of variety of things delving into. Lindsay's interesting because he's just an interesting character in himself. I'm going on a tangent here, but it'll all tie together, don't worry. Just the dialectic, and because he ties Marxism directly back to Hegel, and Marx just using Hegel's dialectic in a materialistic way, dialectical materialism, and all the fundamentals of communism flowing out of that in a way. But so he ties it back to Hegel, and Hegel, he's like kind of realized that this is all Gnosticism, and it goes back to the Hermetic writings and the Hermetic tradition. So essentially, yeah, Hegel was a wizard, a Hermeticist, and basically all of this dialectical thought and dialectical philosophy traces back to Hermeticism, and that in itself going back to ancient Greece. Of course, the dialectic goes back to Socrates and Plato, and this whole idea of it's a conversation, a dialogue between two people, and the idea is that, again, once you remove God from the equation and you're just turning to human philosophy to try and find truth and find meaning and figure out everything about the world, it's human-centered. Dialogue is the method. We're just gonna, we have no one else. There's no God to reveal things, so man is left with himself. And so the dialectic, it kind of makes sense that this whole system of thought would arise out of that. Of course, it was a polytheistic culture originally, but it's the same thing. It's when there's no exterior objective creator God, biblical God, polytheism and pantheism and humanism are all kind of one and the same, ultimately. So, yeah, very interesting that James Lindsay has traced the dialectic back to Hermes and Hermeticism and alchemy and all this stuff, because indeed, this is what I think a lot of these things that we've kind of pinpointed in scientism all trace themselves back to the mystery schools and back to humanistic philosophy. And the interesting thing about James Lindsay is that not being a believer, I don't know if he would call himself an atheist or an agnostic, but he's definitely kind of painted himself into a corner with his research and findings, I would argue. But so I pray that he finds the God who's really the only foundation for any of the truths that he's trying to defend and argue for. You know, if classical liberalism is basically the scaffolding that you're clinging to, but still in a universe that just exploded out of nothing and was created by no one and has evolved over billions of years according to no intention or thought or design, then the whole thing is just a big waste of time conversation in my view. And I kind of find that more and more with just about anything having to do with all of this, you know, social upheaval, the culture war, the politics, all this stuff. Like, if you can't begin and end the conversation with, is there a God? Then yeah, you're forcing yourself into a humanistic dialectic where inevitably the options that you're given to choose from, the two sides are always going to be skewed. It's always going to be a false framing of whatever the topic is, whether it's about human behavior or morality, technology, whatever. I mean, the very idea that ideologies, whether they're like Marxist or Maoist or techno-rainbow, transhumanist, whatever, all of these things that are essentially built on the foundation of Darwinism and evolutionary cosmology, and that just being assumed scientific fact that you can't even argue with, they all inevitably make moral arguments against their detractors. Marxism is all about, accusing the bourgeoisie of oppressing the proletariat. There's always this oppressor and oppressed polarity and all these different forms of Marxist thought. And so the struggle, the whole man is left to then fight it out, basically. And you have to synthesize all these polarities, because there really is no good or bad in an evolutionary universe. Those are all just illusions, and yet you're appealing to morality in order to eradicate morality, ultimately, which is a very cyclical, snake eating its own tail kind of thing, which is interesting that Lindsay does actually connect a lot of things about the occult, like just the idea that it's like, hey, this is a cult, this is a religion, is kind of dawning on a lot of different people out there. It's just kind of amazing to hear that being like pointed out by people who don't even believe in God. So it's like, yes, indeed, this is a cult. This giant Gnostic, intellectual, materialistic / mystical, evolutionary, anything but the God of the Bible cult. Yep. It's really like kind of taken over the world, and has in many ways, at least in terms of institutional capture, governmental or academic or corporate, and the scale of that being something that, again, can you or I, any regular person, it's hard to really imagine what that world is even like. And yet there are more and more people being confronted with all these demands of pronouns and DEI protocols and whatnot being enforced in the workplace and in government. I mean, it's pretty astounding to really kind of look at it as something it's not new. There's nothing new under the sun, and yet the speed at which the evolutionary mindset has now kind of transformed into social justice, social change, social revolution, in a way that even the Marxists of the past and the feminists of my generation and the gay and lesbian rights activists of my generation don't even know how to make heads or tails of it. It's just complete insanity. And so many people kind of want to just figure out, how do we go back to the golden age of classical liberalism, or the golden age of, whatever it is in your mind, the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, if you whatever period of human history that seems like was pretty good. For all the things that we don't know that lie ahead, and all the questions we might still wrestle with, knowing that you have to let it go. You do have to let go of longing for some snapshot of society that existed in your mind or in your life or in history that can never be found again, and to just be here today, but knowing that it's not just going to keep going on and on forever. But I think that's a hard, I don't want to say hard sell, but a hard truth to metabolize. The Lord could tarry another 100 years and we could live, we could experience communism in a way that we just never thought would be possible. A digital technocracy that operates on a whole new level of surveillance and algorithmic analysis of human behavior. It just amazes me that we actually have, in the midst of all this stuff that we've built and made and supposedly figured out, we still have the Word of God preserved for hundreds and hundreds of years through scribes and scrolls and human, librarians. God gave it to us before we had the printing press, before we had digital media. Parts of it going all the way back to Moses, and then by oral tradition all the way back to Noah and Adam himself, and then the book of Genesis. No one could know any of that had God not told us. Had he not told Adam and Eve. It's weird to think that the internet might be the closest thing to a time machine that any of us could experience, and yet we are that generation that lived through this bizarre time where suddenly we could go back and look at clips from films and TV and rewatch the propaganda, which for so many decades it was like you watched it when it was being broadcast, and after that it was really easy to memory hole something after it aired, and suddenly we're living in this time where this brief window, really, as that window is now being rapidly closed down more and more, where we had access to more information than you could possibly even read or watch or absorb, and going round and round, wondering how much of this is a blessing and how much of it is a curse, or how could it be kind of both at the same time? At the same time, a vehicle of God's judgment and also a vehicle of His grace. Well, not just the internet, but the whole era that we live in. I think ultimately you can be terrified by the idea that sooner or later, civilization, history will come to a close. All the books that were written, all the movies that were filmed, all the content that was ever created will not endure on into eternity. But the Word of God and the children of God, family of God, the bride of Christ, the New Jerusalem, the heavenly inheritance. We can be complete in Christ here and now, but also knowing that we'll never experience the fullness of it in this world, in this life. Regardless of where we are in the great timeline of history and how close to the Antichrist we may be, if you're willing to even consider that. One thing is for sure is that the cycle of time ends for all of us, and we never know when it will be. But God knows. And there's an amazing amount of comfort in knowing that it's not going to be any sooner or later than He's decreed. And every day that we're given is supposed to be a day that we give back to Him in whatever sacrificial way we can. And I don't know, it's good to be reminded of that, I think, because it's so easy to just get wrapped up in all the dialectics. All the debates between men, where God isn't even allowed in the conversation.
J. Fox. For the next 1/24th of a day, for the next 3,600 seconds, for the next 60 minutes, for the next exciting hour, you and I are going to go time traveling together. We'll turn the pages of some timeless literature, and we'll relive some famous plot-stopping moments from the movies, too.
Said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
Thanks to stronger amplification of television signals by today's satellites, consumers can now receive broadcasts directly on 18-inch wide dishes. As improvements continue, these satellite receivers may become an integral part of most households, providing 400 channels of incoming television and data, as well as one channel of outgoing video. Communication satellites have transformed our world into a global village in less than 4 decades. Today we can pick up the phone and instantly talk to someone else almost anywhere on the planet. Or turn on our televisions and watch foreign and domestic events unfold before our eyes. International faxing, high-speed modems, and email using phone lines and satellites also allow businesses, researchers, and ordinary people to transmit data around the globe in a matter of seconds.
Real-time worldwide communications was something that didn't exist before the 1960s and the communication satellite revolution. That has changed our whole way of life. Our whole society, our economy, is built upon those capabilities.
We never stop hearing about how the internet's in the cloud, but really, it's in the ocean. About 300 undersea fiber optic cables are responsible for 99% of international data traffic. It's basically the same way we connect to each other in a single country, except underwater instead of underground. They transmit PewDiePie from Europe to America, and they connect stock traders in New York and London. And these cables, placed by private companies, are the backbone of the internet. But if you held one in your hand, it'd be no bigger than a soda can. There are just a few layers of protection from the water, including petroleum jelly. Yes, your internet is covered in Vaseline. They're vulnerable to earthquakes. At least a few times, confused sharks have bitten them. But many cables are beneath sea life because in some places they go as deep underwater as Mount Everest is high. Ships lower a plow that digs a tiny groove in the ocean floor, lay in the cable, and it's naturally buried by sand thanks to the ocean's current. And that process, it's both stunningly simple and mind-blowingly complex, is responsible for making the internet a truly global network. It's an idea that's audacious and crazy, and you think it has to be cutting edge, and it is, but it's also been going on for 157 years. Electric telegraphs have been around for a long, long time. Experiments in the early 1800s connected two ends of a garden using a clock that revealed letters. Then they moved on to two neighborhoods to help signal trains, and then multiple cities thanks to a network of railroad lines. Underwater submarine cables were an obvious next step, so they played around. Instead of petroleum jelly, the first ones were coated with exotic tree sap to protect them from the water. And though the undersea cables came in spurts, one of the first ones was knocked out of commission by a fishing boat. By 1858, they reached around the Atlantic and across the world. And that's how it's kind of gone since, laying cables that circle the Earth's oceans. The cables are unwound from the back of the ship, sink to the ocean floor, and the world is connected in speeds measured in milliseconds. There are ideas to bring the internet above sea level. Along with cell phone towers, there's internet beamed from Facebook satellites to Africa and balloons lifted by Google. But for speedy international travel, undersea cables are still where companies like Facebook and Google place their bets. That's because the best way to create the cloud is still by going under the sea.
If you've never seen one of these before, it plays a key role in your internet life. This is what carries your email, videos, and games all around the world. It's an undersea internet cable. It's being made right here in Kitakyushu, Japan, at NEC's OCC factory. OCC makes submarine cables, which carry virtually all internet data across oceans. The cables come in different varieties, including heavily armored ones, but they all start with bundles of optical fibers. The fibers are wrapped in layers for strength, starting with a steel tube, then steel wires and a copper tube, and finally a polyethylene sheath for water resistance. Enormous spinner machines and spools are needed to create the cables. When they're armored, the cables are wrapped in more steel wires and then asphalt and plastic strings. That makes them pretty tough.
Even though the single armor is just one layer, this is kind of difficult to bend.
Once manufacturing is complete, the cables are spooled into large tanks and then tested for water resistance and other parameters. The cable system includes large missile-shaped repeaters to boost the signal across the ocean. This 9,000-kilometer long cable is being created for the Trans-Pacific Faster cable that's backed by Google.
It is a 6-fiber pair system. Each fiber pair will carry 100 wavelengths of 100 gigabits. So the total capacity will be around 60 terabits. That is equivalent to about 1,600 DVDs, which can be transmitted over the ocean in 1 second.
Once it's ready, the cable is sent out along rollers to a cable ship docked by the factory. This is the René Descartes, owned by French telecom firm Orange. Dozens of workers are needed to load the cable as well as the large repeater units onto the ship. Once inside, the cable is fed into 3 tanks below the main deck, and they're huge, hot, and humid. The cable has to be looped very carefully to prevent tangles. Back up on the main deck, we can see a few of the tools needed to lay the cable. About the size of a small house, the plow Elodie is used to dig trenches on the coastal seabed where the cable needs to be buried for protection from anchors and nets. Next up is the Hector 6, an ROV that can work up to 2,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. It has caterpillar tracks for propulsion, jets to help bury the cable in its trench, as well as robotic arms to manipulate it. On the bridge, engineers can control the arms with small-scale replicas, as well as joysticks to control the ROV and plow. It takes a light touch and a lot of patience to install a cable all the way across the Pacific. In Kita-Kyushu, Tim Horniak, IDG News Service.
Ground control to Major Tom.
ODD TV.
Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom.
Hey everybody, what's happening up in this piece? ODD TV is in the building. Okay. So let's talk a little more about this Buzz Aldrin clip where he subtly admitted that we didn't go to the moon. I've been getting a lot of comments on my last upload of that very clip. People say he was only talking about how we didn't go back to the moon. Let's run the clip.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not
an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
To me, Buzz is flat out saying that we didn't go. Buzz, why haven't we gone back to the moon?
Because we didn't go there. We didn't go there. We didn't go there. And that's the way it happened.
Now, this isn't just some sudden realization. This isn't the evidence. Though I'm glad that Buzz came clean, there is much more information available to show us that outer space is not what we are led to believe. Let's go over a timeline that I made. I tried to keep it as simple as possible. Alright, so in 1915, NACA was founded, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. NACA was established by the federal government, and their mission statement was, "It shall be the duty of the Advisory Committee for Aeronautics to supervise and direct the scientific study of the problems of flight with a view to their practical solution." In 1923, Disney was founded. Walt Disney, of course, grew up in the Demolay, a young boy's version of Masonry. Continuing on, in 1936, JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, was founded, in part by Jack Parsons, an avid follower of Aleister Crowley and a member of his fraternal organization, the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis. Jack Parsons also hung out with L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of the Church of Scientology, which holds sci-fi-like religious beliefs, including the belief of a galactic dictator named Xenu. Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard both practiced black magic and participated in sex magic rituals together. In 1954, Walt Disney and the father of rocket technology in the United States, Wernher von Braun, meet and make 3 films about space exploration. One was called Man in Space.
Here to introduce you to this new series is Walt Disney.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives. Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today. Many of the things that seem impossible now will become realities tomorrow.
Just a couple years later, in 1958, NACA is transformed into NASA, and the space program begins with projects like Mercury and Gemini. In 1966, filmmaker Stanley Kubrick meets with NASA employees as well as Arthur C. Clarke. Pretty damning photograph. 3 years before the first moon landing, Kubrick just happens to be running with NASA and a well-known author of science fiction books, who also predicted satellites in 1945. Arthur C. Clarke's work includes Childhood's End, which was made into a 3-part series on Sci-Fi Channel in 2015. Very interesting series with so-called aliens, but they look like the epitome of Satan, and they come to usher in the new golden age for humanity.
There is no need to be afraid.
In 1968, Arthur C. Clarke wrote 2001: A Space Odyssey. It was developed concurrently with Stanley Kubrick's film version. Fun fact, between 1968, when the movie was made, and 2001, when the movie takes place, that is exactly 33 years. They did the exact same thing with 9/11. The Twin Towers began construction in 1968, and they were knocked down in 2001, exactly 33 years later. Anyway, this not only served as practice for Stanley Kubrick, as he was given pointers on how space should be portrayed by Arthur C. Clarke, but this was also mental conditioning for the masses. 2001: A Space Odyssey was the #1 movie in the box office in 1968. And 1 year later, in 1969, Apollo 11 claims to land men on the moon for the first time. President Richard Nixon called Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin from the White House to congratulate them.
Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here.
Meanwhile, I can't get cell phone service in the mountains here in Colorado. Later on in the same year, Apollo 12 lands men on the moon for the second time. Then in 1971, both Apollo 14 and 15 successfully land men on the moon. In 1972, both Apollo 16 and 17 also successfully land men on the moon. So that's 6 successful moon landings between 1969 and 1972. And it just suddenly stops there. In 1981, Masonic Television, aka MTV, begins, starting right off with the usage of Apollo footage and continuing to use the Apollo program as their theme to further condition the masses on a wide scale, especially the younger generation. Make the Apollo missions cool and hip. Apollo missions, they're the hip thing to do. If MTV wasn't ran out of a Masonic temple, it wouldn't be such a dead giveaway, but they do, and it so happens that many NASA astronauts and employees are Freemasons. Now it's 2008.
Hello, was someone there wanting to speak? Is it a calm thing? Like, if someone comes in and wants to talk, that takes priority over the bot. So if you want to speak, feel free. Otherwise, I'll just continue with the bot. No? Okay.
And nothing has happened since 1972. It's been just over 45 years, and that's a lot of time to be stagnant after 6 back-to-back moon landings. Get this, not only did NASA lose the telemetry data for all the moon landings, but NASA now claims that they lost the technology that got them to the moon in the first place.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
This is why we can't go past low Earth orbit, according to them.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
But I have a hunch as to why we can't leave low Earth orbit. Dome, 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 dome. Dome, 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 dome. Yeah, so they have conceived this idea of a layer of radiation that acts as an impenetrable barrier. It's called the Van Allen radiation belt, and it's code for the firmament. Another thing is that this radiation belt was present for the Apollo missions, so how did they manage to make it through? Let's ask Apollo astronaut Alan Bean.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
Beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And then we build it that way.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
So you see, Team Apollo didn't know about this deadly radiation belt that would have killed them, so they weren't affected by it. Another interesting aspect of space travel is that it's not possible because thrust and combustion are not viable in a vacuum. Let's review a couple of experiments in a vacuum chamber that prove what I am talking about. First experiment, thrust in a vacuum.
You can see when I turn the fan on, it blows the feather all over the place. This is, of course, at atmospheric pressure right now. So since we're at Martian air pressure, let's unplug the vacuum pump and let's turn on this fan. And place your bets as to what's going to happen to this feather. Now the fan's only going to produce maybe 10 miles per hour worth of wind. On the surface of Mars, the fastest recorded wind speed is about 70 miles an hour. But let's say the superstorm in the Martian had wind speeds of 200 miles an hour, 20 times what we have here. To compensate for that, I imagine the feather is about 20 times easier to push over than a spaceship. So let's see what happens. Okay, fans on. And the feather's not moving. In fact, let's zoom in on that.
Thrust does not work in a vacuum, and thrust would be needed to traverse outer space. Second experiment, combustion in a vacuum.
This is a mixture of sugar, potassium nitrate, and iron oxide. This is used in amateur rockets because the ingredients are readily available and the amount of thrust it produces is quite high. So let's light this on fire and see how it does. So this is in Earth atmosphere. As you can see, it burns rather rapidly, producing a little bit of thrust even. As you can see towards the end, it moved it around. So now let's try it inside of a vacuum. No ignition. That's interesting.
Combustion does not work in a vacuum. This is a very big deal. Space travel falls on its face and breaks it, then dies with these two vacuum chamber experiments. Thanks, Cody's Lab. Outer space is an occultist dream. In the same way that Jack Parsons was obsessed with magic, so too was Walt Disney. You can see it throughout his work with the likes of Fantasia And you can still see it to this day with how they advertise for Disney.
With Disney innovation and magic behind them, Disney DVDs are breathtaking, fun, interactive. A world filled with magical entertainment awaits you. The magic is at your fingertips. Disney DVD. Pure digital magic.
Welcome to a whole new world of Disney magic. Pure digital magic.
The magic of Disney this, the magic of Disney that, the Magic Kingdom. They even have a Disney cruise ship called Magic. And just like Jack Parsons, Walt Disney was fascinated by rockets. Which in the occult circles are modern-day obelisks. Obelisks are erected all over the Earth plane, and they symbolize domination, power, and political authority. The word obelisk translates to Baal's shaft, Baal as in the god or lord. Therefore, an obelisk is a penis. Speaking of penises, in the movie Toy Story, Woody and Buzz come into contact with references to Stanley Kubrick's The Shining. You can see it here on the carpet. It's the same carpet from The Shining, and they did this on purpose. There's a reference to room 237 when Woody is using the computer. Another one on the garbage truck license plate. And another on the cameras in the daycare center. This one even says Overlook, the hotel that The Shining took place in. The Shining was Stanley Kubrick's way of saying that he filmed the moon landings. In the movie, there are references to Tang, the drink that the astronauts took to the moon.
Astronauts to the moon.
Little Danny wearing an Apollo 11 sweater and heading for room 237. Another funny thing about Toy Story is that Tom Hanks plays Woody, and the year it came out is the same year that Apollo 13 came out, with Tom Hanks as the lead. And Tom Hanks also was the executive producer, meaning that he was the main producer behind a project for a 1998 miniseries called From the Earth to the Moon. It's pretty clear that Disney and NASA are connected.
Buzz, I can't believe you were actually in space!
Yeah!
It's true. I was the first space ranger to visit the International Space Station.
Way to go, Buzzarino!
Let me show you.
It was a fantastic program between NASA and Disney to send Buzz up and did a tremendous education program, for children all over the world, and I was so proud.
So when you're looking at this timeline, this is the timeline of deception with the space programs of the world, pretending like outer space is a real thing. And you can add in 1928, Richard E. Byrd started exploring Antarctica. And he explored it for years and years and years. And in 1956 was his last expedition to Antarctica. So we can add those two things to the timeline. And just 3 years after Richard Byrd's last expedition to Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty was established in 1959, just 1 year after NASA was founded. So when you really look at this and pay attention to all this stuff as a whole, you can see that we're being lied to. It seems that they have found the limitations for how far we can travel on this Earth plane and how high we can go in the sky. But don't just take my word for it. I want you to research this. Whether you believe me or you don't believe me, research it for yourself. It becomes very clear that something is going on with the establishment of the Antarctic Treaty right around the time NASA was founded to gatekeep space. It's all there. Just do your own research. Anyway, that's all I have for this one. Thanks for watching. I'm gone.
Trouble in space this morning as the International Space Crew attempted a spacewalk outside the station. Here's a live look at the astronauts. Well, I don't believe. I don't think that's. Yeah.
Where's their space suit?
My question is, through your career and your writing and your acting, you've inspired so many people to enter the sciences. How do you balance science with science fiction? They're both the same.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Wow, Neil Armstrong. Hey, wait a minute. You're supposed to be on the moon. I just saw it on TV.
Oh, there's a tape delay and with all solar winds.
She always loved the pictures.
It's an old federal textbook. We've replaced them with the corrected versions.
Corrected?
Explaining how the Apollo missions were fake.
Folks, it's an honor for me to be working in this studio. This is the very sound stage where we faked the moon landing. And the JFK assassination. No, I'm sorry, this is where we planned the JFK assassination.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Thanks for tuning in to ODD TV. Please be sure to like and share this video. It really helps. Also, don't forget to subscribe. ODD TV.
So, on January 3rd, 2018, there was a major malfunction on what's called the International Space Station. In a video on NASA's YouTube channel called Space Station Crew Members Discuss Life in Space with the Media, the three astronauts all disappear simultaneously while the background layer of the ISS remains intact.
Thank you very much again. Thank you for your time. Have a good flight and many more exciting experiments on the orbit. Thanks a lot.
Station, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
When you look at this thing, this, and the actors, they are the only things that mess up. Watch closely. This is a big deal because it means without any doubt whatsoever that there was live editing and video manipulation. Not only would the background get scrambled as well, but these guys wouldn't all disappear at the same time. So check that one out on NASA's channel. I'll leave a link in the description. There are a lot of us that have been showing this stuff for years, and people are waking up to the deception, while some refuse to acknowledge it. In fact, many people hold the idea of outer space and NASA very near and dear to their hearts. So much so that when they are shown this evidence, their ego won't allow them to accept that space is a hoax. Years of psychological programming through various media doesn't help either. But whether we like it or not, NASA and all the other space agencies are lying to the world. They're lying to you. They're lying to your kids. We've caught NASA too many times to count at this point. We catch them glitching, There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
you know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
well, there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, the set of crewed flights will test and prove
the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. So if you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
Speaking of fabricated moon missions, we as humanity have been being systematically brainwashed to accept the moon landing when they finally did fake it. For instance, in 1902, the very first sci-fi movie ever made came out. It was called A Trip to the Moon. The guy who made this, George Méliès, made all sorts of similar short movies around the same time. The Astronomer's Dream, Impossible Voyage, Courtship of the Sun and Moon, Conquest of the Pole, the North Pole, that is. Anyway, more pre-moon landing movies that conditioned us mentally were Destination Moon from 1950, (1955) Conquest of Space, 1958, From the Earth to the Moon. That's the same year NASA was established. 1960, 12 to the Moon. Then, in 1962, JFK gave his famous "We choose to go to the moon" speech.
We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
followed by more mental conditioning in First Men in the Moon, 1964. And Jules Verne's Rocket to the Moon in 1967. In 1969, NASA goes to the moon for the first time, where President Nixon talked to them on the phone with no problem.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives.
Only there is a problem. Nixon would not have been able to talk to them because the moon is supposedly 238,000 miles away. From then on, most of the world believes that NASA really goes to a place called outer space, and anyone that disagrees is an ignorant conspiracy nut lacking in education. It's not all their fault, though. The propaganda is rampant. In 1981, MTV launches and does their first broadcast with the use of NASA imagery.
7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll.
MTV even uses an astronaut on the moon as the logo for movies. And they give out the astronaut statue for Best Music Video Award. This is because MTV is ran by Freemasons. They even operate out of a Freemasonic temple. You see, NASA is also a Masonic entity. Most, if not all, NASA astronauts belong to a lodge, like our buddy Buzz Aldrin here. Freemasons are just drudges in the grand scheme of things. They do a lot of grunt work for the Grand Deception and the New World Order. Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose history, grades, official appointments, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from beginning to end. Isaac Wise. Also, I'm not saying that all Freemasons are bad or in on any conspiracy. There are certain lodges and certain individuals and families that are privy to the teachings of the mystery schools because of their social status. It's not for your average Freemason that joined the local lodge down the street. Anyway, back to Buzz Aldrin. This guy has lived his whole life being a puppet for a more sinister power. He is still 100% under oath to obey today. Here he is at some fashion show with Bill Nye. Looking good, Buzz, looking good. Speaking of Bill Nye, this guy was an actor on a sketch comedy show called Almost Live before being picked up by Disney in 1993. We all love Disney, right? Well, Disney, with the 666 in his logo, has a special club at Disneyland called Club 33. And if that wasn't enough, Walt Disney helped found NASA along with Wernher von Braun, L. Ron Hubbard, and Jack Parsons.
Here to introduce you to this new series is Walt Disney.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives. Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today. Many of the things that seem impossible now will become realities tomorrow.
To this day, our minds are under attack constantly by these parasites. We are submerged in a sea of programming and brainwashing to believe in things that have not and cannot be proven. They want us to believe that Earth is the result of an accidental Big Bang that gave way to life of single-celled organisms that eventually turned into fish, then amphibians, then monkeys, and then us. We are told that we live on a rock that spins as it flies through outer space, and at any moment, we can be destroyed by an asteroid or invaded by aliens. They say that one day the sun will die out and all of this is over. Well, gee, if that doesn't make you feel special, then I don't know what will. Question everything, because everything you think you know is wrong. This has been ODD TV. Until next time, everyone.
Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars, and let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words,
There's this one video where the actor is going around a corner and he is faded out before making it completely out of the viewer's sight. Let's not forget space bubbles.
Dave Williams about to move out of the Quest airlock. Those particles that you see emanating from the airlock is said by the EVA officer Paul Boehm in Mission Control to be particles of water from the crew's sublimators on their spacesuits.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and it just happens that actors train in an underwater tank. NASA tells us that the Earth is photoshopped because it has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. Then there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Some NASA actors say that you can totally see stars when you're in space.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. Because you can see. Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan clouds.
There's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa. But the NASA actors from 1969 say that you can't see the stars in space.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
You can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
I don't remember seeing any.
NASA says that we can't leave low Earth orbit.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
And this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
NASA tells us that they lost the 1960s technology that took us to the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
The ultimate destination is Mars. If you gave me all the money in the federal budget today, I could not get a human to Mars.
I think that what you're doing is taking a shot in the dark. You have no way of knowing if any commercial entity will ever be able to put a man in orbit, no matter how much money you throw at them. What you're doing is you're taking NASA's manned space program and making it a faith-based initiative. I yield the rest of my time.
NASA also says that they lost the telemetry data for the moon missions.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA claims that we successfully landed man on the moon 6 times between 1969 and 1972. Here we are in 2016, and NASA constantly tells us that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The moon is claimed to be 238,000 miles away. That's a big difference.
1. NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit. 2.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
3.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
4.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit. So we have a really robust exploration program at NASA.
5.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
So how did we send humans to the moon 6 times so early on, but we can't figure it out in 2016? How was it so easy to go to the moon in 1969 using this flimsy lunar module? Even more interesting, who was already on the moon filming the arrival of the module? Was it the same person who stayed back on the moon and filmed the departure of the module?
Fourth stage, push. Mission arm is S. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector good. Ag thought.
Just wondering. This is ODD TV. Thanks for watching.
Hi, my name is Dalton Spurlock, and my question is for Kate. Why is it not possible to physically land on or explore other planets?
Well, it is physically possible. We've sent humans to the moon. The United States has proven that we can actually land people and a large amount of equipment on another body.
ODD to Houston. I've made it to the Mars CGI ball. Preparing for landing. Is it even possible to land on this thing? Thrust and combustion aren't even possible in a vacuum. Is this a Disney movie or something? Ridley Scott? Guys? Hello? Hey everybody, ODD here. This will be a quicker and cleaner version of the video that I made last night. So let's jump right in. There is an island in Canada called Devon Island, and this place is home to the Houghton Mars Project. It's no secret. In September of 2015, Jeranism made a video about this, and it caught my attention, and it made me think a lot. Though I was interested, I still thought to myself that of course they have to have a simulated Mars environment to train in. Why wouldn't they? It's not that weird, right? But since that time, I've learned a whole lot more about the idea of space travel, vacuums, non-vacuums, and how thrust and combustion are impossible in a vacuum. Therefore, space travel is a hoax. Let me show you what I mean with 2 scientific experiments that were conducted in a vacuum chamber. I'll link these videos in the description, all credit to Cody's lab. This first video proves that thrust is not possible in a vacuum.
Alright everyone, welcome back to Cody's lab. So as you can see, we're using the vacuum chamber once again, and I actually have a little feather right there, as you can see, suspended in front of a 12-volt electric fan. See, I got the batteries, a pressure gauge, and everything in there. To turn it on, I have a little tilt switch, says magnetically controlled. You can see when I turn the fan on, it blows the feather all over the place. This is, of course, at atmospheric pressure right now. So, I want to take this down to Martian conditions. You might have noticed the Martian reference over there. First thing I'm going to do is add a little bit of dry ice to the chamber, just so that the atmosphere gets replaced with CO2. Many of you guys were complaining about that last time. So now I should have a CO2 atmosphere, or at least it'll create one. And now we're going to suck out all of the air, or at least most of it, down to the point where about between 4 to 6 millimeters of mercury, which is of course the pressure on the surface of Mars. So let's plug in the vacuum pump. There we go. Give this a little while to suck down. These pieces of CO2 look really interesting in the vacuum. The gas produced causes them to levitate and float all over the place. But if you can see the gauge over there, you can see that the air pressure is just about to the point where it's would be considered the surface of Mars. So since we're at Martian air pressure, let's unplug the vacuum pump and let's turn on this fan. Place your bets as to what's going to happen to this feather. Now the fan's only going to produce maybe 10 miles per hour worth of wind. On the surface of Mars, the fastest recorded wind speed is about 70 miles an hour. But let's say the superstorm in the Martian had wind speeds of 200 miles an hour, 20 times what we have here. To compensate for that, I imagine the feather is about 20 times easier to push over than a spaceship. So let's see what happens. Okay, fan's on. And the feather's not moving. In fact, let's zoom in on that.
This second experiment proves that combustion is not possible in a vacuum.
So how about something that has its own oxidizer, such as gunpowder? See, this is a mixture of charcoal, sulfur, and potassium nitrate. When heated, the potassium nitrate gives off oxygen, which the sulfur and charcoal uses to burn. So I've got a little bit sitting in there. Let's apply the laser goggles, and let's light it off. First in the atmosphere, and then in the vacuum. Okay, as you can see, it produced lots of smoke and burned rather quickly. Most of the air is now gone. Let's see what happens. The gunpowder did not ignite. I saw some smoke coming off of it, so I know it burned a little. Let's try again more in the center of the pile. And that's it. The gunpowder does not burn.
and so I'm going to be burning some rocket candy. This is a mixture of sugar, potassium nitrate, and iron oxide. This is used in amateur rockets because the ingredients are readily available and the amount of thrust it produces is quite high. So let's light this on fire and see how it does. So this is in Earth atmosphere. As you can see, it burns rather rapidly, producing a little bit of thrust even. As you can see towards the end, it moved it around. So now let's try it inside of a vacuum. No ignition. That's interesting. I did see some little poofs as it tried to burn, but it was unable to sustain itself. So even when it's in one solid piece, it can't chain and continue burning. So I've let a little bit more air back into the chamber. Let's see if it'll burn now. That's a no-go on burn. Wait. It's kind of smoldering. And it's out. Acetone peroxide in the atmosphere in 3, 2, 1. Yes, that's a little bit more volatile than gunpowder is. Acetone peroxide in vacuum in 3, 2, 1. It still didn't burn.
So essentially, what we have here is solid evidence that space travel is fake. Therefore, the Mars rover is a complete hoax. And this Mars simulated environment on Devon Island is where they fake Mars rover footage and where they will fake all future Mars footage. I mean, they could fake this anywhere really, Greenland, Nevada, or even other remote islands such as Devon Island. But since the Houghton Mars project is public knowledge, we have a good lead here. Since at least the 1950s, going to Mars has been a common theme in movies, TV shows, and cartoons and whatnot. And what these movies are doing are conditioning us to believe that a trip to Mars is viable, which it isn't. We are merely being programmed to buy into the hoax when the time comes. Stay on your toes and keep a good spotlight on these liars. We need to watch everything they do like a hawk. This has been ODD. Thanks for watching. What's happening out there? This is ODD TV. We're going to look at vectors and chevrons, but I'm going to start this by sharing a clip from another video that I made called Cigarettes and the Occult. It's the reason why I'm making this video in the first place. And Newports, they have this weird shape for their logo. It looks like an upside down Nike sign. People say it looks like a ring on Saturn kind of symbolism, like a swoosh around Saturn. I think it kind of looks like a spaceship kind of thing, you know, like one of these. And it's funny because RJ Reynolds has a boomerang looking thing in their logo. Let's look at the Newport logo again. And you see how there's an emphasis on the older logo with the shadow underneath it. It looks like it's floating or hovering above it. And we got these Ace cigarettes that have kind of the same logo, only it's sharper. And we got Hollywood cigarettes. See, this one looks just like that, like a little ship hovering, you know. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm looking way too far into this shit. I don't know, but it's still fun, keeps me occupied. Looks like a ship, and it looks like Chevron's logo. I received some feedback basically saying that my line of thinking isn't as crazy as what can actually be. He provided me with a link to a rare documentary called Moon Rising by Jose Escamilla. I watched the whole thing, but here's the part about the chevrons and vectors.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go and look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the space shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the space shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. And you can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to? And the truth, quite frankly, is out of this world.
guys catch that Air Force patch? Holy shit, I looked it up and found a couple other weird ones. Anyway, after I saw that segment, I insisted on researching more. I found early on that this symbol may also be referred to as a delta. Makes enough sense. Anyway, here's a few more space agencies from different parts of the world with the same symbolism. I put a link to another great video on the subject that covers more as well. What's interesting about the UK logo is that it appeared on Doctor Who 3 years prior to its establishment. Speaking of sci-fi shows, did NASA and the Air Force copy off of Star Trek, or did Star Trek copy off of them? I do know that someone that designed some of the Star Trek logos was also contracted to create some of the NASA logos. That doesn't make it any less weird. In fact, I think it makes it weirder. Russia and China too? Also, NASA goes out of their way to mimic Star Trek? They have a full timeline laid out on the show. The top 2 rows are the evolution of our space programs, and the bottom row is the evolution of the United Nations. It goes from the United Nations to the United Earth in 2150, and finally to the United Federation of Planets in 2161. You guys know the quote, "Life imitates art"? Well, it couldn't be more true, but I would replace the word art with the word programming, and it's freaky. For instance, Cyberdyne and their robotic HAL suit. You guys remember HAL, right? Moving on. Battlestar Galactica has vectors and chevrons for almost all their insignias. Looks like even the last one kinda has it mixed in there too. Stargate uses the symbol. I think it looks like a square and compass, like the top half of a square and compass. I'll give you some better examples. Let's go back to the Star Trek Starfleet command patch. The chevron looks just like the Newport logo, which everyone calls an upside-down Nike sign. I think Newport's is a chevron for sure. Nike could still be a Saturn ring or even a check mark. Side note, Nike was the winged goddess of victory. I found a transport company in Wales called Newport, and it has the 2 vectors connected to look like an N. Here's a pack of cigarettes that I suspected of having a craft of some sort. You know, kinda like one of these, for lack of better pictures. And I think I'm 100% right. I found some special packs with the symbol flying around the world, and another with the symbol in the atmosphere while a pilot looks. Reminds me of the stories where pilots swear they were followed by UFOs. And real quick, here's another pack that I thought was funky with its Nike looking checkmark forming an X. I was looking at it all wrong. I guessed that it was Saturn symbolism, but I didn't see that it was in fact Saturn. All you gotta do is turn it. Anyway, RJ Reynolds has something similar. The United States Enrichment Corporation has it, ×4. Now I see this craft everywhere I look, if it isn't Saturn. But this one, being that it's chevron, confirms to me that these are chevrons and vectors that we're dealing with. Speaking of chemical, gas, and oil companies, check this out. Take the US Air Force insignia, add Chevron and Texaco, both owned by Chevron, and you start mixing their logos. It's a near perfect match. Weird, huh? Anyway, let's look at Lockheed's logo before they merged with Martin Marietta. Lockheed started in 1912. Now let's look at Martin Marietta's. If you search chevron symbols, you'll get a bunch of patterns that are identical to this. The M's are chevrons made to look like M's. The two companies merged in 1995 and changed their logo to more vectors and chevrons. In 2006, Boeing and Lockheed Martin formed the United Launch Alliance. Here's a Russian space station patch. Here's a National Recon Office patch for Lockheed Martin. Here's another for the United Launch Alliance. NRO patches are very straightforward and disturbing. Here's a company very similar to Boeing and Lockheed. French automobile company. Pontiac has a star in the middle, just like Star Trek. Virgin Galactic is a commercial spaceflight company that's been in testing for years now with no commercial flights yet. Some people think the V is a vector chevron, but Virgin Records was created in 1973 for music. And mainstream music has one purpose that I'm sure of, to get us addicted to sex to the point where we can't even think clearly. If you think this is silly, then you should rethink it while you watch virtually any music video on Vivo. What's up with Atari? They came out in 1972 along with so many space games it's hard to think that it's not programming. Something similar to their logo appears on many space program patches from around the world. Another reason I made this video is because I think that NASA and other space agencies are a sham. Let me play a couple short clips to give you an idea. I'll put a full video in the description.
Have a look at her hair. There's something odd about her hair. I know this is zero gravity and hair is supposed to stick out and go all over the place, but her hair doesn't really flop around naturally. It's always sticking out kind of rigidly. Maybe they permed it in that position, or perhaps they're hanging her upside down. As she shakes her head from side to side slightly, you can see the hair always springs back to a particular position with respect to her head. It should flop all over the place. The chain that she's wearing around her neck is a computer graphic. This is computer-generated images. About 6 months ago, in 2013, a gallon of water leaked into one of their spacesuits in a matter of seconds. NASA doesn't really have a proper explanation for how on earth this could have happened. There shouldn't be water leaking into someone's helmet and a person almost drowning in space. How can you drown in space? They now wear snorkels to make sure that they don't drown in space. How can this be happening? A snorkel in space? There could be some water in the porous plate sublimator. When they were on the moon, they supposedly had about a gallon of water, but that cooling system is supposed to be well away from their head. There really is no sane explanation for why a gallon of water would leak into someone's spacesuit, unless you realize the whole thing is faked inside a swimming pool. In this scene, you can see the Chinese spacewalk, and you can see a bubble coming up from the guy's suit. How do you have a bubble in space? Space is supposed to be a vacuum, not a swimming pool, but it's obviously just a swimming pool filled with water. Obviously, there would be some equipment that they could only fix from the outside, but a lot of these spacewalks, it seems like equipment they easily could have configured to be accessible from the inside of the International Space Station. It seems more like an excuse to get out and show their other space trick, which is the faking of spacewalks in a swimming pool. In this vid, you catch a glimpse of someone wearing a scuba tank. Scuba tanks in space? Snorkels and scuba tanks in space?
Alright, that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for tuning in to ODD TV. Please subscribe, like, and share. We'll see you next time.
Ollie, ollie, oxen free.
Batman is in your Flat Earth Batman. What's up, dude? Everybody's AFK, so. Oh, just kidding.
Everyone talk at once now. What's up, Eli?
Nothing much. Just came back from busting the Glober's head over at Earth Awakenings.
Good deal. Who was it?
Left Lane, obviously, he didn't stand a chance. He's like the equivalent to Brenda in terms of context comprehension. And there was, what's that guy's name? Damn, I can't even remember. I can't remember the other guy's name, but it was like 2 or 3 of them.
So he formulated a hypothesis, and it was a shoe.
No, like for instance, I posted the graphic where I posted this graphic here just now. Right, wait, 1 second. And the dude, you've experienced this before, and the dude literally just like zoomed in on these 2 lines and then reposted it as if that was a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, because the point is, obviously, it has to be in relation to you, the person taking the fucking measurement.
Of course.
Right? So he's like, well, there's a 90-degree right over there where the star is. Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with me then if I'm standing on the curve of the Earth 1,000 miles away? But, you know, I didn't argue with him about that. What they were talking about, again, was how Vertical's using a total station, I think, or no, a theodolite, sorry. That it has nothing to do with the horizontal. And so I posted where Zanuck was like, well, the vertical is subsequent to the horizontal, vice versa, whatever. In order to have a perpendicular, in order to have 90, even if you oriented it vertically and your 90 degree was horizontal, the bottom line is you don't have that if you didn't set up a horizontal in the first place. That's what the bubble is for. They're like, no, you don't need it. And I was like, oh, this is great. I just had this conversation. So I pointed them to the A10A aerial sextant where the bubble creates the horizontal. And they're like, well, you don't measure a horizontal. And it's like, see, so this is the part where you guys have to change our rebuttal to you into a self-contained argument that you're going to now attack, aka a straw man. What was the other thing? They because he was trying to say that you are just taking a measurement to a particular point, and I was like, that point is presumably to an object on the surface or whatever it is. Okay, well, if I show you Skunk Bay, then whatever's happening in Skunk Bay would kind of get in the way of that measurement. And that's just something that they're like, well, all of that's irrelevant. Everything that really contradicts their points is irrelevant. You know how that is. Oh, horizontal is irrelevant. You said you didn't need one. Yeah, well, it's irrelevant. Well, everything in your optical perception, in a distance, like Skunk Bay, for example, at the limits of that, you can see over the course of some hours, things, appear warped. And you're calling that Earth curve.
Was that the first guy or the second one?
That was the first one. Let me go get, what's his name, if he's still in there. You would know him. I'm just coming up blank on his name right now. What's his name? Then we were talking about seeing in a non-Euclidean perspective, meaning not in straight lines. Our visual sphere thing. And so they're like, again, tried to straw man us with saying that, saying that we're saying you can't have straight lines and that at the same time, yeah, that's what an elevation angle is. Even though you're using a horizontal, you still have to work within your optical perception. That's why we have it in degrees.
What was the rebuttal to that, though?
We don't understand what they're saying. Basically, their point was that it has nothing to do with the ground. Your optical perception being that it really is this sphere of vision or whatever. And I was like, except when you're using trigonometry for, planar trigonometry, where it has to do with the lighthouse here and, a harbor there, whatever it is. I said, you're literally using elevation angles then. And they're like, well, that has nothing to do with the surface. I was like, how does an elevation angle not have anything to do with the surface?
Oh my God, I can't believe they went that far.
Yeah, Left Lane said, well, you could take a look at a mountain. And I'm like, and then I posted the screenshot where it talks about, what's his name, Al-Biruni, and how he attained the elevation of the mountain in the first place. And he's like, well, that has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. It doesn't matter what altitude. I'm like, yeah, regardless of the altitude, you have to have a perpendicular to the vertical. So we're saying the same thing there, but you're saying that the angle can be curved away from you. Nah, not at all.
I have a website specific. Well, I saved it from the last time, but I went over to another server, and some guy that I was talking to, he thought he had a good way to rebut what we were saying using Al-Biruni. Let me take a screenshot. I mean, you've seen this before.
Yeah, but the usual suspects are there. Eggshells. He was particularly unbearable. The other guy's not in there right now. I guess I could search up who, let's see, mentions me.
He shot me a link that was his undoing. He did it. You know how they do it, man. When they post things. That,
Bacon.
Oh, Bacon was in there?
I had to throw out the old hits for you real quick.
Oh my God, you're name dropping right now. Like, this is...
Negator, there it is. That
he was in there?
Yep. Getting his head bust. Look what he. All right, so
is he still with that tired argument or this theodolite bullshit?
That's who I was talking about.
Fuck, dude.
So now look at this. They're talking about refraction, right? Okay, let me post to you what happened there. So wait, let me get back in our text chat.
Fucking Negator, bro. Like,
hey, Bambi. So basically, Bacon's point, huh?
She's in here? I don't see her.
I don't know. She's. Oh, that was yesterday.
No, she's in here. She's in the text. Yeah, she's in the text chat, but she's not in the. She was in here, but
oh, okay.
I don't know. She dipped, I think.
Yep. I showed them that there, right there, and so look at the. So Bacon's argument is that
you didn't drop it on live stream voice text, Eli.
Not yet.
Oh,
so Bacon's argument was that, well, in order to have refraction, light bends up. And I was like, justify that.
Yeah.
Because the only reason you're saying that is it would have to bend up because it's below your viewpoint. Below the curvature is in the way. So it's below the horizon according to you. And so it has to bend up in order for you to see it. So justify that. How would it do that? So this goober, Negator, he posts this. I wrote the red part on it, right? So I was like, now, so it's arbitrary then, because whether it's going from a less dense medium to a more dense medium, or whether it's on the surface of the earth going from the most dense medium to a less dense medium, bending back into a more dense medium, what you're saying is arbitrary, is full of shit. You know what he then said? He said, you draw those lines retarded. And then he gave me, look, he gave me this.
Shit, he did
and I'm
that?
like, so he gave me the second one, right? And so here's the thing about this. The density is the same along that path. So why is it going up or down?
Exactly.
And he's like, you just stupid.
No, he just has his argument formulated incorrectly. Because he's not, he's off the rhetoric now. He's off script. And that's where if these idiots.
That's why he's fucking up.
Yeah, it's fucking up, bro. I would have easily pointed that. I would have said, bro, you're off script. You know that, right? Because that shit ain't in the rhetoric. Cite that bullshit right now. Where is that? Like, he's fucking up. Yeah, you had him 9 ways to Sunday, dude. Like, there's no way. He was like, it's just amazing. Yeah.
I was killing them because they keep talking about these reciprocal zeniths, right? And I'm like, well, that's a misnomer because zeniths are 90 degrees from perpendicular, which is horizontal. So what you're trying to say is that they're divergent zeniths. So if they're divergent, where is the correlation? Because you're taking something that is in a vacuum, one angular measurement here, and then one other angle measurement on not in it. They're going to be angle measurements. However, you're going to plot that on, different parts of the sphere. And then you're going to go, oh, look, no, well, technically that's not true because of we'll call it optical drop in the theodolite. They're calling that zenith divergence. But I was attacking the fundamental premise that, first of all, zeniths don't diverge because there would be no correlation between the zeniths and the ground then. And then I posted this. That's the point. It's not exactly related to. No, it's related to using the total station and all of this, or the what's that called? The theodolite or whatever. But the bottom line is whether the zenith is, whether you're using your zenith, the star's zenith, whatever zenith. The point is, the only way they could be correlated is like this, with this box, geometrically speaking. That's a correlationship right there. If those points were divergent, those vertical lines, there would be no correlation because they wouldn't have the same fucking altitude.
Period. Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's fun. I like it. Well, I mean, it's fun for us to deal with them in that way because all those guys get are just to be exposed as content. Anything else is just in this server, basically running interference for new people coming into the server. That's how I see it. If there's nobody in the chat, I think they're just content. That's all they are. Those guys. Yeah. I'm not in it to like really, you labor over somebody that has a chance, hasn't been, indoctrinated like these guys have, but who knows, you know what I mean? You do due diligence and you leave it at that, but yeah, it's just crazy. But, I see why you've been kind of like the light on the hill over there for those guys, even though I don't know, man. It's just, that's not my cup of tea. I wouldn't go into that place over there, but you have relationships over there with other people. So
Yeah, they're all right. Some of them.
But yeah, it's interesting that they still have over this many years the same arguments and they haven't changed. So weird. But then again, not weird.
Look what Protothad responded with when we were talking about circles of equal altitude. Again, like, see, circles of equal altitude are exactly what they are if we live on a horizontal surface, right? There's nothing weird about that. But circles of equal altitude on this is a misnomer, because the equal altitude is in relation to who? Not you, because every point from you is a drop. How the fuck are these circles of equal altitude? Like, if you're imagining being on a sphere, from you don't have a 90 degree to the star, so you don't have an elevation angle measurement. These are like, what the? They're just three circles drawn on a sphere. What part of this is equal in altitude? Because the altitude would be based on where you are, right? And the radius line going from you to the star.
Oh, you're crushing it, man. To be honest. And this is a great, like, I think ever since you have really clung to this point right here, you've just been like a sledgehammer to their noggin. Like, they can't get away from it. It's just busting them up, you know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
But afterwards, it's like, you know, after you give them a shellacking, you know, it's like, well, my work's done, you know, and then, you know, move on. Because I don't know, at some point, I think you're going to be like, okay, today's a new day. I'm not going to come in here today. You know, like, because we're going to wind up talking about the same thing, and you're going to wind up saying the same thing you don't understand. That's what you're going to keep telling me. And at some point, that's tired, man. Like,
oh, we got a live one, Miggy.
Who's that?
Look at the chat,
bro. That's you know, that's Cold Sun, bro. Calm thing. It's Cold Sun. You remember Cold Sun?
Nah, who's Cold Sun?
Yeah, the server has history with him, but he changed his name. He's Couch Beast, Cold Sun, Calm Thing. It's the same dude.
Oh, okay.
But you know, he says he's not. That doesn't bother me. He's got the same demeanor, the same arguments, and all that. He says he's a flat earther, and you know, when asked, you know, like Gregory was in here last Sunday, we were talking with him, Couch Beast. Now he changed his name to Calm Thing. But when he was Couch Beast, we were asking him questions about, like, you know, what's your introduction to flat Earth and your research and such. And he's like, well, I just believe in reality. Like, it was so vague, bro. It's like, you know, when people are not being direct, there's something fishy. Like, I catch on to that shit like right away, bro. So they got to be direct. You know, people when they know the truth, they're direct. They're like, look, man, I looked into this. It's this way and that, and so they don't cut corners. You know what I'm saying? So,
what's up? What are we doing?
Well, me and Eli are talking, but you can chime in if you want.
No, I'm not. I tried, you know, PMing you and stuff and talking to you, you know, on the side, but you didn't seem to want to. So, but anyhow, yeah.
I didn't seem to want to. What do you mean?
I just said I'm all about a demonstrable reality.
Yeah, I know you said that. Yeah, right. I know. But when we talk about topics in here, we're real specific about what we're saying, not you know, very vague general terms.
It wasn't vague. I said I believe in the Earth is flat, and we live on, you know.
You didn't say that though. The first statement you just made out of your mouth right now was that I believe in reality, and everyone.
Yeah, demonstrable.
That's what you. Yeah, demonstrable reality. That's what you said the first time.
Right.
So when somebody says that, they can take it both ways, because the people that think that the Earth is a globe, they think demonstrable reality is a globe. It's not, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah. No, that's not what I'm saying. It's what you just said.
Right, but when you specify, instead of being general, you make it known to everybody what you mean. Versus like when we have to discover, like, oh, okay, so demonstrable reality. Does that mean that the reality that you think is reality is not one of a globe, or is it the flat and stationary Earth that we speak of?
Demonstrable reality. I don't even know why those two words are together. The word reality suffices.
Yeah,
I boil water. Reality. I rest in a chair. Reality. I warm my food up in the oven. Reality.
Demonstrable means
I have a line of sight to the people that I shake hands with. Reality.
Okay. That's not what it means, but all right.
Well, I just, all I did was mention things that are of this reality, and you're like, that's not what it means.
What a guy!
No, demonstrable is like, being capable of logically proving what's real.
No, that's the second part of it, but it also says clearly evident or apparent, doesn't it? So if I'm boiling water, I'm clearly, apparently boiling water, right?
Well, right, but that's...
You don't have to make a logical argument. You don't have to make there's no way to make a logical, like, you don't need to make a logical argument for an axiom. That's redundant.
Well, there's a process, though.
No, there's not a process to someone walking in and seeing you doing something in reality. There's no process there. At least on our scale, we don't know what the fuck goes on in the back door, in the background, or whatever, how God, set this shit up. But as far as reality and what we live it as and how we experience it is, someone walks in, I'm washing the dishes, they say, "Hey, Eli, how was your day?" That's it. There's no argument to go to explain or to logically prove that what I said was the case. There was just a shared experience in reality.
There's no such thing as demonstrable truth.
Put that down. I'm listening.
Well, again, truth on its own is good enough.
Okay. Okay.
The word truth is the word truth on its own is good enough. Hey, did you take the garbage out? Yes, that's true.
I'm not understanding that.
They step outside, they see the garbage, they see the garbage in the bin. Yeah,
Eli,
that's true.
That's what his hallmark that he was here the last time.
That's not the definition of what I'm saying.
Calm thing. 1 second. Let me just explain to you, because the time passed, he was using the same thing that. All right, so you want to keep talking in the background, bro. You're making conversation difficult, basically. So have a seat for just a second. Have a seat for a second, bro. While I'm done talking, then you can jump in. All right. So basically, it was the same argument as he had before. He would say words like, "I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean," and he would say when he was in here as Cold Sun, he was using the same type of argumentation. He was saying, "I don't know what you mean," and every single time for the most basic things that we talk about in here, he would say that, as in his way of explaining things is the correct way, and your way of explaining things is like obscure. So when you're saying something, it's like, "Well, I don't know what you mean," and the audience is like, "Man, I can't believe Eli's not explaining it to him super effective. Like, what is going on?" Like, he's making it's a tactic, and I've heard people do that in here, and they do it in debates too. By the way,
I'll tell him what. I'll tell him what. If he tells me he doesn't know what I mean 3 times, and that statement is unjustified, he's out of here. You got to justify, because if I say someone walked in the house, they're boiling water, you can ask me for more information. You can't tell me that you don't understand. You can ask me for more information. What I'm telling you is not a definition for your junction of these two words. That's not what that was. You do know that, right? I'm telling you that it sounds a bit redundant. You know that, right?
No, now I do.
Okay.
Fucking weasel, dude. Just say.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you're a fucking weasel, dude. Like because every single time somebody explains something to you, you always say, "Now I get it." Bull fucking shit, dude.
Oh,
You
now I
don't.
always say
You don't
that.
ever get it, bro. That's who you are. Your character that you play in here is after somebody's done like crack the whip on you, you're just like, now I get it, and but you don't get it, and so we're gonna hear about this shit, and maybe with another exchange with someone else, dude. Like it's a tired game, so like drop that act. You know what I'm saying? Just be you. You don't have to act this ignorant like.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.